Chapter 1 Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice sat on the riverbank, her hands resting idly on her lap, gazing out at the slow, muddy current of the river. It was an afternoon that felt thick and heavy, a humid prison of oppressive summer heat. The air was still, utterly devoid of any breeze, and the drone of insects was the only sign of activity in the oppressive quiet. Beside her, her sister was dutifully reading aloud from a book, but the subject matter, something dry and historical, filled with long paragraphs and complicated figures, was entirely devoid of interest to Alice. The central problem of the afternoon was boredom. It was a physical ache, a pervasive malaise that settled over her like a heavy blanket. She was at that delicate age where childhood fancy was beginning to rub uncomfortably against the hard, unyielding edges of adult expectation, and the current state of inactivity felt like an absolute crime against her restless spirit. "What is the use of a book?" Alice mused, staring vacantly at the few wildflowers near her feet, without pictures or conversations. The thought was more than a mere complaint, it was a fundamental statement about her psychological needs. She craved engagement, dialogue, and visual stimulation, the very things her sister's dull volume failed to provide. She had attempted, for a brief, agonizing moment, to consider whether the effort of getting up, walking a few feet, and picking the daisies would be worth the trouble. The result of this internal calculation was a decided no. Even the mild exertion required to secure a handful of wilting flowers seemed too much, given the heat and the futility of the entire exercise. Her listlessness was absolute. She closed her eyes, allowing the sounds of her sister's monotone voice to wash over her, attempting to drift into a half-sleep. It was in this state of drowsy, borderline despair that the impossible happened, violating every established law of her known world and her expectation of a tedious afternoon. A white rabbit with startlingly pink eyes suddenly darted past her. The sight itself was not entirely alarming. Rabbits were common creatures in the countryside, but this rabbit was different. It was dressed in a waistcoat, a crisp, formal garment that seemed entirely out of place, and it was muttering frantically to itself in a high-pitched, anxious voice. Oh dear, I shall be late." This was the detail that snapped Alice out of her stupor. A talking, fully clothed rabbit was remarkable enough, but the fact that it seemed to possess a concept of time and was expressing anxiety about being late elevated the encounter from a mere curiosity to an imperative event. Such a display demanded attention. Before Alice could even fully comprehend the strangeness of the sight, the rabbit did something even more extraordinary. It pulled a watch out of its waistcoat pocket, glanced at it with a theatrical grimace, and then hurried on. The watch was large, ornate, and impossibly human. It was not just a tool for measuring time, it was a symbol of civilization, responsibility, and schedule, qualities that a rabbit simply should not possess. The sudden shift from crushing boredom to exhilarating strangeness provided the exact psychological jolt Alice needed. Her languor vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated curiosity. This was the conversation she had been waiting for. This was the picture that had been missing from her sister's book. She sprang to her feet, forgetting the heat, forgetting the daisies, and most importantly, forgetting her sister's presence. The rabbit disappeared around a corner of the path, and Alice, driven by an instinctive, irresistible impulse, followed. She chased the rabbit across the field, her eyes fixed on the flash of white fur and the ridiculous little waistcoat. She was not thinking about how she should talk to it or why it was late. She was simply responding to the profound, overwhelming need to participate in this extraordinary event. The white rabbit quickly vanished down a large, steep rabbit hole situated under a thick hedge. It did not merely go into the hole, it plunged headlong into the darkness with a frantic certainty, as if the hole were a scheduled appointment. Alice paused for only a moment, a fleeting second of rational consideration that was immediately crushed by the weight of her curiosity. After all, she reasoned, recalling the profound strangeness of the creature she was chasing, what is the use of being afraid of a mere hole? Without further thought, she followed the rabbit. The initial part of the descent was steep and relatively short, but then, to her immense surprise, the hole suddenly opened into what felt like a deep, deep well. The fall was slow. It was not a fast, terrifying plunge, but a leisurely, almost horizontal drift that allowed her ample time to look around and contemplate her predicament. This lack of immediate peril only heightened the surreal, dreamlike quality of the experience. She had never in her entire life fallen this far, and the descent seemed to have no end. She had time to consider the logistics of the fall, the social implications of her descent, and even the culinary state of her pantry. She peered downwards, but it was too dark to see what lay beneath her. She peered upwards, but saw only darkness and the fading light of the whole entrance, which was growing smaller and smaller. She began to drift into a philosophical state, a mental space where the impossible was merely an inconvenience to be analyzed. She noted that the sides of the well were lined with cupboards and bookshelves. Maps and pictures were hanging on pegs, as if this were not a simple burrow, but an absurdly organized subterranean home. As she passed a shelf, she instinctively reached out and grabbed a jar labeled orange marmalade. The label suggested comfort and familiarity, a link back to the sensible world she had just left. But as she held it, she realized with a small sigh of resignation that the jar was empty. She did not want to drop it and risk breaking someone's head, a small but important ethical consideration that demonstrated her mind, despite the fall, still clung to the rules of proper conduct. So she carefully placed the jar into another cupboard she passed. "I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time," Alice thought. Her mind, ever the disciplined student, immediately tried to calculate the distance, using the formulas learned in her schoolroom. The calculation was impossible, but the attempt provided a fleeting sense of security. She then began to worry about her little cat, Dinah. The thought of her cat was a grounding force, a reminder of love and reality, but the context quickly warped it into another absurdity. "I hope they remember Dinah's saucer of milk at time," she mused. "Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me." She paused, considering the reality of that wish. Would a cat, even a well-behaved cat like Dinah, enjoy a fall of several thousand miles? Probably not. And what would Dinah eat down here? She thought, looking at the dark walls. Would she catch a bat? The question immediately prompted another philosophical spiral. Do cats eat bats? She repeated the strange query aloud. Do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? She tried to change the phrasing, testing the sounds. Do bats eat cats? She found that no matter how she phrased it, the question offered no comfort or solution, but the repetitive sound provided a small, rhythmic distraction from the terror of the fall. The descent continued, seemingly forever, until Alice started to feel a profound sense of isolation. She realized she was not just falling through a hole, she was falling out of her own world. The rules of gravity, the rules of time, the rules of biology, all had been suspended, replaced by the arbitrary, bizarre physics of this new vertical domain. Her mind conjured up the image of her sister, still sitting on the riverbank, perhaps still reading. The contrast was stark. Her sister was fixed in a stable, predictable time, while Alice was adrift, timelessly sinking into an unknown abyss. This was the terrifying loneliness of the journey. Suddenly, with a jarring thud, the long descent ended. She landed on a heap of dry sticks and leaves. The fall had been so slow that the landing was not painful, but the sudden cessation of movement was profoundly disorienting. Alice was dizzy, but completely unharmed. She was in a long, low hall, illuminated by a line of lamps hanging from the ceiling. The white rabbit was nowhere in sight, but she heard his voice disappearing in the distance. "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." Alice immediately ran after the voice, eager to catch the only living, moving thing in this strange, silent place. She found herself in a massive, cold, vaulted chamber, the beginning of the true Wonderland. She found the rabbit just as he was turning a corner into a long corridor. She yelled, "Stop!" but the sound was muffled by the thick stone walls. He was too fast. He disappeared instantly. Alice was left alone in the hall. It was a vast, silent place full of locked doors. She walked up and down the length of the hall, inspecting every door. There were doors everywhere, large and small, but every single one was locked. The silence felt heavy and eternal, and her frantic, initial excitement gave way to a creeping sense of claustrophobia. She realized that she was trapped. Her journey had not led to an adventure, but to a vast, locked prison. Alice walked back to the center of the hall, her eyes searching desperately for a solution. It was then that she noticed a small, three-legged table made of solid glass. On it lay nothing but a tiny gold key. Her heart leaped with renewed hope. She snatched up the key. It was small, delicate, and beautiful. She rushed to the nearest door, a large, ornate oak door. She tried the key, too small. She tried the key on the next door and the next. The tiny key did not fit any of the large locks. Disappointed, Alice returned to the glass table. As she scanned the walls again, despairingly, she noticed something she had previously missed. Hidden behind a heavy velvet curtain, there was a tiny, low doorway. She tried the gold key in this lock. To her immense joy and relief, it fitted, but her joy was immediately tempered by a crushing physical reality. She excitedly turned the key and pulled open the door. It was no bigger than a mouse hole. She knelt down and peered through the small opening. On the other side lay the most beautiful sight she had ever seen, a breathtaking, vividly colored garden. It was a place of vibrant flowers, cool fountains, and winding paths, everything her imagination had promised. The sight of that impossible beauty was a profound relief after the darkness of the fall and the cold silence of the hall. "Oh, how I long to get out of this dark, dreary place," she thought, "and to wander about in that beautiful garden." She attempted to squeeze through the doorway, but it was impossible. Even her head would not fit. Frustration, sharp and bitter, replaced her hope. She had the key, she had the door, and she had the garden, but she did not have the correct size. She sat back on her heels, placing the key back on the glass table. She buried her face in her hands, acknowledging the cruel absurdity of her situation. She had escaped the boredom of her world only to find herself trapped by the dimensions of this new one. It was then, just as she was contemplating a tearful surrender, that she noticed a small, clear bottle that had not been on the table before. It had a label tied around its neck, elegantly printed in large letters, "Drink me." And Chapter 2, The Pool of Tears. Alice stared intently at the tiny, clear glass bottle that had so mysteriously materialized upon the glass table. It was not merely an object, it was an overt invitation to disobedience, a direct challenge to every cautious rule instilled in her during her 10 years of proper Victorian upbringing. The bottle gleamed like crystal under the dim hallway lamps, and around its neck, a crisp white paper band bore the large, commanding inscription, "Drink me." The temptation was immediate and profound. She had failed to reach the garden through conventional logic and size. Now the door to the impossible was opening under the guise of the liquid in the bottle. Yet her ingrained instinct for caution, a psychological residue from stern moral lessons, sounded a sharp alarm. A sensible girl like Alice ought to know better, she cautioned herself, taking a careful step back, than to drink anything marked "Drink me" without knowing whether it is harmful or not. She mentally reviewed cautionary tales from her childhood, stories of foolish children who ingested poisons and suffered agonizing bellyaches, incurred maternal wrath, and were confined to bed for days. She recalled the lessons about never trusting unknown invitations in strange new worlds. However, that moral education belonged to the world above ground, where gravity and reason still held sway. In this place where rabbits wore waistcoats and girls fell for miles without injury, the old statutes felt utterly irrelevant, almost quaint. Alice examined the bottle meticulously. She turned it over and over in her small hands. She searched for any sign of a warning, any tiny scrawl that might read poison or danger. There was none. This strange, spontaneous gift was outwardly benign. "If it doesn't say poison," she concluded, applying a frantic but perfectly Wonderlandian logic, "then it must be safe enough to risk." Curiosity had utterly triumphed. It was not mere childish inquisitiveness, it was a desperate craving to escape the physical confinement of this vast, silent corridor. She had to see the garden, and this bottle was the only immediate, tangible hope. The sense of being perpetually trapped between one unreachable state and another had become unbearable. Alice lifted the bottle. It was lighter than she expected, and the liquid inside was a pale, shimmering gold. She raised it to her lips and took a tiny, tentative sip. The flavor was a complex and miraculous amalgam, as if every delightful delicacy she had ever tasted had been condensed into a single drop. It tasted simultaneously of cherry tart, hot custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and the fresh, comforting essence of buttered toast. It was an assault on the senses, a whirlwind of culinary memory. She required no further convincing. The sheer, overwhelming deliciousness eradicated every remaining shred of doubt. She finished the contents of the bottle in a single, eager gulp. Immediately she felt a profound internal storm. It was not pain, but a rapid, total physical reformation, a sharp, contracting sensation. She felt herself melting, not in a hurtful sense, but as if her muscles and bones were rapidly reconfiguring themselves. Her body began to shrink at an astonishing rate. The world around her seemed to magnify violently. Her head quickly dropped to the level of the table. The glass table, previously a mundane piece of furniture, now became a sheer cliff face, a titanic architectural obstacle. Alice, now reduced to a mere 10 inches high, let out a small gasp of exhilaration. It worked! Success! She dashed towards the little door. She was the perfect size to step into the desired garden. But as she reached the threshold and extended her tiny hand to turn the latch, a crushing, heartbreaking truth dawned upon her, so bitterly cruel that it was almost impossible to bear. She had forgotten the gold key on the glass tabletop. She rushed back, attempting to climb the table leg. The glass table now loomed impossibly high, slippery, and utterly unreachable, as if carved from a single icy monument. She peered up at the shining surface where the tiny gold key, once carelessly within reach, now mocked her, glittering atop a glass mountain. This failure was more than a physical inconvenience, it was a devastating psychological blow. Alice had performed a brave or reckless act, had submitted to a fundamental alteration of her being, only to be thwarted by a single foolish lapse in attention. The tragedy was profound. She had the means, the key, and the intention, the garden, but she had failed the necessary steps to unite them. She ran desperately around the table legs, searching for any crack, groove, or makeshift staircase that might allow her to ascend. There was none. The table, like everything else in Wonderland, was designed to be impassable if one did not possess the precise, correct dimensions. She attempted to clamber up one of the chair legs, but it too was too tall and slick. She slipped back down, feeling the first sting of tears welling in her eyes. The sheer agony of being so small, where every daily object became a colossal, insurmountable obstacle, was a terrifying experience of powerlessness. It is no use crying, she sternly reminded herself, battling the mounting frustration. I must find another way. Perhaps there is an instruction manual. She turned to survey the room once more. Though she was small, the room still felt vast around her. The aisles between the doors had become long, sloping paths, and the small door, the only viable exit, beckoned even more alluringly, yet remained profoundly far away. She paced around the table, her mind reeling with frantic thoughts. The sense of personal displacement grew stronger. Have I turned into somebody else? She wondered. If I have changed, am I still Alice? She desperately tried to summon fundamental knowledge to confirm her identity. She attempted to recite a poem. She began, "How doth the little busy bee?" The sensible poem of hard work, but the words that tumbled out were completely garbled, emerging as the nonsensical verses about the crocodile. She tried another familiar rhyme, but it too failed miserably. The failure to recall basic, self-defining knowledge plunged her into an acute identity crisis. "I'm sure I'm not Ada," she thought, referring to a school friend known for her curly hair and volatile temper. "And I'm certainly not Mabel, for I know all sorts of things, and she hardly knows anything. If I'm not either of those, perhaps I'm becoming a completely different person." This anxiety, the fear of losing herself through physical transformation, was Alice's first true moment of terror in Wonderland. She feared that the change in size was merely a precursor to a change in her mental essence. She needed validation that Alice still existed, regardless of her height. At that critical moment, her eyes fell once more upon the glass table. Next to the key, another item had mysteriously appeared, a small, delicious-looking cake. The cake was round, perfectly formed, and delicately wrapped in a narrow paper band, and upon the sugary frosting, clearly formed in plump currants, was the simple, explicit message, "Eat me." The appearance of the cake at the exact juncture of her need was a coincidence too immense to be ignored, feeling like a direct, personalized intervention by fate itself. But after the experience with the bottle, Alice's caution had increased tenfold. She approached it slowly, inspecting the cake with deep suspicion. "Last time was drink me, and I shrunk," she reasoned. "If I eat this, what will happen? Will I return to my normal size? Or will I be transformed into something entirely non-human?" She conjured horrifying possibilities, shrinking into a mere insect, blossoming into a mushroom, or worse still, being reduced to a non-thinking version of Mabel. A change in size was chaotic enough. A change in species or intellect was utterly unacceptable. Yet she fell back on the now-established Wonderland logic: no warning equals acceptable risk. If this cake could transform her into something dangerous or painful, surely it would bear some mark. No poison label, no danger warning, only a straightforward invitation. Well, she concluded with a touch of dark humor, there are no rules. And if there are no rules, I must make my own. She resolved that she would eat the cake, but with a new strategy. She would consume it slowly, in tiny nibbles, and observe the effects before committing to the whole thing. In this way, she hoped to maintain some semblance of control over the pace and direction of the transformation. Alice put out her tiny hand and broke off a minuscule piece of the cake. The aroma of vanilla and sugar drifted in the cold air of the corridor, evoking the comforting warmth of her kitchen at home. The contrast between the familiarity of the cake and the strangeness of the situation only heightened the drama of the moment. She placed the tiny morsel on her tongue and chewed deliberately. She closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness. She waited for the massive shift, the sensation of compression or extension. She waited for the ceiling to drop or the floor to recede. Nothing. She opened her eyes, looking around. She was still 10 inches high. The failure to change this time only compounded her confusion. Even the magical cake was not performing in the predictable way she had anticipated. She decided to commit to a larger piece, breaking off nearly half the cake and putting it in her mouth. This was a bolder action, a greater investment in her fate. Instantly, she felt a powerful, stretching sensation. It was unlike the melting feeling of the first transformation. This time, it felt more like an electrical shock that jolted her vertically. Her body began to grow, but not broadly. It developed upwards with incredible speed and intensity. She stretched higher and higher and higher. Her head nearly brushed the ceiling. She was transforming into a giant. For a brief, triumphant moment, a surge of victory washed over her. At last, now I can reach the key, but instantly her head struck the ceiling with a resounding thud. The experience was not just physical, it was a great humiliation. The ceiling, cold and unyielding, arrested her progress brutally, preventing her from growing another inch. She was forced into a state of permanent stop, a physically painful form of submission. And once again she faced the absolute failure. The key was still on the table, now miles beneath her, further away than ever. She was too tall to see the table, and she could not bend down to retrieve the key as her neck was held rigid against the ceiling. Frustration picked. Alice, now over 9 feet tall, felt lonelier and more helpless than ever. She was not the ordinary 10-year-old, not the 10-inch tiny girl, and not the functional giant. She was a stuck creature, imprisoned in an unsuitable size in an unsuitable room. She collapsed, bursting into uncontrollable sobs. Her tears were no longer small drops, they were immense streams. They fell upon the floor, creating a rapidly expanding lake of water. This was Wonderland's final, cruel twist, to transform her emotional pain into a physical hazard, creating a gigantic pool of tears in the cold corridor in which she was now utterly marooned. Chapter 3: A Caucus-Race and a Long Tale. The moment Alice realized she was trapped, 9 feet high, head crushing against the cold, unforgiving ceiling, and her face streaming with tears that formed a rapidly expanding inland sea on the marble floor, was the moment her confusion curdled into profound, existential despair. She was no longer a playful explorer. She was a giant prisoner in a glass cage. The tears flowed not merely in sorrow, but in a flood of sheer physical helplessness. She was a monumental, weeping ruin of a girl, and the sheer volume of her grief was testament to the overwhelming absurdity of her circumstances. Her vast size amplified her misery. A small sniffle became a gust of wind, a sob became a shudder that threatened to crack the foundational stones of the hall. "I wish I hadn't cried so much," she wailed, the words echoing dully against the ceiling, forced out through compressed lungs. "I shall be punished for this, I know I shall. I'll be drowned in my own tears, and it will serve me right for being so greedy with that cake." This thought, the grim irony of being drowned by her own emotional outburst, brought with it a brief, almost hysterical laughter that was quickly submerged by another wave of despair. She was paralyzed, a colossal statue of self-pity, her enormous hands dangling uselessly near the floor, utterly unable to retrieve the tiny gold key that lay on the small glass table near her feet. In the midst of her self-recrimination, her hand brushed against something small, light, and delicate. It was a fan. She realized dimly that she must have picked it up along with the cake, or perhaps it had materialized on the table along with the other magical artifacts. It was an exquisite little object, made of mother-of-pearl and edged with delicate lace, utterly useless for anything but perhaps a light distraction. She lifted it instinctively and began to fan herself, not so much out of heat, the hall was cold, but out of a nervous habit learned from watching her elder sister during tedious summer parties. She fanned herself once, then twice, then 3 times, the lace rustling softly against the air near her face. And then, with a jolt that was terrifyingly familiar, she realized she was shrinking again. This time the transformation was faster than the first and far more unsettling because it was entirely involuntary and unexpected. Her massive body began to contract and compress at a dizzying rate. The high, cold ceiling rushed away from her head. Her limbs pulled in, her enormous skirt crumpled around her, and the distance between her eyes and the floor shortened with frightening speed. "Good gracious!" she cried out, dropping the elegant fan in panic. "I must stop this! I must stop this now before I vanish altogether." The moment the fan slipped from her grasp and hit the floor, the shrinking abruptly ceased. Alice was left at a new, precarious height, approximately 2 feet tall. She was small enough to move freely in the corridor, but still far too large to pass through the tiny door. She looked around, utterly disoriented. Her world was now defined by the water level. She was standing in a vast, shallow sea, the pool of tears she had wept while she was 9 feet high. The water was lukewarm and salty, and the sound of her frantic breathing seemed deafening in the echoing, damp space. The sight of the pool was profoundly disturbing. It was a physical manifestation of her own psychological distress. She was wading through her own sorrow, a literal baptism into the consequences of her lack of emotional control. Before she could fully process this new predicament, a loud splash erupted near her feet, sending a spray of briny water into the air. Alice jumped back, terrified that some enormous fish or mythical sea creature had materialized in her tear pool. But when the spray settled, she saw a large mouse struggling in the water a short distance away. The mouse looked desperately miserable and terribly cross. Its fur was slicked down, and its small pink nose twitched with agitation. Alice, always keen to make conversation, immediately forgot that she had shrunk again and reverted to the social politeness expected of a well-bred girl. "Would you mind telling me, please, why you are so cross?" she asked. The mouse looked at her sharply, its whiskers trembling. It was evidently unused to receiving such direct, if polite, inquiries from girls floating in a pool of water. It did not speak but merely glared. Alice, convinced the mouse must be French, a theory based on nothing but the fact that the mouse looked too sophisticated to be English, tried to address it in the only French she knew. "Où est ma chat?" she asked, repeating the first phrase from her school French primer, "Where is my cat?" The mouse shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated horror, and sprang out of the water, its small paws paddling furiously to get away from her. "Oh, I beg your pardon," Alice cried quickly, realizing her mistake. "I quite forgot you didn't like cats." "Not like cats," the mouse repeated in a high-pitched, indignant squeak, its whole body shaking. "Would you like cats if you were me?" "Well, perhaps not," said Alice mildly. "Don't be angry about it, though. Yet I wish you could see Dinah, our cat. She is such a dear, quiet thing," Alice continued, the memory of her pet overriding her tact. "And she's so clever at catching mice. Oh, my dear, I wish I could show her to you. You can't think how delightfully she catches a mouse, and she gulps them down in a moment." The mouse, upon hearing this horrifying eulogy to feline predation, began to tremble violently. It was now swimming away with desperate energy, clearly convinced Alice was a monstrous fiend or, at best, a highly insensitive lunatic. "We won't talk about her any more if you don't like her," Alice said quickly, trying to salvage the conversation. "Perhaps you like dogs." The mouse, which was beginning to look seriously ill, shook its head with conviction. "But surely you must have heard of a nice little dog," Alice persisted, unable to stop associating the mouse with animal anecdotes. "A dear little puppy, perhaps a Skye Terrier. It will do all sorts of tricks, fetch and carry and—" The mouse could endure no more. With a frantic sob it cried out, "I am sick of cats and dogs. You must be English, and I wish you would talk about something else." "I'm afraid I don't know anything else," Alice said, feeling thoroughly ashamed of her lack of suitable conversation topics. The entire intellectual repertoire of her youth seemed to revolve around domestic pets and outdated school lessons, neither of which were useful in this submerged, bizarre context. Before their conversation could descend into further awkward silence, the pool began to swell and churn. Alice realized they were not alone. Other creatures, also victims of the sudden deluge, were being swept along by the salty current. There was a dodo looking immensely serious and utterly drenched. There was a lory, a parrot, clinging to a piece of driftwood, an eaglet looking thoroughly miserable, and a collection of smaller, less identifiable animals, a duck and several nondescript furry things. They all swam in silence for a time, propelled by Alice's tidal wave of regret. Finally, Alice spoke, trying to regain some semblance of control over the chaotic situation. "Where are we all going?" she asked the nearest creature, which happened to be the duck. "We are going to shore if we don't drown first," the duck replied in a grumpy, muffled voice, spitting out a mouthful of brine. A few more minutes of paddling brought the strange company to dry ground. They all huddled together on the bank, shivering and dripping, feeling profoundly uncomfortable and thoroughly saturated. The air felt colder now that they were wet. The question of the hour was immediately raised by the lory: "What is the best way to get dry?" A fierce argument immediately broke out among the creatures. Each had a highly technical, obscure method for drying off, and each insisted their method was superior to all others. The lory argued for heat. The eaglet insisted on the superior drying power of the wind. The duck, who seemed perpetually annoyed, offered no solution but instead complained bitterly about everything. The mouse, who was still deeply offended by Alice, attempted to distract everyone by giving a lecture on the history of England. It was a tedious, dry affair, filled with dates and names that made absolutely no sense to the other creatures, but it was at least mercifully free of canine and feline references. The dodo, a creature whose very appearance suggested a combination of absolute authority and total impracticality, finally put an end to the rambling. No, I vote that the mouse's lecture is far too dry for this weather. I have a much better plan to dry us off. It is the most effective thing I know." The dodo paused dramatically, drawing the attention of the shivering, miserable group. He then announced, with the air of a highly respected philosopher, the Caucus-Race. A chorus of voices asked, "What is a Caucus-Race?" The dodo, ignoring the question, merely stated the first rule: "The best way to explain it is to do it." Now listen carefully. The course is marked out in a circle, a large, vague circle. The whole company is to be placed along the course just as they are. And so it was done. The creatures were arranged haphazardly around a vaguely circular patch of ground. "The race is now beginning," the dodo shouted, looking intently at his own feet. Alice, completely bewildered, watched as the creatures began to run whenever and wherever they pleased. There was no 1, 2, 3, go. They simply started running when they felt like it, stopping and changing direction on a whim. Alice ran alongside the lorry for a while, then found herself running with the mouse, then the eaglet, then back with the dodo. There were no rules governing the distance, the speed, or the duration. The purpose of the race was not to win, but to simply run. It was a glorious, pointless expenditure of energy, a physical metaphor for the illogical pursuit of an undefined goal. They ran for half an hour until the dodo suddenly called out, "The race is over." The creatures, breathing heavily, gathered around the dodo. "But who has won?" they all asked simultaneously. The dodo considered the question with great solemnity, his large, ridiculous head tilted towards the sky. After a moment of profound reflection, he pronounced, "Everybody has won and all must have prizes." The declaration was met with general acclaim. The only problem was the immediate, practical issue of the prizes. The dodo, with his usual air of impractical command, pointed at Alice. "She has the prizes in her pocket." Alice nervously rummaged in her pocket and found a small box of comfits, sugar-coated candies. She had somehow managed to retain throughout the shrinking, the growing, and the swimming. She distributed them carefully, one piece to each creature, a small, sweet reward for the absurdity of the effort. The dodo, being the largest, insisted on a bonus prize. Alice was left with one final prize, a large silver thimble. The dodo ceremoniously presented it to her, saying, "We beg your acceptance of this elegant thimble." Alice accepted it, finding the entire exchange utterly ridiculous but nonetheless following the peculiar etiquette of the Caucus-Race. As the creatures munched on their candies, the mouse, still cross but now physically dry, stood apart. The dodo addressed him. "Now, Mouse, you promised to tell us why you hate cats and dogs so much. That will dry us all off better than any race." The mouse sighed, regaining his mournful, lecturing demeanor. He cleared his throat and began his tale, a long, convoluted history of his family's persecution, presented not as a narrative, but as a parody of a dreary historical treatise. Alice lined in, hoping that this long tale would finally bring some meaning, however slight, to the glorious insanity of the morning. Chapter 4: The Mouse's Tale of Fury. The mouse settled himself with a profound sigh, his small, sleek body still visibly shuddering from the chilling discussion of Dinah, Alice's cat. His fur, though drying rapidly thanks to the absurd exertions of the Caucus-Race, still lay flat and mournful. He cleared his throat once more, his tiny pink nose twitching with the air of a lecturer determined to impart a history lesson that was both important and utterly dull, a perfect Victorian combination. The other creatures, the lory, the eaglet, the duck, and the dodo, all leaned in, their initial impatience replaced by the promise of narrative, which seemed infinitely preferable to the dodo's baffling administrative decisions. Alice, feeling thoroughly reprimanded for her lack of conversational sensitivity, focused intently on the mouse, determined to atone for her previous gaffes. "You asked why I hate cats and dogs," the mouse began, his voice a high-pitched, melancholic squeak that quickly adopted a pedantic, formal tone. "It is a long and sorrowful tale, a history of persecution, misrepresentation, and utter unjustifiable cruelty, which you, as a representative of the oppressive human world, are unlikely to ever fully comprehend." He then launched into his story, which he delivered with the cadence and structure of an official court document, devoid of any genuine emotion, yet deeply infused with historical bitterness. "Our story begins, as all good histories must," the mouse stated, pulling himself up to his full 2-inch height, "with my venerable ancestor, the great-grandfather of the House of Muse, a creature of unparalleled intellect and foresight. He was not merely a forager, he was an architect of tunnels and a scholar of pantry logistics. His domain was a grand, sprawling manor house, much like the ones from which you, Alice, presumably hail." The mouse described the golden age of his family, a time when the human inhabitants were benevolent in their ignorance, leaving crumbs and cheese in glorious accidental abundance. The existence was one of quiet, disciplined prosperity, where the main challenges were engineering feats, not predatory survival. The introduction of the first great tyranny came not with the dog, but with the cat. The mouse spat the word out as if it were a speck of sand. "The creature of deceptive grace and profound, terrifying malice. This particular specimen was known only as the Shadow of Suffolk, a ginger tabby of infamous cunning. The Shadow's arrival introduced the concept of pure, recreational terror into our lives." Alice felt a shiver run through her. The mouse was now describing persecution in meticulous detail. He detailed the architecture of fear, the strategic placement of the cat near the most vital food sources, the psychological warfare waged by the cat's prolonged, silent stares, and the absolute chaos of the raids. The cat did not hunt out of hunger as a sensible beast might. It hunted out of boredom, out of sheer aesthetic cruelty, the mouse declared. It would allow a mouse to escape, watch it regain its hope, and then snap, end the illusion of safety. This was not predation, it was existential experimentation. The other creatures listened with varying degrees of engagement. The eaglet looked bored, the duck looked terrified, and the dodo, characteristically, looked as if he was memorizing the speech for future ceremonial use. The mouse then moved on to the second great antagonist, the dog. The dog, in contrast to the cat's cunning, was a brute force of nature. It represented ignorance married to power, he explained. My ancestors learned to fear the heavy, unthinking paw, the sudden, booming bark, and the devastating randomness of the chase. While the cat was a scientist of suffering, the dog was a natural disaster. He recounted an epic tragedy involving a dog named Goliath, a massive Labrador whose simple act of chasing a rolling stone through a field inadvertently destroyed an entire, meticulously constructed underground mouse city. The dog did not even know it was waging war. The mouse cried, the first true emotion, a flash of pure, impotent rage breaking through his dry delivery. It was the terrifying indifference of the oppressor, the casual destruction wrought by a creature that cannot comprehend the value of our history, our architecture, or our lives. Alice, recognizing the pain of the marginalized, felt a genuine wave of sympathy. She understood that for the mouse, this history was not just about animals. It was about the loss of identity and homeland under the sheer, brutal weight of larger, more powerful beings. The mouse continued, his voice rising in volume, detailing the legal and historical precedents for their suffering. He cited obscure English laws and parliamentary acts that, while ostensibly about pest control, were in the mouse's view simply charters for feline and canine tyranny. The names of historical figures and dates, King Henry, the Statute of Traps, the Great Rat Famine of 1702, tumbled out in a confusing academic torrent. Alice, struggling to follow the dense, convoluted historical narrative, felt compelled to interrupt, hoping to bring the discourse back to a conversational level. But Mouse, what has this got to do with drying us off? And the historical figures, they all sound so terribly complicated. If your family was so oppressed, why didn't they simply emigrate or perhaps seek an alliance with the lesser house pets? The mouse stopped dead, his tiny whiskers vibrated with shock. He looked at Alice with an expression of withering contempt, as if she had just suggested turning all his ancestors into house slippers. Emigrate? Alliance? He squeaked, his voice cracking with indignation. You simplify the vast, intricate tapestry of our struggle into a childish parlor game. The very idea of emigration presupposes the existence of a safe land, a utopian myth designed to placate the victims of oppression. And alliances with creatures that share the very houses of our tormentors. He slammed his tail onto the ground for emphasis, a sound no louder than a pin drop, yet psychologically devastating to the embarrassed Alice. Your question, Alice, the mouse continued, regaining his superior pedagogical tone, illustrates the profound difference between knowledge and experience. You have knowledge of your primers and your cats. I have the experience of survival and the endless vigilance against the shadow and the paw. The mouse's reprimand hit Alice hard. It was a sharp lesson in privilege and perspective. In Wonderland, her privileged, sheltered viewpoint was not only useless but actively offensive. She had to learn to respect the reality of the creatures she met, no matter how absurd they seemed. The mouse, having delivered his philosophical critique, continued his lecture, determined to finish his history, even if his audience was entirely lost. He began to recite a long, rhetorical poem in the style of a ballad detailing the bravery of a martyr mouse named Sir Roderick, who had attempted to steal the cat's dinner bell as an act of defiance, and predictably met a tragic end. The language of the poem was overly flowery and complex, full of archaic phrases and stilted rhymes that seemed to deliberately drag on. The lory yawned openly. The eaglet was now asleep, using the duck as a soggy pillow. The dodo, however, seemed entranced, occasionally nodding his head as if confirming the factual accuracy of the mouse's poetry. As the mouse finished the fifth stanza, detailing Sir Roderick's last moments, Alice finally noticed something of profound importance. She realized that the mouse's tale was not merely a long story. The words, when carefully arranged on paper, would form the exact shape of a mouse's tail. The language was a visual puzzle, a deliberate physical joke embedded within the narrative structure. It's a pun, Alice realized, an intellectual spark igniting in her foggy brain. The tale is a tale. The realization was a moment of profound insight into the logic of Wonderland. Everything here operated on multiple levels: the physical, the emotional, and the linguistic. The most serious pronouncements were often just wordplay in disguise. Alice burst into a giggle, a sudden explosive sound that shattered the mouse's somber delivery. "Oh, please, mouse," she exclaimed, unable to contain her amusement. "I see what you are doing. It's so clever. It's a tale, not a tale. Did you mean to twist it into that shape? I have never seen a poem that looks like what it describes before." The mouse, who was expecting a reaction of awe or, at least, solemn respect, was horrified by her interpretation. He felt Alice had reduced his family's profound suffering, his eloquent historical treatise, and his deeply meaningful narrative to a mere visual gag. "It is not a tale, madam," the mouse shrieked, his composure completely dissolving. "It is a tale of enduring woe, a chronicle of the destruction of my people, and you laugh, you treat my history as a frivolous curiosity." He spun around furiously, his actual tail twitching in agitation, and began to run away. "I didn't mean to offend you," Alice called after him, genuinely distraught by her latest social misstep. "Please come back and finish your history. I promise I won't mention Dinah or dogs or—" But the mouse was gone, scrambling away from the bank and vanishing into the tall grass with a last despairing squeak. The dodo, who had awakened the eaglet and the duck with a sharp, officious cough, turned to Alice. "A most unfortunate departure," he observed. "The mouse's sensitivity to lexical and pictorial representation is well known. You should never, under any circumstances, conflate a mournful tale with a biological tale." The other creatures, having finally dried off due to the combined effects of the running and the mouse's dry monologue, decided they had had enough of the bank. They too began to wander away, leaving Alice alone once more, standing on the damp, uncomfortable grass, contemplating the complex rules of engagement in a world governed by linguistic absurdity. Alice sighed. She realized that every attempt she made to be polite and sensible was met with disaster. She had offended the mouse twice, shrunk twice, and almost drowned herself. The only thing she truly understood was that she still had to find the beautiful garden, and she was still the wrong size in the wrong place. As she stood there, contemplating her next disastrous move, she suddenly saw the white rabbit hurrying back towards her. He was now splendidly dressed in a smart pair of kid gloves and carrying a large, ornate fan, muttering anxiously as always. He was completely unaware of the pool, the Caucus-Race, or the history lesson he had missed. Chapter 5: The White Rabbit's House. Alice watched the white rabbit approach. He was a perfect portrait of scheduled panic, oblivious to the immense pool of tears that had so recently threatened to drown her, and entirely unconcerned with the scattering of creatures he now navigated around. He was dressed in a state of meticulous disarray, a fresh, perfectly tailored waistcoat, but his face was contorted in an expression of absolute clockwork anxiety. He wore a pair of crisp, pristine white kid gloves and carried the large, ornate fan she remembered from her initial sighting of him. He was muttering to himself in a frenzy of self-reproach, his pink eyes darting nervously back and forth. The Duchess. The Duchess, oh my dear paws, oh my fur and whiskers, she'll be dreadfully savage if I've kept her waiting. Where in the world have I dropped them? Where could they be? He was clearly searching for something he had lost, and his high-strung panic was so consuming that he failed to notice the small girl standing directly in his path, trembling slightly from her encounter with the mouse and the dodo. As he frantically searched the ground, his eyes met Alice's. The look was not one of recognition or even surprise at seeing a human child of an unusual size. It was merely a glance of administrative frustration. He immediately registered her presence as a functional unit, a possible servant whose hands were currently empty. The rabbit suddenly stopped his fretting and snapped at her in a sharp, impatient voice, imbued with the full authority of a harried master. "Mary Ann, what are you doing out here? Run home this moment and fetch me a pair of gloves and a fan. Quick, now, don't keep me waiting a single moment." Alice was stunned. Mary Ann, she was Alice, daughter of a respectable family, not a maidservant. The immediate shock of being mistaken for a menial worker was a profound insult to her ingrained sense of social status. Yet this new identity, however false, came with an unprecedented sense of purpose. She was so eager to please, so desperate for direction and validation in this chaotic world, that she did not pause to correct his assumption. She craved structure, and the rabbit's impatient command was the first true structure she had been given since falling down the hole. I might as well go and fetch them, she thought, the practical side of her mind taking over. It will give me something to do, and perhaps I can discover a way to change my size while I'm there. The thought of finding a solution was always secondary to the immediate, compelling action. Alice did not stop to think about the absurdity of a 2-foot-tall girl running an errand for a rabbit. She simply turned and began to run in the direction the rabbit had vaguely pointed, propelled by the sheer force of his urgent command. She felt strangely competent as she ran. Her 2-foot stature allowed her to dart easily through the thick undergrowth and around the colossal stems of the grass. The world, previously too large or too small, now felt manageable, almost like a maze designed for her specific proportions. The rabbit's house was a neat, small, and intensely tidy dwelling. It had a clean, whitewashed exterior, a sharply picked roof, and a general air of fussy, scheduled domesticity, a perfect reflection of its owner. A brass plaque on the door confirmed her destination, engraved with the name W. Rabbit. Alice carefully opened the door and entered. The interior was even more obsessively neat than the outside suggested. It was the epitome of a Victorian bachelor's home, everything polished, every object in its preordained place. The first challenge was finding the necessary items. Alice found herself in a small, square room. There was a table, a chair, and a neat fireplace. On the mantelpiece she spotted a small box labeled gloves and a beautifully carved ivory fan resting nearby. As she reached for the items, her eye was caught by yet another mysterious object resting innocently on the table. It was a little bottle, not quite like the first one, but clearly related. It had no label that explicitly said "Drink ME," but instead bore a tag with the single curious instruction, DEL. Alice hesitated. She remembered the sheer terror of the pool of tears, the crippling humiliation of being trapped against the ceiling. The consequences of drinking were almost certain to be catastrophic, yet the possibility of reaching her ideal size, the 3-foot size that would allow her to retrieve the key and enter the garden, was an irresistible gamble. Perhaps DEL stands for Don't Ever Linger, she reasoned, desperately trying to assign a comforting meaning to the cryptic initials. Or maybe Dreadfully Excellent Liquid. Whatever it is, I must try it. I can't stay 2 feet tall forever running errands for a highly strung rabbit. Her curiosity, tempered by desperation, won the psychological war. She snatched up the bottle, pulled out the stopper, and took a cautious sip. This time the reaction was immediate, violent, and utterly terrifying. There was no slow, pleasant melting, no gradual stretch. The growth was explosive, almost painful, like an internal combustion. It felt as if an enormous, invisible bellows were being pumped into her body, forcing her limbs outward at breakneck speed. She had only time to think, I must not grow too large, before the physical change became utterly overwhelming. In less than a minute, Alice had grown so immense that one of her arms was pressed tight against the door, and one of her feet was curled up the chimney, while her head was jammed hard against the ceiling. She had become a grotesque, involuntary inhabitant of the rabbit's neat little dwelling, a monster of circumstance. The small room, previously a cozy, orderly space, was now a painful prison. She could not move, she could not see the fan or the gloves, she could barely breathe. The air in the compressed space was hot and suffocating. She was trapped again, but this confinement was far worse than the grand, cold hall. Here she was trapped in a place of domestic vulnerability, and her mere presence was an act of profound, irreversible destruction. The walls groaned under the pressure of her growing mass. She let out a small moan of despair. "Oh, Alice, why did you do that? Why are you always drinking or eating something that makes you change size?" This self-reproach was particularly bitter. She was angry not just at the magical elements of Wonderland, but at her own compulsive inability to resist temptation. Her polite, disciplined upbringing had instilled the desire for order, yet Wonderland repeatedly exposed her inner urge for chaotic experimentation. At that very moment, the frantic voice of the White Rabbit sounded just outside the window. He was back, more agitated than ever. Mary Ann, where are the gloves?" The rabbit immediately tried the door, but Alice's jammed arm made it impossible to open. He shoved at it, muttering furiously about incompetence and delays. Alice was terrified that the rabbit would realize that Mary Ann was not inside, but rather a colossal, destructive human girl. She did not dare speak, fearing that her voice, echoing off the ceiling and chimney, would betray her terrifying size. The rabbit, giving up on the door, moved to the window just below Alice's head. She could hear his frantic breathing. He peered in, and the moment he saw the monstrous head filling his room, his panic escalated from mere anxiety to outright existential terror. A piercing shriek erupted from the rabbit. "Help, help, it's a monster, it's a beast, pat, pat. Bring the ladders." The rabbit scampered away, his fear overriding his dignity. Alice felt a profound mixture of guilt and anxiety. She had not intended to scare the poor creature, but she had ruined his house and now terrified him half to death. A gruff, thick Irish voice immediately answered the rabbit. It was Pat, presumably the rabbit's gardener or handyman. "Sure, and what's the matter now, sir?" "It's an absolute beast, Pat, an absolute monster. She's filling the whole room. Go up and pull her out through the window," the rabbit squeaked, his voice cracking with terror. "Pull her out, is it, sir?" Pat's voice sounded skeptical. "Sure, and I can barely see her foot, much less pull out a beast that large." A furious debate ensued outside. The rabbit insisted, with the furious conviction of the terrified, that Pat must enter the chimney to remove the giant girl. "Go down the chimney, Pat. She can't defend herself in the chimney. She'll be defenseless there." Alice was indignant. The very idea of being hauled out of a chimney like a stubborn blockage was utterly beneath her dignity, even if she was currently destroying the rabbit's home. She decided to use her current size to assert authority. She flexed the foot that was jammed up the chimney, giving it a powerful kick. A tremendous crash and clatter followed, accompanied by a shriek of pain from Pat, indicating that he had been in the act of climbing the chimney when Alice decided to make her presence felt. "There goes Bill," the rabbit cried, his voice slightly hysterical. Alice felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had likely injured the handyman. She tried to soften the blow with a meek, muffled apology that probably sounded like a subterranean rumbling to those outside. The rabbit, however, took the crash as proof of the monster's aggressive intent. The voices outside fell silent, replaced by hurried, whispered consultation. Then Alice heard a distinct sound, the light clatter of pebbles hitting the outside wall. A moment later, a handful of small, hard objects, pebbles likely thrown by the rabbit and Pat, began to fly through the open window and land inside the room. One struck Alice on the cheek, a sharp, annoying pinprick, but the pebbles did not remain pebbles for long. The moment they landed on the floor of the room, something utterly fantastic happened. Every single pebble transformed into a tiny cake. Alice looked at the transformation with sudden, clinical fascination. It was another test of her will, a blatant, magical offering. She was too big, she was in pain, and here was the immediate magical solution raining down on her like hail. She knew instinctively that if she ate one of these tiny cakes, she would shrink. The choice was not between sanity and chaos, but between two different modes of chaos: the overwhelming, destructive size she currently possessed, or the small, maneuverable size that might allow her to escape. She was tired of being a monster. And she chose escape. She carefully plucked one of the tiny cakes from the floor. It was no bigger than her smallest fingernail. She put it into her mouth and swallowed quickly. She braced herself for the transformation. It was a dizzying, falling sensation, the room expanding around her like a balloon being rapidly inflated. She watched her large, jammed arm and foot retracting, pulling away from the door and the chimney. In a matter of seconds, she was small again, even smaller than before. She was now about 3 inches high, the perfect size to slip under the door of the rabbit's house and escape the siege. She was now liberated from the house, but she had shrunk so far that the world was once again a terrifying, massive wilderness. She ran out of the door and into the garden, which, to her 3-inch size, looked like a jungle of towering plants and overwhelming shadows. She knew she had to find something to eat or drink immediately, or she would be stuck forever. a tiny exile in a dangerous, oversized world. Chapter 6: The Advice of a Caterpillar. Alice fled the White Rabbit's garden, shrinking to a negligible 3 inches high and escaping the siege on the house by slipping beneath the door. She was a tiny refugee in a world that had, once again, become a terrifying, colossal wilderness. The grass blades towered over her like the trunks of giant redwood trees, and the small weeds that had been insignificant trifles earlier were now dense, impenetrable thickets. Every sound was magnified, every shadow vast and threatening. The psychological impact of this constant fluctuation in size was beginning to take a serious toll. Alice was no longer merely curious, she was profoundly anxious and disoriented. Her size was not a state of being, but a temporary accident dictated by her last bite or sip. She felt deeply unstable, her identity a fluid, unreliable concept. What is my true height? She wondered, scrambling over a thick root. And if I cannot maintain a stable size, how can I ever maintain a stable self? This was the central trauma of her experience. The loss of scale meant the loss of self-definition. She knew her immediate objective was survival. She had to find something to eat or drink that would restore her to a manageable height, perhaps the crucial 3 feet needed to return to the locked door and use the key. But in this vast, damp jungle, every leaf and berry felt like a deadly risk. She dared not touch anything for fear of shrinking into non-existence or swelling into another room-filling monster. After wading through what felt like miles of towering nettles and roots, Alice came to a clearing. In the center of this small, natural sanctuary stood a large, beautiful mushroom, rising like a massive fungal umbrella above the surrounding flora. It was almost as tall as she was. Curiosity, that uncontrollable impulse that perpetually steered her into chaos, overcame her fear. She cautiously approached the enormous fungus. Perched atop the mushroom, sitting cross-legged like an elderly Buddha, was a large, solemn caterpillar. The caterpillar was smoking a lengthy, ornate hookah. The smoke rose from the pipe in thick, silent blue wreaths curling languidly in the humid air. The creature itself was immense, colored an unusual rich shade of blue, and it displayed an air of profound, almost arrogant indifference to Alice's presence. It did not seem to be in any hurry. It did not fret about the Duchess or the time. It was entirely self-contained, utterly focused on the rhythmic process of inhalation and exhalation. This sheer stillness was a powerful contrast to the manic energy of the White Rabbit, and it momentarily calmed Alice's frazzled nerves. The caterpillar observed her for a moment through half-closed, heavy-lidded eyes, took a long, slow drag from its pipe, and then addressed her in a languid, sleepy voice. "Who are you?" The question was not an inquiry born of interest, but a statement of philosophical challenge. It was delivered slowly, with an emphasis on the last word that made it sound accusatory, forcing Alice to confront the very crisis of identity she was wrestling with. Alice felt her cheeks flush. How could she possibly answer such a question in this place? I hardly know, sir, just at present," she stammered out, twisting her tiny hands together. "At least, I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have changed several times since then." The caterpillar took another long puff of the hookah, the blue smoke briefly obscuring its face before dissolving. It spoke again, its voice filled with an irritating, deliberate patience. "Explain yourself." "I can't explain myself, I'm afraid, sir," Alice replied, feeling increasingly small and inadequate under the weight of his gaze. Because I'm not myself, you see." "I don't see," the caterpillar droned, resting its chin thoughtfully on its segmented back, observing her with an air of profound boredom. Alice tried to elaborate on her woes, detailing the dizzying succession of changes, the shrinking and the growing, the terror of the white rabbit's house, and the shame of the pool of tears. She spoke of the confusion of forgetting her nursery rhymes and the terrifying prospect of becoming Mabel. But the caterpillar only received her distress with irritating philosophical detachment. "I find no change," he declared, pushing the smoke out in two perfect, disdainful rings. "Perhaps you haven't found it yet, sir, but I assure you it's a tremendous shock to me," Alice insisted, almost pleading for empathy. "I was much better off when I was my proper size, 9 feet high, at least I could see the table then." "Nonsense," the caterpillar replied flatly. This constant minimization of her suffering enraged Alice. The caterpillar was not offering advice, he was offering a form of psychological torture, refusing to validate the reality of her experience. "I should think you would find it queer, too," Alice retorted, driven by frustration, "being changed into a chrysalis and then a butterfly." "That's a change, isn't it?" The caterpillar treated this common knowledge with a look of extreme scorn. "It is not," he said. Alice immediately fell silent. She realized she had committed a social blunder. In Wonderland, one must never presume to know the life cycle or personal experience of a superior creature. The caterpillar, in its perfect blue segmented stasis, clearly felt his destiny was no business of hers. After a long, uncomfortable silence, the caterpillar removed the hookah from its mouth and spoke again, the smoke drifting up like a blue interrogation mark. "What size do you wish to be?" The question at last was practical. Alice felt a surge of hope, followed by a dizzying uncertainty. "Oh, I'm not particular as to size," she said quickly, trying to sound agreeable. "Only it's so disagreeable to be constantly changing, you know. And I'd like to be just a little larger, please, sir, say about 3 inches more than my current size." 3 inches is a very good height indeed," the caterpillar announced with an air of immense satisfaction. Alice muttered under her breath, a sliver of her old resentment surfacing. A poor height indeed, but she restrained herself from saying it aloud. "One side will make you grow taller and the other side will make you grow shorter," the caterpillar stated, pointing a segmented claw vaguely at the mushroom on which he sat. He then took another puff, pulled his entire body into a tight, coiled circle and fell off the mushroom into the grass. He left Alice with the crucial, yet terrifyingly vague, instruction and a final, cryptic remark before disappearing completely: "Keep your temper." Alice stared at the mushroom, utterly alone. The heavy blue smoke lingered, the only evidence that the conversation had taken place. One side of what? "The mushroom," she mused aloud. "And which side is which, grow taller or grow shorter? Why can't things ever be clear?" The caterpillar's advice was frustratingly unscientific. There were no marked poles, no labels, just the general division of the fungus. Alice approached the mushroom with extreme caution, circling it, contemplating the risk. She decided that the logical course of action was to treat the mushroom as having two theoretical halves, divided by a line running directly through the center of the stem. She reached out and gingerly broke off two small pieces, one from the edge nearest her right hand and one from the edge nearest her left. She held them like two pieces of highly dangerous ordnance. "If one makes me taller and the other makes me shorter," she reasoned, "I must use them to counteract each other." This was the key insight, not to trust the magic blindly, but to use the opposing effects as a means of self-regulation. Wonderland had given her the tools for chaos, and now she had to discover the method for control. She decided to test the right piece first. She put a tiny, barely perceptible speck of the mushroom into her mouth. Instantly, her chin struck her foot. She had shrunk at a rate that was nearly instantaneous. She was now only 1 inch high, the smallest she had ever been, the size of a porcelain thimble. The sudden, radical change brought with it a fresh wave of panic, immediately amplified by her new perspective. The towering grass blades, which were already massive, now stretched into the sky like impossible leafy skyscrapers. She was now tiny enough to be mistaken for an insect. She immediately took a bite of the left piece, hoping to correct the catastrophic overshrinking. The change was equally violent in the opposite direction. Her neck stretched upwards like a telescope being extended at speed. Her body remained at 1 inch high, but her neck soared upwards, past the grass, past the mushroom, and into the blue air. She was now a grotesque, elongated freak. A tiny body anchored to the ground, topped by a neck that was several feet long, culminating in a small head staring down at the ground from above the surrounding foliage. Her view was spectacular but terrifying. She saw the vast, endless roof of the forest canopy and felt acutely vulnerable. She was a beacon, a visible oddity ripe for predation. It was then that she heard a fierce, flapping noise above her head. A large, agitated pigeon flew towards her head, flapping its wings aggressively and making harsh, furious noises. The pigeon, mistaking her long, slender neck for a snake, swooped down, pecking viciously at her elongated throat. "Serpent!" cried the pigeon in a shrill, hysterical tone. "I am not a serpent," Alice shouted back, trying to keep her head still. "I am a little girl." "Nonsense, I say you're a serpent," the pigeon insisted, circling her head and pecking again. "I've tried every way, but nothing seems to please them. I must keep watch night and day for fear of them. I have enough trouble hatching the eggs without all these serpents." Alice, utterly bewildered, asked, "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about serpents, of course," the pigeon shrieked. "Why, I know what you are thinking. You want to eat my eggs, that's what you want. Serpents eat eggs, you know. I've never seen a little girl eat eggs, but serpents do, and you are a serpent, I can see it clearly." The pigeon's logic was relentless and strangely circular. Alice had a long neck. Serpents have long necks. Serpents eat eggs. Therefore, Alice is a serpent who wants to eat her eggs. The pigeon's profound fear had entirely warped its perception. Alice tried to argue the biological case. "But I assure you I am not a serpent. I never ate eggs in my life, and besides, little girls eat eggs quite as often as serpents do." "I don't believe it," the pigeon stated firmly. But if you are a little girl, then why are you constantly changing shape? Tell me that. If you are a little girl, you ought to stay at a uniform size, shouldn't you? That's the rule." The pigeon had stumbled upon the absolute core of Alice's predicament. Her lack of a fixed size was the ultimate betrayal of her humanity and her identity. "Well, it's no use going on with this," Alice sighed, feeling the futility of arguing with a terrified, illogical bird. She decided to use her magical resources to regain a normal size. She carefully nibbled a bit more of the shortening piece of mushroom. Her neck began to contract, pulling her head down quickly past the pigeon, who shrieked a final, victorious, "Aha!" "The serpent is shrinking," and back down to the safety of the mushroom cap. She now had two precious pieces of mushroom, one that grew her taller, one that shrunk her shorter. The caterpillar had given her the ultimate tool, control over her own scale. She took careful, precise nibbles of each piece until she had successfully regulated her height to 9 inches, small but far more functional than 3 inches or 1 inch. As she put the two pieces of mushroom carefully into her pockets, the only true valuables she possessed in this strange land. She was now in a world of towering plants, but she was armed with the knowledge and the means to change her destiny. She began to walk in search of the key, confident that the garden and her true size were now within reach. Chapter 7: A Mad Invitation. Armed with the two precious pieces of mushroom, the growing side and the shrinking side, Alice felt a surge of confidence she hadn't experienced since first tumbling down the rabbit hole. The caterpillar had provided her with the ultimate tool, the ability to self-govern her scale. She was no longer a victim of arbitrary magic, but a master of her own fluctuating height. She spent the next few minutes performing careful, precise experiments. She would nibble a tiny sliver of the growing piece, wait for the sudden stretch, and then quickly counter it with a microscopically small bite of the shrinking piece. This process required intense concentration, like tuning a delicate, unpredictable instrument. Finally, she achieved a height of 4 feet. This was her perfect size, large enough to intimidate smaller creatures, small enough to navigate the strange world, and crucially, the perfect height to eventually reach the gold key on the glass table. The garden, however, remained elusive. As she walked through the towering growth of the forest, she realized the path did not lead back to the hall, but deeper into a wilder, more eccentric part of Wonderland. She walked for what felt like hours, the sun now high and hot, until she saw a small, ornate house nestled among the trees. The house was remarkable, less for its architecture and more for the sheer sense of noise and chaos that emanated from it. It was a quaint, heavily decorated cottage, but the air around it vibrated with sound. A constant, piercing shriek, punctuated by the loud, rhythmic clatter of breaking crockery. It was the sound of a violent, ongoing domestic catastrophe. Alice cautiously approached the front door, which was large and intimidating. Standing sentinel outside were two peculiar servants dressed in elaborate matching footman's livery. One was a fish footman whose face was literally that of a round, melancholy fish. The other was a frog footman whose large, bulging eyes and wide, perpetual grin seemed utterly inappropriate for a formal servant. Both were powdered, wigged, and utterly solemn, standing as still as porcelain ornaments despite the domestic riot unfolding behind the door. The fish footman delivered a massive, formal invitation to the frog footman. He opened his mouth, but instead of words, a wet, gurgling sound emerged, quickly translating into a high-pitched, affected voice. For the Duchess, an invitation from the Queen to play croquet. The frog footman took the immense, sealed document, bowed low, and then, using a voice that was both hoarse and croaking, solemnly repeated the exact same words. From the Queen, an invitation to the Duchess to play croquet. This exchange, the exchange of identical information with excruciating formality, was the height of bureaucratic absurdity. They were engaged in a performance of communication that conveyed nothing new, yet consumed all their attention. Alice stood watching, fascinated by the futility of their interaction. The fish footman, having completed his task, turned and walked away stiffly, disappearing into the woods with silent, aquatic grace. The frog footman remained, sitting on the ground near the door, staring vacantly up at the sky. He did not move even when the shrieking from inside reached a new, ear-splitting pitch, accompanied by a colossal crash that sounded like 1,000 plates shattering at once. Alice decided to address him. She knocked politely on the enormous door, but the noise from inside was so deafening that she doubted she could be heard. She knocked louder. The frog footman didn't stir. "Oh, excuse me," Alice said, leaning close to his ear. "Could you tell me how to get in?" The frog footman blinked his massive eyes slowly, turning his gaze from the sky to Alice, but focusing somewhere far beyond her shoulder. He spoke with the slow, deliberate drawl of someone who has exhausted all mental effort years ago. "There's no use knocking," he stated flatly, "and that for 2 reasons. First, because I'm on the same side of the door as you are. Secondly, because they're making such a noise inside, no one could possibly hear you." Alice was momentarily struck by the flawless, yet useless logic. "Please, how am I to get in then?" "You might knock if you like," the frog footman replied, exhibiting a total disregard for his own previous statement. "But knocking won't do any good for all that." Alice felt the familiar surge of frustration that often accompanied interactions in Wonderland. She realized that the frog footman was not a source of information, he was an obstacle of semantic confusion. He spoke only in self-contradictions and pointless observations. "How am I to get in?" Alice asked one last time with a firm, determined tone. "Ah," said the frog footman with an air of profound thought, "it is no business of mine, and besides, I'm going to stay out here for the rest of the day or perhaps the rest of the week." He settled his head back, his eyes closing, apparently determined to fulfill his prediction. Alice waited a few moments longer, hoping for a spontaneous flash of helpfulness, but the frog footman remained motionless, a picture of tranquil, absurd resignation. She had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. She gently pushed the door open. It swung inward easily. The scene that met her eyes was one of complete, violent anarchy. She was in a large, oppressively hot kitchen, choked with thick, black, billowing smoke that made her eyes water instantly. The air was heavy, not just with heat but with an overwhelming, suffocating scent of pepper. The pepper dust hung in the air like a noxious fog, clinging to the throat and forcing continuous, violent sneezes. In the center of the room, presiding over this culinary hell, sat the Duchess. She was a squat, unattractive woman wearing a perpetually ill-tempered scowl. She was violently rocking a baby who was screaming with a high, relentless volume that seemed impossible for a creature so small. Opposite the Duchess stood the cook, a powerful, muscular woman with an expression of permanent, aggressive rage. She was stirring a massive cauldron of soup with a wooden spoon, occasionally pausing to throw any loose plate or pot she could reach across the room with shocking force, hence the crashes Alice had heard outside. The air was a cacophony of sound, the baby's shrieks, the cook's aggressive humming, the Duchess's snarling lullabies, and the universal rhythmic sneezing of every occupant. "There's certainly too much pepper in that soup," Alice thought, fighting back a sneeze herself. Even she, standing near the doorway, was struggling to breathe. The first creature to notice Alice was not the Duchess or the cook, who were too occupied with their chaotic tasks, but the Cheshire cat. The cat was sitting languidly on the hearth near the fire, gazing at the scene with a fixed, unsettlingly wide grin that stretched from ear to ear. Unlike the other creatures, the cat did not sneeze, perhaps because its smile was so enormous it displaced the dust. The cat's presence was strangely comforting. It was motionless, silent, and seemed to possess a calm, if slightly insane, detachment from the anarchy. Alice decided to address the Duchess, hoping for some explanation for the domestic war zone. "Please, ma'am, why does your cook use so much pepper?" Alice asked, forcing the words out between suppressed coughs. The Duchess turned her head slowly, her face red and streaming, not with tears but with the irritation caused by the pepper. She looked at Alice with cold, dismissive contempt. "It's pepper that makes people hot-tempered," the Duchess snarled, her voice a low, gravelly rasp. "And vinegar that makes them sour, and chamomile that makes them patient, and barley sugar and things that make children mild. I wish people would mind their own business and not be always thinking how to manage other people." She ended her short, philosophical outburst by giving the already screaming baby a violent, upward toss, causing the infant's shrieks to momentarily cease in shock before resuming with even greater intensity. This was the Duchess's core belief, that temperament is determined solely by diet. Her entire world was a chaotic reflection of her forced, peppery philosophy. The cook, without a word, suddenly grabbed a heavy frying pan and hurled it directly at the Duchess's head. It missed by inches, instead smashing a porcelain clock into fragments on the wall. The Duchess seemed completely unconcerned, merely continuing to rock the baby violently while humming a terrible, off-key lullaby. "Speak roughly to your little boy, and beat him when he sneezes. He only does it to annoy, because he knows it teases." The lyrics were utterly appalling, a celebration of maternal cruelty disguised as a nursery rhyme. Alice, appalled by the cook's physical aggression, the Duchess's emotional neglect, and the sheer volume of the chaos, felt a desperate need to intervene on behalf of the poor, screaming infant. She looked at the Cheshire cat, hoping for guidance. The cat's grin widened impossibly, making its eyes mere slits of amused malice. It seemed to silently agree that the scene was quite mad, but also perfectly normal for this region. Alice decided to appeal to the Duchess's humanity, even though the room suggested that humanity had been boiled away in the peppery soap long ago. "Oh, please, don't squeeze him so hard, ma'am," Alice cried, rushing forward. "You will squeeze the breath out of him." The Duchess glanced down at the struggling, purple-faced baby, who looked like a small, highly agitated pig. "If everybody minded their own business," the Duchess announced without looking up, "the world would go round a deal faster than it does." "Which wouldn't be an advantage," Alice dared to retort, determined to assert some logic. "Think how the day would have to spin." The Duchess surprisingly paused her rocking. She seemed genuinely impressed by the sudden logical counterpoint. "That's a good remark," she said, nodding her head slowly. "I never thought of it before." For a brief, shining moment, Alice thought she had found a common ground, a moment of rational discussion in the smoky, peppery hell. But the peace was short-lived. The Duchess immediately began humming her dreadful lullaby again, and the cook, seizing the opportunity, flung a plate of soup directly at Alice, spattering her dress with lukewarm, pepper-infused liquid. Alice realized that logic was merely a momentary distraction in this house. Madness was the permanent resident. She knew she had to escape this hostile environment before she, too, succumbed to the aggressive, sneezing frenzy of the pepper-filled kitchen. In Chapter 8, The Pig and the Philosopher, Alice hurried out of the Duchess's house, clutching the squalling, wriggling baby tightly in her arms. She was desperate to escape the suffocating pepper fog and the domestic violence of the kitchen. The sheer noise of the place had been a physical assault, and the sight of the cook throwing heavy objects was enough to drive even the most composed visitor to flight. The baby, however, was in a terrible state. It was struggling violently, emitting a continuous, ear-piercing scream that spoke of profound discomfort and frustration. Alice tried to soothe it, rocking it gently and singing a quiet, sensible nursery rhyme, something utterly devoid of pepper, vinegar, or harsh words. "If you please, don't make quite so much noise," Alice whispered to the miserable infant. "You must be quiet or I shall be cross." The baby responded to her kind words with a series of frantic kicks and struggles. Alice found it remarkably difficult to hold. Its limbs seemed to stretch and then retract unpredictably, and its face, which was already scarlet and wrinkled from crying and the pepper, began to take on a decidedly snout-like quality. Alice felt a sudden, cold dread. This is Wonderland, she reminded herself, and here logic and biology are mere suggestions, not laws. She began to examine the child more closely as she walked away from the Duchess's property. The noise had died down slightly, and in the relative quiet of the woods she could focus on the terrifying transformation occurring in her arms. The baby's nose was growing distinctly longer and turning up at the end, becoming a perfect pink snout. Its large, flailing hands were beginning to swell and coarsen, hardening into small, trottery hooves. The cloth bonnet it wore, which had been tied too tightly by the neglectful Duchess, fell off, revealing a scattering of stiff, bristly hairs emerging from its scalp. Alice was utterly horrified, yet strangely resigned. She had dealt with shrinking, growing, and disappearing tails, but the direct, visible transformation of a human infant into livestock was a new level of psychological shock. It was a very ugly baby to begin with, she thought, struggling to find a mitigating perspective. But it makes a rather handsome little pig. She considered the implications. She had initially intended to carry the child to a safe distance, away from the pepper and the frying pans, perhaps finding a suitable caregiver to whom she could entrust it. But now what was her duty? Was she responsible for returning a pig to its mother, even if that mother was the cruel Duchess? The transformation was rapid. Within moments, the last vestiges of humanity vanished. The creature in her arms was no longer screaming, it was emitting a series of satisfied, if loud, grunts. The tiny clothes burst open as its torso expanded, and with a final, decisive wriggle, the pig jumped out of her arms and disappeared into the thicket of tall grass and flowering weeds. Alice watched it go, feeling a strange mixture of relief and philosophical exhaustion. As if it had grown up, she mused, continuing her walk, it would have made a dreadfully ugly child. But as a pig, it is quite respectable. She concluded that the Duchess's home was not merely chaotic, but actively deformative. The intense pepper, the aggressive atmosphere, and the neglect did not just ruin a baby's temper, they ruined its very form, twisting human potential into brute animal nature. It was a dark, chilling thought about the nature of nurture in Wonderland. She had walked some distance further, recovering her composure and adjusting her dress, when she came upon another clearing. Above her, seated comfortably on the branch of an elm tree, she saw the familiar, unsettling figure of the Cheshire cat. The cat was not yet fully visible. It began, as it always did, with its enormous, unsettling grin, which hung suspended in the air like a supernatural crescent moon. Slowly, the rest of the creature materialized around the smile, its large, striped head, its languid body, and its gracefully swishing tail. The cat watched her with an air of complete, detached amusement, its grin never wavering. "How are you getting on?" the cat inquired, its voice a soft, low purr that seemed to ripple the air around it. Alice, recognizing the cat as the most composed, if mad, person she had yet met, felt compelled to consult him. "I didn't know you could talk," she said, slightly startled. "I can," the cat replied, "and I do. Only not always." Alice realized this was the perfect opportunity to seek guidance. She was still searching for the proper path to the elusive garden. "Please, Mr. Cat," Alice said politely, "could you tell me which way I ought to go from here?" The cat did not answer immediately. It merely closed its eyes slowly, then opened them again, contemplating Alice's face with a look of philosophical pity. "That depends a good deal on where you want to get to," said the cat. Alice sighed, feeling the familiar spiral of illogical deduction beginning to pull her down. "I don't much care where," she began, shrugging her shoulders. "Then it doesn't matter which way you go," the cat interrupted, its grin widening further, transforming into a curved line of triumphant, cynical wisdom. "So long as I get somewhere," Alice finished, her voice trailing off. "Oh, you're sure to do that," said the cat, "if only you walk long enough." This exchange was a profound, distilled lesson in the nature of Wonderland. The inhabitants prioritized process over destination. If the journey itself was the purpose, then direction was irrelevant. The cat's logic, while sound, was profoundly frustrating because it negated Alice's core motivation, to find the garden the end goal. Alice, desperate for practical advice, tried a different approach. What sort of people live about here? In that direction, the cat said, waving a paw languidly to its right, lives a hatter. And in that direction, waving the other paw, lives a March hare. Visit either you like, they're both mad. But I don't want to go among mad people, Alice protested, her proper Victorian sensibility recoiling at the suggestion. The cat paused, its grin fading slightly as it delivered its ultimate philosophical declaration. Oh, you can't help that. We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. How do you know I'm mad? Alice asked, feeling her dignity challenged. You must be, the cat insisted. Or you wouldn't have come here. Alice was forced to admit the devastating truth of the cat's reasoning. Who but a mad person would deliberately follow a talking rabbit down a hole, shrink, grow, swim in their own tears, and then calmly hold a pig baby? And how do you know that you're mad? Alice pressed, attempting to turn the philosophical tide. To begin with, the cat said, a dog is not mad, you grant that. I suppose so, said Alice. Well then, the cat continued, you see, a dog growls when it's angry and wags its tail when it's pleased. Now I growl when I'm pleased and wag my tail when I'm angry, therefore I'm mad. The logic was flawless, yet entirely dependent on a false premise about the cat's own contradictory behavior. Alice, however, could find no fault with the structure of the argument. She simply sighed, accepting the cat's madness as an established fact of nature. I wish you wouldn't growl, Alice noted. It sounds rather aggressive. I can't help it, the cat replied. I am merely expressing my delight at your company. Before Alice could respond, the cat began to dematerialize. It started with the tail, which vanished slowly, inch by inch, followed by the body, which dissolved like smoke. The last thing to remain was the cat's magnificent grin, floating unsupported in the air. Alice waited, watching the lingering smile. Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin, she reflected, walking closer to the floating curve of teeth. But a grin without a cat, it's the most curious thing I ever saw in my life. The grin finally faded completely, leaving Alice truly alone. She now faced a deliberate choice. She had two directions leading to two types of acknowledged madness, the hatter and the March hare. The cat had described the hatter as slightly more volatile, prone to fits of temper and erratic conversation. The March hare, on the other hand, was associated with the perpetually chaotic energy of spring, a madness rooted in tireless, directionless activity. Alice considered her options. She was tired of aggressive creatures like the Duchess and the cook. She preferred the quiet, philosophical insanity of the caterpillar, or even the frenetic, scheduled anxiety of the white rabbit. The chaos of the hatter seemed less appealing than the sustained, potentially more interesting absurdity of the March hare. She decided to approach the March hare first. The hare's home was described as being slightly closer, and she reasoned that the madness of a creature associated with time, the March hare is perpetually late for the time-obsessed hatter, might shed some light on the pervasive temporal confusion of Wonderland. As she walked towards the right, the direction the cat had indicated for the hare, adjusting the pieces of mushroom in her pocket. She had her size control, she had her purpose. Now she simply needed a destination, As she walked, she pondered the cat's statement, "We're all mad here." Was it true? Was her current 4-foot height, achieved through magical manipulation, the height of a truly sane person? Perhaps sanity, like size, was merely a temporary, easily altered state in this strange world. She soon saw a house in the distance, partially hidden by a vast, unkempt hedge. It was the March Hare's house, and judging by the peculiar sight she saw in the front yard, she was about to encounter an entirely new, highly social form of madness. Chapter 9, A Mad Tea Party. Alice approached the March Hare's house with a sense of cautious anticipation. After the suffocating aggression of the Duchess's kitchen and the philosophical detachment of the Cheshire cat, she was ready for a different, perhaps more social, form of madness. What she encountered, however, was a scene of such utter, organized chaos that it defied any previous frame of reference. The March Hare's garden was expansive and completely neglected, overgrown with strange, bulbous flowers and thorny vines. In the center, beneath a large, sprawling tree, was a massive tea table laid out for a grand party. But instead of the joyful, refined atmosphere associated with English tea time, the scene was one of bewildering, perpetual absurdity. The table was enormous, but all the guests were crowded together at one corner of it. These guests included the March Hare, the Hatter, and a Dormouse who was fast asleep. The Hare and the Hatter were using the Dormouse as a cushion, resting their elbows on it and chatting right over its head. Alice saw that the table was laden with food, but all the plates, cups, and cutlery were tarnished, cracked, and sticky. It was tea time in perpetuity, a moment frozen by some invisible, chaotic decree. Alice drew near, noticing that there were at least 20 empty chairs scattered around the long table. This gave her the confidence to approach. She was still 4 feet tall, a respectable height that demanded attention. "There's no room, no room," cried the March Hare and the Hatter simultaneously upon spotting her approach. Their voices were high-pitched and frantic, their eyes wide with perpetual frantic anxiety. Alice looked at the multitude of unoccupied chairs with indignation. "There's plenty of room," she retorted, walking around the table and taking a large, comfortable armchair at the far end. The March Hare, a creature with long, twitching ears and a face that seemed permanently startled, offered her a piece of dry bread. "Have some wine," he said, with an air of immense hospitality. Alice looked pointedly at the table. There was nothing on it but tea and a few crusty remnants of last week's sandwiches. "I don't see any wine," she said stiffly. "There isn't any," said the March Hare, his face utterly blank. Alice felt a rush of anger. This was not the charming, nonsensical banter she expected. This was a deliberate, pointless lie. "Then it wasn't very civil of you to offer it," she snapped, remembering the proper manners taught by her governess. "It wasn't very civil of you to sit down without being invited," retorted the March Hare, matching her tone of moral superiority. The Hatter, whose eyes were unusually close together and whose large, absurd hat was adorned with a price tag reading 10-6, now chimed in. He spoke with a rapid, staccato pace, as if time itself were chasing him. "Your hair wants cutting," he remarked, looking critically at Alice's flowing locks. Alice, used to the rudeness of Wonderland by now, took the comment as a simple personal observation rather than a conversation starter. "You shouldn't make personal remarks," she said. "It's very rude." The Hatter looked genuinely hurt by this, but immediately tried to distract everyone with a riddle. "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" he asked. Alice was delighted. "Finally, a familiar game. I believe I can guess that," she said, leaning forward. "Do you mean that you think you can find out the answer to it?" the March Hare demanded, sounding highly skeptical. "Exactly so," said Alice. "Then you should say what you mean," the Hare lectured. "I do," Alice replied defensively. At least I mean what I say. That's the same thing, you know." "Not the same thing a bit," cried the Hatter. "Why, you might just as well say that I see what I eat is the same thing as I eat what I see." The March Hare added with equal rhetorical force, "You might just as well say that I like what I get is the same thing as I get what I like." The Dormouse, who had been completely silent up to this point, stirred and mumbled in its sleep. "You might just as well say that I breathe when I sleep is the same thing as I sleep when I breathe." "It is the same thing with you," the Hatter said severely to the Dormouse, who immediately fell back into a deep slumber. Alice found herself thoroughly defeated by their linguistic traps. She had believed language was a stable mechanism for conveying meaning, but here it was a weapon of deliberate semantic ambiguity. Every statement had 3 or 4 possible interpretations, all of them nonsensical. "I think you might do better with the time," Alice remarked, feeling a sudden surge of moral superiority, "than wasting it in asking riddles that have no answers." The Hatter recoiled, genuinely shocked. "If you knew time as well as I do," he said, dramatically shaking his head, "you wouldn't talk about wasting it. It's a hymn." Alice looked bewildered. "I don't understand." The Hatter leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a painful secret. "I quarreled with time last March, just before he went mad, you know." He pointed a spoon at the March Hare. "It was at the great concert given by the Queen of Hearts," the Hatter continued. "I was singing, 'Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder what you're at,' and time didn't like my singing. He said I was murdering the time." The Hatter explained that since that fateful argument, time, the entity, had refused to do anything he was asked. "Now it's always 6 o'clock here," the Hatter wailed. Alice finally understood the root of their eternal tea time and the state of the room. The entire party was trapped in a moment of perpetual transition, eternally 6 o'clock, the precise moment when tea is served but before the main meal of dinner. This perpetual stasis explained why the table was so messy. They simply moved to a fresh seat when their current space became too dirty, but since they were eternally stuck at tea time, they never had time to wash up. The Hatter, burdened by this eternal, unchanging time, found solace only in his riddle. "Have you guessed the riddle yet?" he asked, returning to the raven and the writing desk. "No, I give it up," Alice admitted. "What is the answer?" "I haven't the slightest idea," said the Hatter, smiling with relief. "Nor I," said the March Hare. Alice exploded with indignation. "I think you might do something better with the time," she fumed, "than wasting it in asking riddles that have no answers." She realized that the riddle was not a puzzle, it was a performance of meaninglessness. The question itself was the point, a celebration of the lack of connection between two disparate concepts. The party suddenly quieted. The Hatter and the Hare turned their attention to the sleeping Dormouse, aggressively pinching it on both sides to wake it up. The poor creature reluctantly opened its eyes, yawning widely. "I wasn't asleep," he protested weakly. "I heard every word you fellows were saying." "Tell us a story," demanded the March Hare. The Dormouse groaned. "I can't, I'm too tired." "Then you shan't finish your tea," they threatened, dipping its nose into a cup of hot tea. Under duress, the Dormouse began a story in a tiny, sleepy voice. His story was about three little sisters, Elsie, Lacey, and Tilly, who lived at the bottom of a treacle well. Alice, startled by the strange image, interrupted. "What did they live on?" "A treacle," said the Dormouse without hesitation. "But that's impossible," Alice argued, applying the laws of physics and nutrition. "They would have been ill." "They were ill," insisted the Dormouse, rubbing his eyes. "Very ill." "But why did they live at the bottom of a treacle well in the first place?" Alice pressed, driven by a need for foundational logic. The March Hare tried to interrupt, but the Hatter stopped him. "The Dormouse is telling the story," he warned. The Dormouse continued, his voice becoming fainter. "The sisters drew everything that began with an M, like mousetraps, memory, and muchness." Alice was becoming increasingly agitated. The story was so fragmented, so confusing, that it seemed designed to induce frustration. "I don't understand where they drew the things from." "You should know better than to interrupt," the Hatter snapped, his patience finally snapping under the strain of his own riddle-less life. Alice, realizing that trying to apply logic to the Dormouse's narrative was futile, decided to allow the chaos to continue. The Dormouse promptly fell asleep again, only waking when the Hatter poured a little tea on its nose. The Hatter, momentarily exhausted by the effort of tormenting the Dormouse, turned his attention back to Alice, attempting to return the conversation to the subject of her unasked riddle. The constant repetition, the refusal to engage in meaningful dialogue, and the utter lack of courtesy were too much for her refined sensibilities. Alice stood up abruptly, knocking over her chair. She had come seeking the marvelous and the peculiar. She had found the tedious and the rude. "This is the stupidest tea party I ever was at in all my life," she declared loudly, her voice trembling with disappointment and anger. "I shall not stay another minute." She turned and marched away without looking back. Neither the March Hare nor the Hatter made any move to call her back. They merely continued attempting to force the Dormouse into a teapot, utterly absorbed in their cruelty and their endless 6 o'clock ritual. Alice looked back once, just as she entered the dense woods. The March Hare and the Hatter were still attempting to stuff the protesting Dormouse into the teapot. "At any rate, I'll never go there again," she decided. "It's the stupidest tea party I was ever at in all my life. They are the very maddest people I ever met." She now felt a strong desire to continue her journey. Her goal, the beautiful garden, remained the only true fixed point in her chaotic world. She was determined to find her way there, even if it meant navigating through a landscape populated entirely by madmen stuck in eternal tea-time. Chapter 10: The Arrival of the Queen of Hearts. Alice's indignation at the mad tea party was a cleansing experience. The sheer rudeness and nonsensical repetition of the Hatter and the March Hare had finally pushed her past politeness and into a state of determined resolution. She left the clearing without looking back, marching into the denser part of the wood with a clear goal. She must find the magnificent garden she had glimpsed through the little door. She was tired of conversations that were traps and riddles without answers. She craved beauty and structure. The woods now began to thin out, the sunlight filtering through the canopy revealing a path that was marginally less overgrown than the rest of the landscape. As she walked, adjusting the pieces of mushroom in her pocket, her symbols of self-control, she felt a profound sense of loneliness. She was 4 feet tall, perfectly sized, but utterly alone in her sanity. Suddenly she heard a familiar sound, the frantic, high-pitched patter of small feet and a voice choked with anxiety. It was the White Rabbit speeding through the trees, this time dressed in a much grander embroidered waistcoat and wearing a pair of sparkling white gloves. He was running with a speed born of terror, clutching a massive rolled-up parchment scroll that rattled with every desperate stride. The rabbit did not even glance at Alice, entirely consumed by his own mission and his own state of perpetual lateness. He looked flustered, perhaps even more so than when Alice first saw him. He seemed to be heading directly towards a large, beautifully wrought archway that appeared suddenly in the foliage, the unmistakable entrance to a royal domain. Alice, realizing the rabbit was her only living link to the outside world of this strange kingdom, tried to call out to him. "Mr. Rabbit, wait." The rabbit merely gave a high-pitched squeak, startled by the sound of her voice, and increased his speed. "He's always in such a dreadful hurry," Alice thought, a mixture of annoyance and pity washing over her. She knew that he was on some official, pressing business, likely connected to the formidable queen. She followed him through the archway, which was framed by tall, perfectly clipped hedges. And just like that, without the need for keys or magic drinks, Alice found herself in the royal garden. It was a garden of extraordinary, almost unbelievable formality. Everything was symmetrical, geometrically perfect, and overwhelmingly grand. The air was perfumed with roses, though there was an odd, almost chemical scent mixed with the sweetness. The first sight Alice encountered was the strangest of all. Near a large rose tree stood 3 gardeners, but they were not men. They were card soldiers, flat, living playing cards. They were busy painting the roses. They were the 2 of spades, the 5 of clubs, and the 7 of hearts. The 2 of spades and the 7 of hearts were holding up the rosebush, while the 5 of clubs was frantically dabbing white roses with a brush dipped in red paint. Alice watched, utterly mystified. This was not merely gardening, this was an act of panicked concealment. She crept closer, curious to understand this frantic horticultural vandalism. "Would you tell me, please," Alice asked gently, addressing the 3 gardeners, "why you are painting those roses?" The 3 gardeners immediately dropped their work and bowed so low that their heads, which were simply the tops of the cards, touched the ground. They were terrified by the sudden, authoritative voice of the 4-foot girl. The 5 of clubs, catching his breath and trembling, explained in a hurried whisper. "The fact is, miss, this here ought to have been a red rose tree, and we put in a white one by mistake. And if the queen was to find it out, we should all have our heads cut off, you know." He finished with a nervous, hurried glance over his shoulder, as if expecting the Queen's executioner to materialize from the nearest flower pot. Alice felt a chill run down her spine. The casual acceptance of decapitation as a professional risk in gardening was appalling. It spoke volumes about the nature of the sovereign who ruled this land. The Queen's rule was not merely absurd like the Tea Party, but actively lethal. The Seven of Hearts, who seemed marginally calmer than his companions, added, "You see, miss, we're trying our best to get them painted before the Queen comes in. She's due any minute now." As he spoke, a distinct sound reached Alice's ears. It was a loud, martial, slightly muffled rhythm, the approach of a procession. "The Queen, the Queen!" the Two of Spades shrieked, dropping his paint pot and tumbling into a heap. In a blind panic, the three-card gardeners threw themselves face down upon the ground, lying as flat as the cards they were, trying desperately to blend into the soil and the moss. Their act was one of absolute total self-effacement, driven by primal fear. Alice, utterly unafraid of people who were merely playing cards, stood her ground, eager to witness the magnificent procession. She had never seen a queen before, and curiosity overcame the terror inspired by the gardener's fate. The procession was a sight to behold, marching not to the music of a band, but to the loud, rhythmic banging of a single, colossal drum. First came 10-card soldiers, all carrying clubs, marching in a synchronized, rigid fashion. These were the tens of clubs, the foot soldiers of the Queen's army. Then came 10 more, decorated with diamonds, marching with equal mechanical precision. These were the courtiers, the administrators of the kingdom. Following them were the royal children, holding hands, skipping lightly and adorably, the only non-card elements of the parade so far, though their behavior was strangely muted and solemn. Next came the special members of the court, the knights of the royal suits. Alice recognized the White Rabbit immediately, marching just in front of the Queen, frantic as ever, clutching his scroll and acting as the herald. His eyes darted everywhere, perpetually terrified that he had missed some crucial detail. Then, with an enormous sense of self-importance and an unbearable weight of velvet, came the Knave of Hearts, carrying the Queen's crown on a crimson cushion. The Knave's face was arrogant and self-satisfied, clearly aware of his elevated position. And finally, the source of all the terror and reverence, the King and Queen of Hearts. The king, a small, meek, rather bewildered-looking man, walked slightly behind the queen. He was completely overshadowed, both literally and figuratively, by his consort. The Queen of Hearts was a truly imposing sight. She was large, corpulent, and dressed entirely in red, black, and white, with an enormous crown resting precariously on her head. Her face was not merely stern, it was a mask of permanent, boiling rage. Her eyes scanned the garden, searching not for beauty but for faults. The moment the procession passed the spot where the three-card gardeners lay prostrate, the Queen stopped dead. "Who are these?" the Queen roared, her voice a sharp, high-pitched shriek that suggested years of unchecked, tyrannical authority. Her question was addressed to the Knave of Hearts, but her terrifying gaze swept over the entire court. The Knave, recognizing the danger, merely shuffled his feet and pointed at the 3 cards lying flat on the moss. "May it please your majesty, I don't know, it's no business of mine." The queen, infuriated by this lack of satisfactory information, rounded on the white rabbit. "Idiot, find out who they are." The rabbit, trembling uncontrollably, unfolded his scroll and put on his spectacles, then bent down to peer at the 3 terrified cards. He read from the scroll in a voice that was barely a squeak, "They are gardening, if you please, your majesty." "And what were you gardening at?" the queen demanded, her voice rising to a dangerous crescendo. The 3 cards simultaneously lifted their heads slightly, despite the overwhelming fear. "If you please, your majesty," stammered the 5 of clubs, "we were trying." "I see," shrieked the queen before he could finish. She had already noticed the telltale streaks of red paint on the leaves and the ground. Her expression twisted into a look of pure homicidal fury. "Off with their heads." The sentence was delivered with such speed and finality that Alice's entire system recoiled. This was not justice, it was an act of theatrical, capricious cruelty designed to maintain absolute, unquestioned power. It was the purest distillation of Wonderland's dark side. Alice, without thinking and driven by a powerful sense of Victorian morality, immediately intervened. She rushed forward and placed herself directly over the 3 prostrate, painted card gardeners. "You shan't!" Alice cried, her voice clear and strong. Her 4-foot height suddenly felt imposing against the flat, 2-dimensional soldiers. The queen whirled around, utterly unused to defiance. She glared at Alice, her face a thundercloud of disbelief. "Who is this?" she demanded of the surrounding court. The white rabbit, terrified of both the queen's fury and Alice's shocking insubordination, whispered hastily, "If you please, your majesty, it's a mere child. She has been making trouble with the duchess." "I don't care," the queen snapped, waving her hand dismissively. "Off with her head." The 2 card soldiers immediately detached themselves from the marching ranks and approached Alice. But Alice, remembering her previous success with size changing, felt a sudden, exhilarating moment of self-command. She refused to be intimidated by a piece of painted cardboard. She looked at the soldiers with magnificent contempt. "Nonsense," she said, "you're nothing but a pack of cards." The card soldiers, upon hearing this accurate and profoundly insulting assessment, stopped dead in their tracks. They were unsure how to proceed when faced with a creature that refused to acknowledge their ontological authority. They were, after all, only cards. The queen, however, had moved past simple fury and into a state of enraged theatrical absurdity. She did not argue, she simply commanded. "Turn them over," she shrieked, pointing at the card gardeners with her scepter. "Let them be executed later. In the meantime, we must play croquet." The Knave of Hearts quickly flipped the 3 cards over onto their backs. The 3 unfortunate gardeners, now facing the sky, were technically spared, at least until the queen remembered them again. The queen, having satisfied her urge for momentary public cruelty, calmed down instantly and addressed Alice with a terrifying, forced joviality. "Will you play croquet?" she asked Alice, not as a polite invitation but as an absolute non-negotiable command. Her smile was sharp, humorless, and promised instant death for any refusal. Alice, realizing that cooperation was her only chance for survival, curtsied low. "Yes, your majesty," she replied. The queen did not wait for further assent. She turned to the rest of her court. "Get to your places," she commanded, and thus began the most bizarre, illogical, and lethal game of croquet Alice would ever encounter. Chapter 11: The Queen's Croquet Ground. The Queen's command to play croquet was absolute, and the entire court scattered in immediate, terrified obedience. Alice, however, stood for a moment, observing the absurdity of the scene that unfolded before her. The croquet ground itself was not a manicured lawn, but a chaotic, bumpy terrain marked with ridges and furrows. The equipment was the most bizarre part of the setup. The balls were living hedgehogs, which continually tried to uncurl and crawl away. The mallets were live flamingos, whose long, slender necks made them incredibly difficult to hold, and whose unpredictable movements made striking the hedgehogs a matter of pure, terrifying chance. Finally, the hoops were the bent, arching bodies of the card soldiers, specifically the tens of clubs, who had to leave their posts in the procession to serve as wickets and who continually straightened up and walked away when they felt like it. The entire arrangement was a physical manifestation of Wonderland's anarchy. There was no stability, no control, and no consistency to the rules. Alice managed to find a flamingo, but holding it was a feat in itself. The bird kept twisting its head back to stare at her with an expression of confused indignation. Just as she finally got its legs tucked under her arm and its head pointed at her hedgehog, which was already halfway across the lawn, the queen shrieked, "Begin." The game started instantly, dissolving into a state of utter, incomprehensible chaos. Every player was shouting at once, running in all directions and scrambling to keep their hedgehog from escaping or their flamingo from flying away. Alice quickly realized that it was less a game of skill and more a battle for survival. The queen, far from enforcing order, was the primary source of the disorder. With every missed shot, every hedgehog that rolled into the wrong place, and every card soldier that dared to move out of its wicket position, the queen screamed the same terrifying sentence: "Off with his head," or "off with her head." The executions were not always carried out instantly. The King of Hearts, the meek little man, often followed the executioner and secretly pardoned the victims. But the constant, deafening threats of immediate death created an atmosphere of pure psychological terror that paralyzed the players. Alice found herself constantly distracted by the queen's booming rage. She could barely focus on her flamingo, which proved to be completely uncooperative, its head invariably turning back just as she attempted to strike the hedgehog. Her hedgehog, sensing the chaos, took the opportunity to escape entirely and curled up into a tight ball under the rosebush. She looked around and noticed that most of the players had already given up the game, consumed by their efforts to avoid the queen's gaze. They stood in silent, terrified groups, hoping the queen would forget their existence. Alice tried to play on, driven by her innate sense of fair play and duty, but the whole spectacle was rapidly becoming too much for her. "This is not a game," she thought bitterly. "It is simply an exercise in sheer brute tyranny." The constant theatrical cruelty sickened her. She began to seriously consider abandoning the game, even if it meant risking the queen's ire. She decided that if she were to risk her head, it would be for a matter of principle, not for a nonsensical attempt to hit an escaping hedgehog with a protesting flamingo. Just as she was about to flee, she noticed a familiar, languid presence near her. It was the Cheshire cat, its grin hovering lazily in the air above a flower. The rest of the cat was still invisible, leaving only the massive, curved smile. "How do you like the game?" the voice purred from the disembodied mouth. Alice, relieved to find someone who seemed immune to the Queen's terror, whispered back, "I don't like it at all. They don't play fair, and they all quarrel so dreadfully that one can't hear oneself speak. And they haven't got any proper rules." The cat's grin seemed to widen slightly at this description of the anarchy. "That's Wonderland," it seemed to convey. "And," Alice added, leaning in conspiratorially, "they're all threatening to cut off one's head at every moment. It's perfectly horrible." "You'll get used to it," the cat replied, its body beginning to materialize slowly, starting with its ears. "I don't think I shall," Alice said firmly. "I don't like senseless violence." The cat looked around the crowded croquet ground. "It's all senseless," it observed. "But tell me, how is the Duchess getting on?" Alice was startled by the question, realizing she had completely forgotten about the Duchess. "She's probably still in the kitchen," Alice replied. "Still throwing things and peppering the air, I imagine." "I shall fetch her," the cat announced, and with a lazy flip of its tail, the entire cat vanished again, leaving only its wide, terrifying grin floating once more in the air. The Queen, who had just finished screaming off with his head at the unfortunate 6 of spades, finally noticed the disembodied smile hanging in the middle of her croquet ground. "Who are you talking to, child?" the Queen shrieked, stomping towards Alice. Alice pointed at the floating grin. "Oh, it's the Cheshire cat," she explained. "I can see a grin," the Queen said, her face contorted with confusion and rage. "But where is the rest of the cat?" "It went away," Alice stated simply. "Bring me the rest of the cat," the Queen commanded, pointing at the herald. The white rabbit, trembling more violently than ever, struggled to find the right words. "If it please your Majesty," he squeaked, "it's impossible. He has not the slightest particle of a body left." The Queen, momentarily unable to deliver her usual sentence, was stalled by this ontological impossibility. She could not execute something that did not fully exist. The King of Hearts, seeing an opportunity to assert his minor, bureaucratic authority, stepped forward. He put on his spectacles and stared at the floating grin. "I order that his head be cut off," the king announced pompously. "But he has no body," the Queen protested, momentarily forgetting her own cruelty in favor of debating the logistics of execution. "He cannot be beheaded without a body to separate it from." "If a thing hasn't a body, it can't be governed," the king countered, tapping the grin with his scepter. "And if it can't be governed, it must be executed. That's the law." A fierce, legalistic argument broke out between the king and queen regarding the proper procedure for executing an incorporeal entity. The entire court, desperate to avoid the Queen's attention, watched the ridiculous debate with rapt, frightened interest. Just as the argument reached its peak, a sudden, familiar voice broke through the noise. The Duchess had arrived. The Cheshire cat, having returned, pointed the newly materialized Duchess towards the arguing monarchs and promptly vanished entirely, grin and all, leaving the court momentarily bewildered by the sudden intrusion. The Duchess, completely unexpected, stood before Alice. But this was not the aggressive, violent woman from the Pepper Kitchen. She seemed subdued, even thoughtful, her face no longer contorted with anger. She had dressed for the occasion, wearing an absurdly oversized, ornate coronet. "You look rather thoughtful, child," the Duchess said to Alice, ignoring the monarch's shouting match. "Tell me, what are you thinking about?" Alice, still recovering from the shock of her arrival, could only stammer, I don't understand the rules of this game." The Duchess lined in, her voice low and conspiratorial. "All croquet games are the same, my dear. The rule is simply this: everything's got a moral if only you can find it." Alice was taken aback. This was the first piece of genuine, if cryptic, philosophical insight she had received in hours. The Duchess continued, her voice taking on the tone of a tedious sermon. "The moral of that is, oh, 'tis love, that makes the world go round." "Somebody said," Alice whispered, trying to be polite, "that it's done by everybody minding their own business." "Well, it means much the same thing," the Duchess said dismissively. She then began to lecture Alice on the moral meanings of the various objects in the garden, the flamingo, the hedgehog, the Queen's temper, drawing tenuous, strained conclusions about human behavior from every absurdity. Alice found the Duchess's relentless moralizing far more tedious and mentally exhausting than the Queen's cruelty. The Queen's rage was at least honest. The Duchess's forced wisdom felt like a heavy, suffocating blanket of platitudes. The Duchess then did something truly shocking. She put her arm affectionately around Alice, resting her chin on Alice's shoulder. Alice found this intimacy deeply uncomfortable, especially since the Duchess was notoriously ugly and poorly mannered. "Now think before you speak," the Duchess advised, her face inches from Alice's. "The moral of that is—" The Queen's shriek finally cut through the moral fog. The sight of the Duchess resting intimately with Alice, right in the middle of the croquet ground, was the ultimate offense to her theatrical sensibilities. "Get to your own side, you!" the Queen roared at the Duchess, her eyes blazing with terrifying jealousy and fury. "Or I'll have you executed." The Duchess, perhaps sensing the sincerity of this threat, a threat based not on misplaced croquet balls but on social transgression, retreated immediately, vanishing into the crowd without a word. Alice was left alone again, only to be confronted by the Queen. The game was forgotten. The only object now was the exercise of power. "Have you seen the mock turtle yet?" the Queen demanded abruptly, her rage now focused on a new, unrelated target. Alice shook her head. "No, I don't even know what a mock turtle is." "It's the thing mock turtle soup is made from, stupid," the Queen snapped. "Come on, he shall tell you his history." And with that, the Queen dragged Alice away from the chaos of the croquet ground, marching her towards the sea to find the next, equally bizarre witness to the absurd theater of Wonderland. Chapter 12: The Mock Turtle and the Griffin. The Queen of Hearts did not wait for Alice's consent. She simply took the girl by the wrist and marched her away from the chaotic croquet ground. Alice did not resist, realizing that she was moving from one unpredictable zone to another, and following the Queen was paradoxically the fastest route through the madness. They marched past the frantic, scattered card soldiers and the bewildered courtiers, heading away from the formal garden toward a vast, sandy expanse that bordered the sea. The queen was silent during the short journey, her silence more unnerving than her shrieks. It was a loaded silence, filled with the potential for sudden, explosive rage. Alice took the opportunity to compose herself, reminding herself of the mushroom pieces in her pocket, her lifeline to control and reality. They soon reached the seashore, where the queen came to an abrupt halt, pointing dramatically towards a large, bizarre creature resting on a low rock. "Up, lazy thing!" the queen shrieked at the creature. "And take this young lady to see the mock turtle and hear his history. I must go back and see after some executions I ordered." The creature addressed by the queen was a griffin or griffin, a mythical beast with the head and wings of an eagle and the body and hind legs of a lion. It was lying comfortably, half asleep, and seemed entirely unfazed by the queen's terrifying temper. Its sharp, golden eyes opened slowly, giving the queen a look of immense, habitual weariness. The griffin merely blinked, yawned widely, and said in a tired voice, "It's all her fancy, that. They never execute anybody, you know." Alice was stunned. This was the first creature in Wonderland that had dared to openly dismiss the queen's ultimate threat, and with such casual, bored confidence. It was a profound revelation. The terror that paralyzed the entire court was a lie, a theatrical performance enacted solely for the queen's gratification. The griffin's statement immediately stripped the queen of her most potent psychological weapon. The queen surprisingly did not shriek or demand the griffin's execution. She merely gave a weak HMPH and hurried back towards the croquet ground, her authority suddenly feeling hollow and purely performative. As soon as the queen was out of sight, the griffin rose lazily, stretching its powerful feathered wings and massive paws. It turned its intelligent, golden-eyed gaze upon Alice. "Come on," the griffin said, its voice deep and gravelly, though still tired. Alice did not move immediately. She was still processing the revelation. "Is it true what you said?" she asked the griffin cautiously, "that they never execute anybody?" The griffin chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like scales rubbing together. "Come away, child," it repeated. "Do you think we are going to stand talking about the queen's rages all day? They're nothing but a ridiculous old way of settling arguments." The griffin's attitude offered Alice a new philosophy for navigating Wonderland: ignore the threats. If the consequences were not real, the fear was merely self-imposed. This was a critical lesson in psychological autonomy, learned under the shadow of a mythical beast. They walked side by side across the warm sand towards the water's edge. The griffin, sensing Alice's lingering confusion, spoke again, addressing the theatricality of the court. "The queen loves to shout off with his head. She's been doing it for centuries. It's her little quirk. But who would bother to clean up the mess? Imagine the paperwork. It's simply easier to pretend." Alice laughed, the sound bubbling up from a chest that had been tight with fear just moments before. The realization that the queen was merely a spoiled, tantrum-throwing child with an enormous voice was liberating. They soon came upon the object of their quest, the mock turtle. It was a strange, sorrowful creature, sitting entirely alone on a small, smooth rock near the sea foam. The mock turtle had the head, eyes, and front flippers of a turtle, but its shell was entirely covered with scales of a calf's body, its back legs ending in hoofs, and it was perpetually weeping. This visual composite, the somber turtle grafted onto the imagery of veal, the traditional ingredient for mock turtle soup, was a physical representation of its own existential parody. The creature's profound sadness was evident in its large, glistening, tear-filled eyes. It sighed so deeply that Alice thought it might crack its own calico shell. "This here is the young lady," the Griffin announced, pushing Alice forward gently. "She wants to know your history." The mock turtle looked at Alice with an expression of heartbreaking melancholy, its voice choked with a suppressed sob. "I will tell it," he murmured, "but only because the Griffin asks me to. I have lived a life of great tragedy." He wept uncontrollably for a full minute. The Griffin merely patted him on the back with a large paw and said in a kind, tired voice, "He never can tell you his history without weeping. He's an old sentimental fool. So now get on with it, you old thing." The mock turtle composed himself with a great, rattling sigh. "I was once a real turtle," he began, and immediately burst into tears again, the tears running down his mottled face and splashing onto the sand. "When we were little," the mock turtle continued, his voice wavering, "we went to school in the sea. The school was kept by an old turtle. We used to call him Tortoise." "Why did you call him Tortoise if he wasn't one?" Alice asked, determined to find the logical inconsistency. "We called him Tortoise because he taught us," the mock turtle replied, instantly silencing Alice with this terrible, wonderful pun. It was the first time she realized that the non sequiturs of Wonderland often hid a kind of lexical logic, a reliance on homophones and linguistic trickery. The mock turtle then detailed his education, which was a masterful parody of the dry, classical curriculum of Victorian boarding schools. "We had the best of educations," he sniffed proudly. "In fact, we went to school every day." "I've been to school too," Alice offered. "Then you know what you learned," the mock turtle said, his tone suggesting that any comparison was impossible. "We learned reeling and writhing, of course, to begin with, and then the different branches of arithmetic, ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision." Alice wrote the names of the subjects down mentally, determined to remember the absurdity. "I never heard of uglification," she confessed. The Griffin immediately intervened with a dry explanation. "What is the use of education without uglification? It's essential. Why, if you don't know how to uglify a number, how are you to manage a problem?" The mock turtle then described their schedule. "We took 4 lessons in the day to begin with," he said. 9 o'clock, the first lesson, then the second, and so on. But then the lessons got shorter and shorter because we had extra practice in various subjects. When we got to the 4th day, the lessons began at 1 o'clock and lasted till 1/4 with a 5-minute break for luncheon. Alice, calculating quickly, tried to make sense of the collapsing timetable. But where did the lessons begin on the 5th day? "They never began at all," the mock turtle declared triumphantly, his sadness momentarily forgotten in the joy of his own illogical story. The Griffin added, "They had a holiday after that, the next day, you know." Alice began to understand the true nature of the mock turtle's existence. He was a creature defined by loss, the loss of his real form, the loss of his education, and the loss of his time. He was a creature of nostalgia for something that was nonsensical even in its original form. His whole story was an extended sigh over a curriculum designed to teach the opposite of beauty and ambition. He spoke about the drawing master who taught drawing, stretching, and fainting in coils. He then spoke of the classics master, a mysterious being named Old Turtle, who taught them how to sing and dance. He used to come once a week, the Mock Turtle said wistfully, and teach us. Singing and dancing, the Griffin interrupted, leaping up with a sudden, uncharacteristic burst of energy. That's it, now the young lady shall see, come on. Let us show her the Lobster Quadrille. The Mock Turtle, wiping away a few final tears, seemed momentarily cheered by the prospect of performance. The vast sandy beach was about to become the stage for a dance of ridiculous proportions, a final flourish of choreographed absurdity before the inevitable return to the Queen's lethal court. Chapter 13, The Lobster Quadrille. The Griffin, invigorated by the prospect of physical movement, dragged the melancholic Mock Turtle to a clear, smooth patch of sand. The Mock Turtle, despite his perpetual state of woe, seemed to possess a strange, inherited theatrical instinct. He wiped the tears from his eyes with his calico flipper, adjusted his calf-like shell, and assumed the posture of a long-suffering dance instructor. Now the first thing to do, the Mock Turtle instructed, his voice regaining some of its formal educational drone, is to clear the ground. Imagine we have our partners, who in our case are the lobsters. Alice could not help but imagine the sight, two fantastical creatures and a young girl attempting to dance with imaginary crustaceans. The entire concept was a peak expression of Wonderland's performative absurdity. The Griffin, eager to demonstrate, spoke over him. You see, you change lobsters as you go along. That's the fun of it. The Mock Turtle then began to demonstrate the steps, a ritualistic, mournful ballet performed entirely alone. First, you cast off with your partner, and then he made a sweeping motion with his flipper. Change lobsters and retire in same order. In same order, the Griffin echoed, executing a clumsy, powerful half-pirouette that sent sand flying. Then you advance twice, the Mock Turtle continued, his voice heavy with the weight of tradition, each time with a lobster as your partner, and change again. Now you need to advance towards the sea, advance and retire. The two creatures solemnly advanced to the water's edge, their large, disparate bodies moving with surprising synchronicity. And then, the Mock Turtle shouted over the sound of the small waves, you deliberately throw the lobsters out to sea. Alice gasped, throw them out to sea, but that seems terribly cruel to the lobsters. Not at all, the Griffin said, flapping his large wings dismissively. It is the entire point. They must swim to shore for the next figure. Otherwise, the quadrille cannot proceed. The lobsters are the dynamic variables in the equation. The Mock Turtle, having advanced and retired, resumed his instruction. Then you turn a somersault in the sea and change lobsters again, then. He broke off, overcome by a sudden surge of grief. He sat down heavily on the sand, burying his face in his flippers. The next figure is the best, he moaned, but I cannot do it now. It always reminds me of the beautiful sea singing we used to have." The Griffin looked at Alice with an expression of paternal resignation. "He's at it again, always crying over imaginary losses. The fact is, he was never a real turtle and never had any lessons beyond reeling and writhing." Alice, however, felt a strange, profound sympathy for the mock turtle's sorrow. Even if the memories were fabricated, the grief was real. She decided to offer a small cultural exchange, hoping to distract him from his tears. "Perhaps if I recited something to you," Alice suggested gently, "that might cheer you up. I know a very nice poem about a fish." The mock turtle looked up, his tear-filled eyes wide with interest. "A poem? Yes, please, tell us something about your own strange country." Alice composed herself. She intended to recite a well-known didactic poem by Isaac Watts, teased the voice of the sluggard. I heard him complain. But, as had happened before in Wonderland, the words that emerged from her mouth were warped and transformed into a mocking parody. She began confidently. "It is the voice of the lobster," I heard him declare. "You have baked me too brown, I must sugar my hair. As a duck with its eyelids, so he with his nose. He trims his belt and his buttons and turns out his toes." Alice stopped abruptly, horrified by the linguistic betrayal. The poem, which was supposed to be a moral lesson on sloth and diligence, had transformed into a piece of utter, baffling nonsense about a vain, sugar-coated lobster. The shift was not just linguistic. It was an act of poetic rebellion by Wonderland itself, refusing to accept the rigid structure of the world Alice came from. The two creatures, however, were entirely delighted. "That is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard," the mock turtle declared, dabbing his eyes again. "It has such a mournful, profound sound to it." "Yes," the Griffin agreed, nodding his massive head. "And what does the moral of that poem mean?" Alice, completely defeated by the poem's illogical content, could only reply honestly. "I'm afraid I don't know. It doesn't seem to have a moral." "The poem without a moral is a waste of time," the mock turtle lamented, falling instantly back into his customary melancholy. "Everything should have a moral. Even the simplest act of casting off with your lobster has a moral lesson about letting go of what you hold too tightly." Alice, fearing another descent into tears, quickly changed the subject back to the dance. "You said you used to sing beautifully at the school." "Oh yes," the mock turtle brightened slightly, remembering his golden, fictional past. "We used to sing a song about turtle soup." "What a wonderful name for a song!" Alice exclaimed, forcing enthusiasm. The mock turtle cleared his throat and began to sing, his voice a low, tremulous, and surprisingly effective baritone that resonated with profound, self-pitying tragedy. The song was a haunting, extended lament for a life that was both desirable and doomed, the life of the mock turtle, a creature that existed only as a culinary footnote. The words were, "A beautiful soup, so rich and green. Waiting in a hot tureen, who for such dainties would not stoop? A soup of the evening, beautiful soup, soup of the evening, beautiful soup, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, soup of the evening, beautiful soup." As he sang, the mock turtle's tears flowed freely, not in sorrow this time, but in a strange, joyful exaltation of his own misery. He was celebrating his existence as a culinary parody. The Griffin listened with an expression of quiet pride, tapping his lion's paw to the mournful rhythm. The performance, however, was suddenly and violently interrupted. A loud, frantic sound, distant but rapidly approaching, cut through the melancholy song. It was the sound of a trumpet, followed by the frantic drumming that Alice recognized as the herald announcing a royal decree. The mock turtle instantly stopped singing, his voice cracking mid-note. The Griffin lifted its head, its golden eyes instantly sharp and alert. "The trial," the Griffin exclaimed, leaping to its feet. "The trial is beginning." Alice felt a sudden surge of adrenaline mixed with dread. The casual cruelty of the Queen's threats, which the Griffin had dismissed, was now being put into official, legal motion. This was not the senseless rage of the croquet ground, this was the formal theater of injustice. "What trial?" Alice asked, her voice tight. "What is being tried?" "The Knave of Hearts," the Griffin explained, its voice heavy with significance. "He is accused of stealing the Queen's tarts. Come on, we must hurry. We cannot miss the most ridiculous spectacle in all of Wonderland." The Griffin did not wait for Alice. It turned and bolted across the sand with surprising speed, its powerful lion legs pumping and its eagle wings spread for balance. The mock turtle, completely devastated by the interruption of his performance, could only groan. "Oh, my head! Oh, my sorrow! I can never finish the song now, and the dance, it is all lost." "Come, mock turtle, don't be a fool," the Griffin called back, already halfway to the distant, imposing structure that now loomed on the horizon, the courtroom. Alice hesitated only for a moment. She looked at the mock turtle, whose existential grief seemed suddenly less interesting than the prospect of the trial. The trial represented a final frontier in Wonderland's madness, the attempt to apply law and order to chaos. She had to see how the logic of her world would clash with the absurdity of theirs in the highest court of the land. She gave the mournful creature one last look, grabbed the pieces of the magic mushroom in her pocket to ensure she was in control of her size, and followed the Griffin. The Griffin paused only briefly to offer one final, crucial piece of advice as Alice caught up to him. "You remember what I told you, child?" the Griffin panted as they ran. "It is all pretense. The verdict is already decided. The entire court is a stage, and the Queen is merely the director of her own deadly play. Your job is not to fear, but to observe." Alice nodded, the advice sinking deep into her mind. She ran harder, the sound of the royal trumpet growing louder with every stride. She was running towards the climax of her journey, towards the ultimate confrontation with the Queen's tyrannical, yet hollow power. Chapter 15, The Unwritten Rule. The courtroom remained in utter disarray following the sudden, peppery exit of the Duchess's cook. The king, sneezing violently into a large silk handkerchief, struggled to regain control of his disintegrating authority. The queen, her face red with a combination of rage and sinus irritation, was still muttering incoherent threats of mass execution. The card guards coughed, the jury box resembled a pile of discarded slates and frightened, scrambling animals, and the air smelled intensely of black pepper. "Order, order!" the king squeaked, his voice barely audible above the residual coughing and murmuring. "The trial must proceed. We must have a verdict. We are wasting time." The White Rabbit, who had miraculously avoided the worst of the pepper cloud, quickly darted to the king's side, nervously fanning the air. He unrolled the huge parchment scroll again, his nose twitching with fresh anxiety. "Your Majesty," the White Rabbit announced, his voice trembling but professional, "there is one more piece of evidence to be examined before we can move to the verdict." "What is it?" the king demanded, adjusting his crown which had slipped over one eye. "Some dreadful new pastry, more pepper." "No, Your Majesty," the rabbit whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. "A letter, a poem to be exact. It was recently found upon the prisoner." This sudden appearance of a final, dramatic piece of evidence, a poem which by Wonderland's standards was guaranteed to be utterly nonsensical, immediately captivated the court. The Knave of Hearts, the subject of the incriminating poetry, looked utterly bewildered. The king seized upon the document with the eagerness of a man desperate for a script to follow. He struggled to read the document through his spectacles, turning it upside down and sideways several times before realizing the text was nearly illegible. "Read it, Rabbit," the king commanded, pushing the scroll at the herald. The White Rabbit, always eager to perform his duties, cleared his throat and began to read the poem in a loud, clear, yet slightly nervous voice. It was written in the Knave's own handwriting, and it purported to be a letter to an unnamed recipient. "They told me you had been to her, and mentioned me to him. She gave me a good character, but said I could not swim. He thanked the Duchess often for bringing me up to speed, and added with a yawn that he would neither hear nor heed." The poem continued for several more stanzas, involving pronouns, ambiguous actions, and utterly baffling conclusions. The entire court listened with strained intensity, each creature desperately trying to assign a logical meaning to the relentless parade of he, she, them, and it. Alice, who had listened intently, could not contain her professional assessment of the text. "Why, it's just a set of bad rhymes," she thought with scorn. "It proves absolutely nothing. It's pure nonsense." The king, meanwhile, was beaming with misplaced confidence. He felt that the poem, though obscure, provided exactly the kind of vague, circumstantial complexity needed to justify the predetermined conclusion. "The most important piece of evidence," the king declared triumphantly, pointing at the Knave. "It is clear, the poem is a full confession." The Knave, who had listened with the same confusion as everyone else, finally found his voice. "A confession of what, Your Majesty? I don't know what they're talking about." "Of course you don't," the king replied dismissively. "It's a secret confession. The fact that you don't understand it simply means the evidence is too subtle for your criminal mind." Alice, observing the final, crucial step of this judicial farce, the manufacturing of guilt from sheer nonsense, felt a profound wave of indignation. The Griffin's advice about the Queen's threats being mere pretense was true, but the King's attempt to use logic and law to sanctify injustice was the true, dangerous madness of the court. She realized that her role as a silent observer had ended. She was too tall, too clear-headed, and too ethically outraged to stay quiet. She stepped forward and spoke, her voice ringing out across the stunned courtroom. "It proves nothing of the sort," Alice declared firmly. "Why, if there's no meaning in it, that saves a world of trouble, you know, as we needn't try to find any." The entire court turned to look at Alice. Her voice, confident and utterly dismissive of the king's authority, was an anomaly. The king's spectacles almost fell off his nose as he stared at her. He was suddenly and acutely aware of Alice's presence, a presence that had been growing steadily throughout the proceedings. "If there's no meaning in it," the king stuttered, struggling to maintain his judicial composure, "that saves a world of trouble. The verdict is guilty and then sentence." "No," Alice interrupted, stepping even closer. "If it has no meaning, you can't build a case on it, it's nonsense. You may as well try to prove that I am a piece of cheese." The king, thoroughly flustered and angered by this open challenge, attempted to reassert his authority. He pounded his gavel so hard that several jurors were thrown from the box. "Silence," the king commanded. "Rule 42, I believe, all persons more than a mile high must leave the court." Alice could not help but laugh. The absurdity of the rule, applied arbitrarily and instantly created to silence her, was too much. She was not a mile high, she was only a head taller than the king, but she was growing fast, thanks to the small fragments of the mushroom she had instinctively chewed during the cook's pepper assault. "I am not a mile high," Alice stated with calm superiority. "And besides, that's not a rule, you just made it up." "It's the oldest rule in the book," the king insisted weakly. "Then it ought to be number 1, Alice retorted, her logic shining a harsh, uncomfortable light on the court's arbitrary system. "And nobody knew about it until you mentioned it just now. You are trying to silence me because I speak the truth." The queen, having finally cleared the pepper from her throat, rose from her throne, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. She had tolerated the chaos of the hatter and the cook, but Alice's rational resistance was a step too far. She is growing," the queen shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Alice. "She is defying the court. She is an enemy of the crown." Alice was growing. The mushroom fragment was taking effect with speed and power she had not anticipated. Her height increased rapidly, and she began to tower over the court, looking down upon the king and queen as if they were nothing more than a pair of petulant, tiny chess pieces. "Off with her head!" the queen roared, her voice echoing the terrifying, empty threat. Alice looked down at the queen, who, from her perspective, was now a tiny, ridiculously overdressed playing card attempting to threaten a mountain. The fear that had held Alice captive throughout Wonderland finally evaporated. "Nonsense," Alice scoffed, her voice booming like thunder in the hall. "You're nothing but a pack of cards." The words were spoken with such force, such absolute clarity, that the entire theatrical structure of Wonderland instantly shattered. The pretense ended. The card guards, the jurors, the king, and the queen suddenly lost their three-dimensional form. They all rose into the air as one vast, swirling, violent deck of cards fluttering down upon Alice. The last thing Alice saw was the Queen of Hearts' enraged, painted face rushing towards her in a storm of red, black, and white. It was an assault of pure, furious paper. Alice cried out, not in pain, but in sheer shock and confusion as the world around her turned into a frenzy of flying geometry. The cards enveloped her, smothering her vision, their hard, flat edges striking her face and arms. She fought back, waving her arms wildly to fend off the sudden, overwhelming attack. Her enormous hand swept through the torrent of flying cards, striking them away in powerful, dismissive gestures. She was a giant waking up from a dream, violently shaking off the remnants of the strange, chaotic, yet ultimately fragile world that had bound her. And then, with one final, violent effort, Alice found herself lying on her back, the scent of fresh grass in her nose, and the sound of a familiar, soft voice in her ears. The world was bright, green, and wonderfully real. Chapter 16, The Simple, Loving Heart. Alice stirred, her eyes blinking rapidly against the sudden, familiar brightness of the afternoon sun. The violence of the cards, the rush of painted paper and geometric fury, was replaced by the gentle scent of freshly cut hay and the cool touch of soft grass beneath her cheek. The booming echo of her own voice, declaring the queen and her court to be nothing but a pack of cards, faded into the soft, rhythmic murmur of the river. She was lying on the bank, her head resting comfortably on her sister's lap, exactly where she had been before the white rabbit's fateful appearance. Her sister, a figure of serene and adult composure, gently brushed a stray curl of hair from Alice's forehead. Her voice was calm, steady, and wonderfully devoid of any reference to logic-defying growth, pepper-throwing cooks, or arbitrary rules of court. "Wake up, dear," her sister murmured, leaning down. "You've had a very long sleep, haven't you?" Alice sat up instantly, a rush of blood to her head. The shift from the hypersaturated, illogical reality of Wonderland to the muted, predictable reality of the riverbank was jarring. She looked around, half expecting to see the white rabbit rushing past, checking his watch, or a distant mushroom where the wise blue caterpillar might be smoking. There was only the gentle flow of the Thames, the drowsy heat of the summer sun, and the familiar, mundane drone of distant church bells. "Oh, sister!" Alice exclaimed, her voice still slightly breathless, her heart still pounding with the adrenaline of the final confrontation. "I've had such a curious dream. The most wonderful, horrible, and nonsensical dream that ever was." Her sister smiled, pulling Alice close for a comforting embrace. "Tell me all about it, then. I was almost dozing myself." Alice began to recount her adventures. But the moment she tried to translate the chaotic brilliance of Wonderland into the rigid language of the real world, the narrative began to dissolve into frustrating fragments. She started with the white rabbit and the frantic chase down the hole, but struggled to explain why a talking rabbit wearing a waistcoat was so important. She moved on to the pool of tears, explaining her shrinking and growing, but the psychological terror of being too large or too small lost its potency when recounted in the calm afternoon air. "And then," Alice continued, her eyes wide, trying to capture the sheer absurdity of the encounter, "I talked to a caterpillar that was sitting on a mushroom, smoking a hookah, and he was very rude. And then I changed my size again and met the Duchess and her baby that turned into a pig." Her sister nodded slowly, trying to follow the disjointed narrative, a look of indulgent amusement on her face. "And then the Cheshire cat, "Oh, sister, it was wonderful. It vanished and reappeared, leaving only its grin behind. And they had a mad tea party where it was always 6 o'clock, and they put the dormouse in the teapot." Alice recounted the Queen's rage, the croquet ground with the hedgehogs and flamingos, the melancholic mock turtle singing about soup, and finally the ridiculous, corrupt trial of the Knave of Hearts. She vividly described her towering defiance, the king's pathetic Rule 42, and the moment she declared them all to be nothing but a pack of cards. As Alice spoke, her sister listened not merely to the plot, but to the cadence of imagination. She recognized the characters not as creatures of an external world, but as intensified, exaggerated reflections of the people and concepts Alice had encountered in her waking life. The Queen of Hearts was the embodiment of all adult tyrannical authority, the harsh governess, the unreasonable parent, the arbitrary nature of rules that often seemed to exist solely for the sake of punishment. The Mad Hatter and the March Hare were the ultimate expression of the frustration Alice felt when adults refused to be logical or follow sensible rules of conversation and etiquette. Their perpetual tea party was a metaphor for the unending, unproductive social rituals she often found tedious. The mock turtle represented the sentimental, self-pitying adult, someone who dwells obsessively on a past that was likely never as good as they remember it, a type of dramatic melancholy that Alice often observed but could not understand. The sister saw that Wonderland was a laboratory of the mind, a place where Alice processed her anxieties about identity, authority, and scale. Every time Alice changed size, she was struggling with the question of who she was in relation to the world, too small to matter, too large to fit. When Alice finally finished her breathless recounting, she sighed, a small, satisfied sound as if the telling itself had purged the strangeness from her system. "Wasn't it all extraordinary, sister?" Alice asked, leaning back against her again. "I shall never forget it. I hope it wasn't wicked to dream such things." Her sister gently kissed the top of Alice's head. "It was not wicked, my dear. It was just an extraordinary dream, and I think it says much about the powerful imagination you have." The sister closed her own eyes, resting her head on her hand, and began to muse, not aloud to Alice, but deep within the quiet, philosophical space of her own mind. She began to drift into her own quiet fantasy, weaving the threads of Alice's dream with her own adult wisdom. She saw the familiar objects of the riverbank, the fluttering leaves, the rustle of reeds, and began to picture the strange, vivid creatures that Alice had invented. She imagined the white rabbit, perhaps not rushing to a queen, but to a tiresome engagement with a busy, clock-bound world. She pictured the griffin and the mock turtle as philosophical opposites, one representing blunt, unquestioning action, the other endless, useless contemplation. She then imagined Alice herself, grown into a woman, Alice 20 years from now. The sister contemplated the nature of memory and imagination. She knew that childhood dreams often fade, replaced by the harsher realities of adult life, responsibilities, duties, and the endless necessity of logic. But she passionately hoped that Alice would carry the spirit of Wonderland within her. She pictured her future Alice, a woman who would gather other children around her knee just as she herself was doing now. And she would tell them these very tales not as true events but as wonderful fables of logic turned upside down. And as the future Alice spun these extraordinary narratives, the sister hoped she would keep, locked deep within her heart, the simple, loving heart of her own childhood. This simple heart was the foundation of Alice's moral compass, the quiet core that allowed her to see injustice for what it was, whether it was the arbitrary cruelty of the queen or the senseless rage of the cook. The sister pictured this adult Alice retaining the ability to sympathize with the tiny, the marginalized, and the absurd, to weep for a frightened mouse, to argue logic with a bombastic king, and to scorn the empty threats of a tyrant. And most importantly, the sister imagined Alice keeping the capacity to vividly and instantly recall the details of that long, strange summer afternoon, the golden light, the soft grass, the sound of her sister's voice, and the curious, wonderful dream of Wonderland that began it all. The sister smiled to herself, a quiet, peaceful smile. She saw that the true meaning of the journey was not the chaos Alice faced, but the rational defiance she learned. Alice had mastered the tools of growth and shrinking, only to use that mastery to ultimately destroy the system that governed it. She hugged Alice tighter, the vision of the future Alice, dispensing her memories like treasured gifts, comforting and inspiring her. The dream was over, but the legacy of the dream had just begun. Chapter 17, The Lingering Logic of the Dream. The transition from the intense, kaleidoscopic chaos of Wonderland back to the placid, predictable reality of the riverbank was not instantaneous for Alice. As her sister's gentle voice and the sound of the nearby church bells pulled her back, she retained an unnerving sense of scale dislocation. She instinctively checked her hands, half expecting to see them either tiny enough to fit into a doll's glove or large enough to sweep away a deck of cards. As she got to her feet, brushing the clinging remnants of dried grass and soil from her dress, and glanced nervously towards the river. "Sister," Alice began, her voice still husky from the recent emotional upheaval, "is this water salt water? And is the river still flowing downriver, or has it perhaps started running backward since I fell asleep?" Her sister looked at her with the gentle, knowing patience of an adult who understands the lingering effects of a powerful fever dream. "It's the Thames, dear Alice, fresh water flowing to the sea just as it always has. You were dreaming of the Pool of Tears, perhaps." "Oh, the Pool of Tears," Alice murmured, the name conjuring the immense, briny sorrow she had generated when she was 9 feet high. "Oh, it was so salty, and the creatures in it, oh, the mouse was furious with me. I kept mentioning cats and dogs, and I only knew that one French phrase, you see, and it made him quite sick." The absurdity of her encounters, which had seemed terrifyingly real just moments before, now felt thin and fragile, like spun sugar melting in the sun. Yet a core part of Alice's mind still operated on the logic of the dream. She frowned, examining the relative size of the nearby trees. "I do hope I'm the right size now," she mused aloud, taking a step back from a particularly large oak. "It's so confusing. If you are too small, everyone is rude and you are utterly powerless. If you are too large, you are just a nuisance, hitting your head on the ceiling, and the king makes up rules just to get rid of you. Do you know, sister, he tried to enforce Rule 42 on me." And what precisely is Rule 42, my dear? Her sister asked, beginning the slow walk back towards their home, allowing Alice to set the pace. All persons more than a mile high must leave the court, Alice recited with theatrical indignation. And when I pointed out that he'd just invented it, he called it the oldest rule in the book. It's all a pretense, sister, all of it. They pretend to have rules, but the only real rule is the Queen's temper. The sister smiled, pleased with the sharpness of Alice's analysis. The dream had been a confusing journey, but the core lesson, the deconstruction of arbitrary authority, had clearly been absorbed. As they walked through the tall, familiar meadow grass, Alice's mind continued to wrestle with the integration of the two realities. She found herself trying to apply the logic of Wonderland to mundane situations. When a large, brightly colored beetle crawled across her path, Alice immediately stepped back, her mind flashing to the caterpillar and its brusque, philosophical rudeness. I mustn't offend it, she thought. It might ask me who I am, and I might get the answer wrong again. And I definitely shouldn't mention the subject of transformation or metamorphosis to an insect. She stopped, watching the beetle crawl away towards a patch of towering dandelions. I wonder, she asked her sister, if that beetle has any advice for me on eating one side of a flower or the other. I still have the feeling I could shrink again if I chew too fast. Her sister paused, taking Alice's hands gently. Alice, dear, you are perfectly normal and you are not going to shrink or grow. That was the dream, it's over now. But is it? Alice insisted, lowering her voice conspiratorially. The Cheshire cat told me we are all mad here. And I saw things happen that defy every lesson governess ever taught me about gravity and propriety. If I was 9 feet high, sister, then all of this, she gestured vaguely at the world around her, might be just as mad, only we are accustomed to its madness. The sister did not dismiss the thought. She understood the profound philosophical challenge the dream presented. How do we distinguish between the normal and the necessary? In Wonderland, the necessary was merely the Queen's latest whim. In their world, the necessary was Newton's law and social decorum. To a child, both systems could feel equally arbitrary. That evening, the lingering logic of the dream became almost a domestic inconvenience. At dinner, Alice found herself staring intently at a small tureen of soup. She felt an overwhelming, sudden sympathy for the mock turtle, imagining him, once again, weeping mournfully over the origin of his ingredients. She refused to eat any, much to the confusion of the cook. I just can't cook, Alice explained earnestly. It might be the best soup in the world, but it would feel wrong, it's too melancholic. Later, during her evening lessons, Alice's attention strayed entirely from the geography book. She stared at a map of England, tracing the route of the Thames. She wondered if her pool of tears would have its own geographical designation now, perhaps the Alice Sea or the Inland Sea of Self-Pity. She felt a strange, proprietary connection to the river now, having contributed so significantly to its volume, even if only in a dream. The most poignant lingering effect, however, was her newfound, fierce sense of justice. The next morning, Alice found her sister struggling with their grumpy old gardener, who was insisting on trimming a rose bush in a particularly harsh, diagonal manner that Alice deemed aesthetically unsound. The gardener was rude and dismissive of the sister's polite objections. Alice marched over immediately, her tiny fists balled up, and she addressed the man with the booming confidence she had adopted when facing the Queen. "Sir," she announced, her voice ringing with the clarity of a freshly educated mind, "you are clearly acting upon a principle that is both illogical and ill-tempered. Your methods are merely the theatrical performance of a predetermined conclusion. I demand to know your motive, and if you cannot state it clearly, then I suggest your rule is no better than Rule 42. The gardener, a man unused to being addressed with such ferocious philosophical and judicial intensity by a 10-year-old girl, simply dropped his shears and stared. The sister, stifling a laugh, had to intervene to smooth over the confrontation. As the day wore on, the sister realized the dream had not simply been a flight of fancy, it had been a training exercise. Alice had emerged from the looking-glass of her own mind not merely imaginative, but fundamentally stronger and more grounded in her own ethical convictions. Later that afternoon, the sister found Alice in the drawing room, gazing intently at the mantelpiece clock. "What is it, dear?" the sister asked. Alice pointed to the clock face. "Sister, it is precisely 4:30. But I was just wondering, do you think it is truly 4:30 here? Or is it possible that somewhere, perhaps in a garden shed or behind a large thistle, it is still perpetually 6 o'clock? Alice was referring, of course, to the mad tea party. The sister followed her gaze to the clock, and for one fleeting, terrifying moment she thought she saw the minute hand flick backward by a millisecond. She shook her head, dismissing the optical illusion. "Time, Alice," the sister said, her voice soft but firm, "is always what we believe it to be. Here it is 4:30, always." Alice sighed, her eyes still narrowed in doubt. She walked away but then stopped and looked back at the clock. Lying beneath the clock, nestled against the ornate brass base, was a small white lace-edged fan. It was exquisite, made of mother-of-pearl. It was a fan Alice had never seen before, and it looked terribly out of place on the sober wooden mantelpiece. Alice approached it cautiously. She picked it up, noting its cool, delicate weight. It felt exactly like the fan she had used to shrink herself by the pool of tears. "Where did this come from, sister?" Alice asked, her voice barely a whisper. The sister looked at the fan, her composure momentarily cracking. She had been sitting there all afternoon. That fan had not been there before. It was a beautiful, impossible object, and it carried the faint, inexplicable scent of salt water and tobacco smoke. The dream was over, but something undeniably had been left behind. Chapter 18, The Reality of the Artifacts. The small, lace-edged fan lay nestled against the cold brass of the mantelpiece clock, an impossible object in the ordered, predictable setting of the drawing room. Its appearance was the final, devastating blow to the sister's rational composure. She had successfully navigated Alice's account of the dream, carefully framing it as an elaborate psychological allegory. But one cannot argue allegory with a physical artifact that smells faintly of salt water and tobacco smoke. Alice held the fan, her small fingers tracing the delicate mother-of-pearl ribs. "Oh, it is the one, sister, the one that made me shrink by the pool of tears. See the lace, it's exactly the same." The sister approached cautiously, examining the fan as if it might, at any moment, vanish or perhaps inflate her to ceiling height. She was a woman of logic, lessons, and established scientific principles. Objects did not simply materialize in sealed drawing rooms, nor did they carry the atmospheric scent of non-existent inland seas. "Alice, dear," the sister began, her voice strained by the effort to sound calm, "perhaps it was simply left here by a guest. Perhaps Mrs. Reynolds brought it yesterday. It is a very common design after all." Alice, however, was no longer willing to accept the convenient narrative of reality. Her recent journey had armed her with a powerful skepticism towards simple explanations. "Mrs. Reynolds does not carry fans, sister. She carries a small, sturdy umbrella even when the sun is shining in case of a philosophical downpour," Alice stated firmly, mimicking their governess's serious tone. "And besides, look at the scent. It smells of wet, not wet from the rain, but tears. My tears, sister, I remember the moment I dropped it." The sister picked up the fan, inhaling cautiously. The scent was unmistakable, a peculiar mix of dried salt, the sharp, slightly earthy smell of wet clay, and indeed a faint, sweet overlay of cheap, pungent pipe tobacco, a scent she associated, quite inexplicably, with the caterpillar. Her hands trembled slightly as she placed the fan back down. "It is a curiosity," she conceded, retreating to the nearest chair. Her mind, trained in law and literature, began a frantic search for precedents. Spontaneous generation, poltergeist activity, sleepwalking transference. Alice, meanwhile, had begun an energetic search of the area beneath the clock. "If the fan is here, sister, then perhaps the white rabbit's watch is here too, or perhaps the bottle. Oh, if I could only find the bottle again, I could grow up to your height, and we could finally reach that top shelf with the unread novels." As Alice knelt, peering into the shadows beneath the mantelpiece, the sister glanced at the clock face again. It was still showing 4:30. But as she watched, the minute hand performed a tiny, spasmodic jump backwards, settling at 4:29 and 58 seconds. It was too small a movement for Alice to notice, but for the sister it was a terrifying violation of Newtonian physics and the very foundation of predictable time. She felt a cold dread settle in her stomach, the kind of dread that suggests the universal order is not merely skewed, but entirely optional. "The Mad Hatter's rule," she thought, her hands gripping the chair arms, "perpetual 6 o'clock. If time is indeed optional, then what else is?" "Alice, come here for a moment," the sister said, her voice unusually quiet. "Look at the clock. Do you notice anything peculiar about the mechanism?" Alice stood up, frowning at the clock face. "It's very clean." "It's too polished. It looks like it's expecting a guest who might be late." "No, look at the hands," the sister urged. Alice leaned closer, then shook her head. "No, it's just showing 4:30. Wide." The sister realized the anomaly was too subtle for a casual observer, or perhaps too subtle for a mind that hadn't just spent 12 hours in a realm where time was meaningless. "Never mind," she sighed, dismissing the jumpy minute hand as an overactive imagination coupled with exhaustion. "Let's continue our search. We must find a logical explanation for this fan." Alice, convinced her sister needed empirical proof, returned to her search. She pushed aside a small stack of discarded pamphlets and cried out in triumph. "I knew it! Look, sister, look what I found!" She held up a small, round object. It was a pocket watch, but unlike any functional timepiece the sister had ever seen. The watch case was slightly dented and sticky. It had once been silver but was now dull and marked with dark, mysterious stains. It was not ticking. The sister took the watch, her fingers recoiling slightly from the greasy texture of the metal. She turned it over and her breath hitched. The front face was not glass but a thin, dried layer of what looked suspiciously like butter. The hands were broken and stuck together at a nonsensical time, perhaps 11:59 and 30 seconds. She carefully pried open the back of the case. Inside, nestled amongst the useless gears, were not coiled springs but tiny, dried tea leaves. The gears themselves were clogged with what looked, felt, and smelled exactly like butter. The White Rabbit's frantic lament about his ruined watch, the one the Mad Hatter had tried to repair by lubricating it with butter, flashed through Alice's mind. "It's the Hatter's fault," Alice whispered, her eyes wide with conviction. "He ruined it with too much butter, and he tried to put it in the soup." This was no longer a curious object left by a mysterious guest. This was an artifact of impossibility, a physical piece of evidence that directly confirmed the most nonsensical detail of Alice's dream. The sister felt the solid ground of her reality begin to shift violently beneath her feet. She set the watch down gently, as if it were a fragile, ticking bomb of insanity. She walked over to the window, needing to ground herself with the sight of familiar trees and the predictable symmetry of their garden. "Alice," she said, facing the window and speaking to her reflection rather than her sister, "we must be calm. Dreams can be very powerful. Sometimes, when one is very tired, the mind creates what we call post-hypnotic suggestion." She tried to rationalize the artifacts. The fan was real, but its scent was a psychological trick. The watch was a child's broken toy, perhaps a discarded item from a fair, which Alice had somehow associated with her dream. The grease was just ordinary corrosion. The tea leaves, well, the tea leaves were a problem. Alice, however, had already moved on to a new line of inquiry, one that was far more unnerving than physical objects. "Sister," Alice called, moving to the main door. "I need to check the door lock. I need to know if I can still fit through it." "Of course you can fit through it, Alice. You are a girl and that is a door," the sister replied, trying to inject normalcy back into the conversation. "But what if I grow, sister?" Alice insisted, testing the door frame with her shoulder. "What if I get stuck again? And what if the house remembers me being 9 feet tall? Houses have memories, you know, especially houses in dreams." The sister knew she couldn't dismiss this fear. Alice's traumatic experience of being trapped, of having her physical self at war with her environment, was the central terror of the dream. They walked out into the garden. The air was cool and crisp, a welcome change from the stuffiness of the house. Alice immediately ran towards the largest, most established rose bush, the same one the grumpy gardener had been so intent on pruning. Alice stared at the bush. Most of the roses were healthy and thriving, but at the base of the bush, where the earth was soft and dark, there was a patch of ground that was strangely disturbed. It looked as if something large and heavy had recently been pressed into the soil, like a massive boot print that had been slightly smoothed over. Alice knelt, tracing the outline with her finger. "This is where I fell," she whispered, her voice filled with quiet awe. "When the ceiling pressed down on me, I remember my boot pressing right here. I remember the pain in my neck." The sister stood over her, looking at the depression in the soil. It was too large to be an animal, too uneven to be a tool. It looked exactly like the imprint of a cramped, enormous foot. She looked up at the rose bush, its branches thick and green. She then looked at the watch in her hand, the tea leaves mocking her scientific training. The boundary between reality and dream had dissolved not in Alice's mind, but on the very floor of her home. The sister sank slowly onto the grass beside Alice, accepting the impossible truth with a weary resignation. "Perhaps," the sister whispered, her gaze distant, "perhaps time is always 6 o'clock somewhere, Alice, and perhaps we were never meant to leave that rabbit hole entirely. Perhaps some small part of Wonderland simply followed us back." This acceptance, the sister, the pillar of logic, admitting the existence of the illogical, was the moment the full implication of Alice's adventure settled upon them both. Wonderland was not a mental state, it was a place that could leave behind physical evidence. Alice smiled, a wide, relieved smile. She hadn't been mad, she had been right. Chapter 19, The Sister's Burden of Belief. The discovery of the buttered watch and the salt-scented fan fractured the sister's reality with the precision of a glass hammer. It was one thing to indulge a child's imagination. It was quite another to hold the physical residue of that imagination, a piece of time that had failed to function and an instrument of spontaneous physical alteration. The sister, whose identity was rooted in the predictable laws of Victorian society, felt a terrifying philosophical vertigo. She stood frozen in the drawing room, the white rabbit's watch lying on the polished mahogany like a grotesque small accusation. Alice, conversely, was radiating a quiet, profound sense of vindication. "You see, sister?" Alice's voice was soft, devoid of triumph, but imbued with the conviction of someone whose impossible truth has finally been affirmed. It was all real. The butter, the tea leaves, the rudeness, it all happened. The sister closed her eyes, trying to impose order on the chaos. A dream cannot leave behind solid matter. This was the bedrock of her education. If this principle failed, then the entire structure of the world, Newton, gravity, time, was arbitrary. She was no longer dealing with a psychological curiosity, she was facing a metaphysical invasion. Her first panicked instinct was to contain the evidence. The artifacts were pollutants, contagious with the disease of the illogical. She snatched up the watch, recoiling from the sticky butter and dried tea residue. She tried to wipe it clean with a silk handkerchief, but the butter had the peculiar resilience of rendered time. It merely smeared, adhering stubbornly to the metal and the tiny, broken hands. She picked up the fan next. It was cool and clean, its mother-of-pearl gleaming, but the scent of brine and tobacco smoke clung to it with supernatural tenacity. She put it near the open window, hoping the garden air would dispel the otherworldly odor. It did not. The garden air instead seemed to absorb the scent and return it amplified, hinting at the vast, salty sorrow that lay somewhere just beyond their hedge. "I must put these away, Alice," the sister declared, attempting to sound authoritative. "They are too valuable to leave lying around. I will lock them in the mahogany cabinet. We must not touch them again." Alice watched her with the calm, disconcerting detachment of a seasoned traveler observing a novice's overreaction to luggage. "But sister," Alice said simply, "if they appeared out of nowhere, surely locking them away won't stop them from appearing somewhere else, or perhaps changing their size." The sister paused, her hand hovering over the cabinet lock. Alice's logic, the twisted, recursive logic of Wonderland, was now undeniably the most rational analysis of the situation. If objects could materialize, they could dematerialize. If scale was optional, then a locked box was merely a momentary inconvenience to a buttered watch. She decided on a different course: documentation. If she could not contain the chaos, she would catalog it. She retrieved a leather-bound diary, originally intended for recording mundane weather observations and gardening expenses, and a sharp fountain pen. She would apply the rigorous discipline of science to the fantastical. She titled the first entry, "Empirical Observations Regarding the Transference of Nonsense from the Subject's One-erogenic State to the Empirical Plane." She meticulously sketched the fan, noting its dimensions and the exact shade of the mother-of-pearl. She recorded the bazaar scent profile. Next, she dedicated an entire page to the watch, detailing the consistency of the butter, the composition of the tea leaf gears, and the impossibility of the time display. As she wrote, the act of precise, detailed description provided a fragile bulwark against her mounting panic. "I am a rational person recording irrational events," she told herself. "I am observing the breakdown, not participating in it." But the artifacts began their subtle campaign of resistance. When she tried to measure the diameter of the watch, the ruler's markings seemed to waver, the inch and centimeter lines momentarily blurring, as if the measurement scale itself was hesitant to commit. When she placed the watch under a magnifying glass, the tiny tea leaves within seemed to writhe, suggesting residual kinetic energy. The following day, the artifacts continued their silent, psychological warfare. The sister noticed minor, recurring anomalies that only she, the meticulous observer, could perceive. While arranging flowers, she saw a cluster of purple irises momentarily flash red before snapping back to their original hue. While reading a dense philosophical treatise, she reached for a biscuit and found that the entire tin, which had contained shortbread, was now filled exclusively with marzipan, a confection Alice loathed and which their cook never made. These were not grand, obvious impossibilities, but subtle, insidious frayings at the edges of reality. It was as if the fabric of the world, having been stretched by Alice's dream, was now permanently thinner, allowing fleeting glimpses of the underlying madness. She found herself checking her reflection constantly, terrified of a spontaneous physical change. She examined her cheekbones, fearful that her head might suddenly detach and begin floating away, leaving only a disconcerting, self-satisfied grin. The sister realized that her logical mind was now a liability. It was Alice, the dreamer, who was stable. "Sister," Alice asked later, finding her standing rigidly by the mantelpiece, staring at the clock, which now read 4:28:59, "why are you looking at it so fiercely?" "I am waiting for it to strike the hour," the sister replied, her voice taut. "But you know it won't," Alice said matter-of-factly. "It will only strike the hour when it feels like it. It's a very rude clock, you see. Like the Hatters." Alice's simple acceptance of the clock's defiance of time was infinitely more comforting than the sister's desperate need for its adherence to routine. Alice had learned that in the absence of external order, you must accept internal order. The sister was still clinging to the ruin of external order. The situation escalated when the sister discovered the imprint of the enormous foot in the garden. She went out alone, armed with a measuring tape and a grim determination. The footprint, which Alice had noted the previous day, was now deeper, as if the weight of the 9-foot Alice had somehow increased after the fact. The sister measured the length of the impression, 37 inches, a boot size that belonged to no human being she knew. She knelt, running her hand over the compressed earth. She felt a profound, chilling sympathy for her sister's terror. This was not a dream. This was a moment of genuine suffering imprinted on their lawn. As she stood up, dusting the soil from her sensible skirt, she saw it. Resting on a nearby garden gnome which was positioned to look benignly over the flower beds was a tiny, intricately crafted golden key. It was barely larger than her thumbnail, exquisitely detailed, and possessed a unique, fragile elegance. It was the color of faded sunlight, the tiny golden key from the glass table. The key that had represented Alice's ultimate, unattainable goal, the key to the beautiful garden, the key to the solution of her predicament. The sight of the key, lying so casually upon the head of a ridiculous garden ornament, shattered the last remnants of the sister's denial. The fan was a trace of the escape, the watch was a relic of the madness, but the key was the invitation. It symbolized that the solution to Alice's impossible problem had also been brought back to their world. The sister picked up the key. It was cool and smooth. She felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to find a tiny, secret door in their drawing room and open it. She looked back at the house, a respectable Victorian dwelling, now an anomaly in a world that was demonstrably illogical. She realized that her fear was not that Alice was mad, but that she herself was sane in a world that had gone profoundly mad. She walked back inside, the golden key clutched in her hand. Alice was sitting quietly, reading a storybook. "Alice," the sister said, her voice resigned, her eyes filled with a new, strange mixture of terror and curiosity. I think we need to talk about what to do next. The door is still here, Alice. The rabbit hole is still open." The sister looked at the key, then at her own reflection in the window, a woman of law and order now holding the key to chaos. She knew with chilling certainty that the dream had not ended when Alice woke up. It had simply relocated. The true adventure, she realized, was only just beginning. The organized, logical adult's attempt to navigate a world governed by the volatile emotions and senseless demands of the Queen of Hearts. Chapter 20: The Search for the Secret Door. The golden key, barely larger than a thumbnail, felt impossibly heavy in the sister's hand. It was not merely metal, it was a physical anomaly, a proof of chaos. Having accepted the existence of the impossible, the sister's logical mind, far from collapsing, simply recalibrated. If the world was now governed by the rules of Wonderland, she would apply the most rigorous Victorian methodology to navigate it. "We need a plan, Alice," the sister announced, placing the fan, the watch, and the key in a small, velvet-lined box. She locked the box, knowing the lock was probably meaningless but feeling better for the gesture. We have 3 artifacts: an instrument of scale change, the fan, a measurement of time distortion, the watch, and an invitation, the key. Alice, now completely calm and confident, sat opposite her sister at the mahogany table, drawing pictures of griffins in a sketchbook. The invitation is to the beautiful garden, sister, but the key is very small. The door must be very small too. Precisely, the sister agreed. The hall of doors was the point of failure in your initial descent. The problem was scale and access. The solution is the key. Therefore, the secret door must be hidden somewhere in this house or garden, and it must be of a size that this key can open. Their search began the next morning. The sister, determined to treat the supernatural as a meticulous academic puzzle, dressed in her most sensible walking clothes and armed herself with a candle, chalk, and a small engineering ruler. The first place they searched was the drawing room itself. The sister focused on areas that defied architectural convention: blind corners, panels that didn't quite match, and any place where the eye naturally glossed over minor detail. Alice, with her recent experience in seeing the invisible, provided the crucial perspective. "It must be near the floor, sister," Alice observed, peering beneath a heavy velvet curtain. "When I was tiny, everything was near the floor. The world looked different from down there. It was all dust bunnies and the legs of furniture." They crawled along the periphery of the room, their inspection turning the respectable drawing room into a field of archaeological investigation. The sister ran her hand along the bottom edge of the wainscoting, feeling for a hidden seam or a release catch. "The logic of Wonderland is often recursive, Alice," the sister lectured, her voice muffled as she peered under a large armchair. "If the artifacts appeared here, the door may also be found where you first saw your reflection in the glass table. The glass table itself may be the doorway." They examined the glass table again. It was still a perfectly ordinary, if slightly dusty, piece of furniture. No keyhole. No release mechanism. The glass table holds the memory of the problem, but not the solution, Alice decided, tapping the smooth surface. The key must open something solid, something small and sturdy. The search led them away from the room's center to the forgotten corners. Alice, guided by an instinct honed in the dream, pointed to an old, unused coal scuttle nestled by the empty fireplace. "Look, sister," Alice whispered, pointing at the hearth. "When I fell down the rabbit hole, it was like falling down a chimney, only without the smoke. The fireplace is the logical inverse of the rabbit hole." The sister approached the dark, sooty space. It was a purely symbolic location, yet in a world where logic was arbitrary, symbol often became substance. She shone her candle into the deepest shadow. The chimney itself was too large, but nestled against the brickwork of the hearth, almost completely obscured by a loose stone, was a small flat patch of exposed mortar. She brushed away the grime and chalked a rough square around the area. With her ruler she measured the square. It was precisely 10 inches by 12 inches, the exact dimensions of the door Alice had encountered in the Hall of Doors. The sister carefully pried away the loose stone. Beneath it, carved into the mortar, was a tiny ironclad door. It was no larger than an old book, and in its center, gleaming faintly in the candlelight, was a keyhole perfectly sized for the small gold key. The silence in the drawing room was immense, broken only by the sisters' slightly ragged breathing. It was the moment of empirical proof, the ultimate confrontation between the known world and the terrifying possibilities of the unknown. Alice merely clapped her hands once, a soft, satisfied sound. I knew it. The door was here all along. You just had to be 10 inches tall to notice it. The sister's hand trembled as she retrieved the tiny gold key from the velvet box. She felt an overwhelming surge of panic and exhilaration. She was an adult, responsible for her sister, responsible for the stability of their home. To open this door was to abandon all pretense of normalcy. "Wait, Alice," the sister commanded, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hand. "We cannot open it yet, not without preparation. We must assume the rules of the other world apply. If you step through this door at your current size, what happens?" "I would get stuck, sister," Alice replied immediately. "My head would go through, but my shoulders would get stuck, just like in the White Rabbit's house. And if we open the door, and the beautiful garden is on the other side, how will you get through?" "I must shrink myself," Alice stated. "I need the fan, or perhaps the cake is still around." The sister, armed with the knowledge of scale fluctuation, realized the complexity of the challenge. The fan was a tool for shrinkage, but it was dangerously fast and uncontrollable. The drink me bottle was now gone, and the eat me cake had transformed Alice into a giant. They needed a controlled, repeatable method of size manipulation. "We must find the source of the change," the sister mused, pacing the floor. The fan was too fast, the bottle was too absolute, the mushrooms were the only reliable, consistent variable. Alice's eyes lit up. The mushroom. The one the caterpillar was sitting on. The two sides, one side to make you grow, the other to make you shrink. I must have left some pieces of it in my pocket. Alice frantically checked the pockets of her dress. Her heart sank. The pieces she had carefully carried, the remnants of her key to controlling scale, were gone, probably lost when she was swept into the pool of tears or when she was shaken by the Queen. "It's gone, sister," Alice said sadly. "I have no mushroom." The sister stopped pacing. Her scientific mind seized upon the core principle, the vegetal catalyst. "Then we must find a local analog," the sister declared, her excitement now replacing her fear. The Wonderland mushroom was merely a fungal matrix containing the proper chemical agents for expansion and contraction. "We have a garden full of flora, we must study them. We must find the English equivalent." The sister, abandoning her philosophical texts, rushed to the study and returned with thick volumes on botany and toxicology. For the next week, the drawing room, the symbolic site of the metaphysical invasion, was transformed into an amateur, highly secretive research laboratory. The sister, utterly driven, researched the properties of local fungi, herbs, and even common garden weeds. She ruled out everything poisonous, but looked for things that induced radical, albeit subtle, physiological change. Alice, meanwhile, kept vigil over the secret door, pressing her ear to the cool iron and listening for the faint sounds of the beautiful garden. a distant bird call, perhaps, or the soft laughter of an invisible creature. On the seventh day, the sister emerged from her research, her hair slightly disheveled, but her eyes bright with intense, disciplined realization. "I found it, Alice," the sister announced, holding up a small, unassuming herb. "It is not a mushroom, but its effect, according to the records, is one of the most immediate and profound. It is called tiny clover, Trifolium nanum. It is said to induce temporary, extreme muscle contraction in small doses and an equally extreme muscular relaxation in larger doses." The sister had not found the Wonderland mushroom, but she had found something more dangerous, more potent, and equally capable of warping scale, a naturally occurring English paradox. "It's our ticket, Alice," the sister said, her voice a low, thrilling mix of caution and triumph. "We will test it carefully, and then we will use it to open the door to the beautiful garden together." The true test of the sister's belief was not in accepting the magical key, but in using her own rigorous scientific knowledge to recreate the magic. Chapter 21, The Perilous Test of the Clover. The tiny clover, Trifolium nanum, lay on the drawing-room table, an unassuming sprig of green leaves that held the terrifying promise of scale manipulation. It looked utterly harmless, a common weed one might find anywhere in the meadow, yet the sisters' research had revealed its properties to be nothing short of alchemical. This was their key to size, replacing the unreliable magic of the dream with the terrifying precision of natural toxicology. The sister, whose scientific meticulousness had now fully displaced her initial fear, approached the herb with the grim seriousness of a chemist handling unstable compounds. "We must proceed with extreme caution, Alice," the sister instructed, setting up a makeshift laboratory on the table. She had procured a delicate apothecary's scale, a tiny silver mortar and pestle, and several glass vials. The principle of the Wonderland mushroom was simple, one side to grow, the other to shrink. This clover, however, is a single entity. It must be the dosage that determines the effect. Alice, who had spent the last week drawing the secret door with remarkable accuracy, nodded, wide-eyed but steady. She was ready to be the subject of the experiment. Her willingness to embrace the peril was far greater than her sister's cautious, intellectual approach. The sister theorized, small, carefully measured doses of the ground herb should induce the muscle contraction necessary for shrinkage. Larger doses or a sudden cessation might trigger the muscular relaxation leading to growth. The first subject, however, could not be Alice. The sister was not a monster. "We need a proxy, Alice," the sister declared. "Something small, living, and capable of demonstrating physiological change without significant risk." Alice suggested the cat Dinah, but the sister vetoed the idea instantly. Dinah was too large, too valuable, and far too likely to become violently distressed, thereby wrecking the laboratory and possibly the drawing room. The proxy they settled on was a small house sparrow that had been momentarily stunned by flying into the drawing room window. It was resting weakly in a wicker cage. The sister meticulously ground a minute amount of the tiny clover, no more than a fleck of dust, and mixed it into a drop of water. With a glass pipette she administered the dose to the sparrow. They waited. The clock, still reading 4:28:59, mocked their tension. The only sound was Alice's quick, shallow breathing and the distant, muffled tick of a clock somewhere far away in the hall. The sparrow fluttered once, then twice. Suddenly, with a sharp, high-pitched cheep, it began to shrink. It didn't merely get smaller, the change was visible and rapid, exactly mirroring Alice's shrinkage with the fan. The sparrow's feathers seemed to collapse inward, its delicate bones contracting until it was no larger than a large bumblebee. It still moved, but it was now too small to stand on the cage floor. It hovered nervously in the air, a tiny, buzzing terror. "It works," Alice whispered, gripping the edge of the table. "Oh, the tiny dose makes it shrink." The sister, however, looked horrified. "It's too much, it's shrinking too fast." She quickly prepared the growth dose, a much larger, almost crude concentration of the ground clover mixed with more water. With a desperate attempt at precision, she administered the larger dose to the tiny, buzzing sparrow. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The sparrow, which had been the size of a bee, exploded in size. Not in a literal sense, but its growth was so rapid and expansive that it shot back up to its normal size, then kept going. Within 3 seconds, the sparrow was the size of a pigeon, its feathers scraping violently against the top of the small cage. A moment later, it was the size of a chicken, its beak and claws tearing through the wicker bars. With a final, explosive burst, it became the size of a small turkey, its bulk entirely filling the cage and distorting the fine wire mesh. The sparrow, terrified and enraged by the ordeal, let out a massive, squawking shriek and slammed itself against the windowpane with the force of a battering ram, finally breaking free and flying off into the garden, leaving behind a plume of dust, shattered glass, and a ruined cage. Silence fell again. The drawing room was subtly altered. A ruined cage, a broken window, and the smell of fear and clover dust. The sister, pale and trembling, looked at the remaining sprig of Trifolium nanum. "The results are conclusive, Alice," the sister said, her voice strained. "The principle is sound, but the dose-response curve is far too steep. The difference between becoming 10 inches tall and becoming 9 feet tall is measured in grains of powder we can barely perceive. This is not a mushroom, it is a chemical grenade." Alice, despite the destruction, was fascinated. "But we know the directions now, small to shrink, large to grow. We just need to find the perfect middle point, sister. The dose that makes me exactly the size of the door." The sister spent the next 2 days refining the method. She abandoned the mortar and pestle for a thin-bladed surgical scalpel, carefully scraping off the finest layer of the dried herb. She started diluting the powder in larger volumes of water, attempting to create a gradual, controllable solution of scale. This period was one of quiet, intellectual terror. The sister was pushing the boundaries of safe, domestic chemistry into the realm of the dark arts, yet she was doing it with the precise, methodical documentation of a great scientist. She made a tiny scale of doses, marked out with microscopic precision on a slip of parchment. The final test had to be on Alice. There was no alternative. The differences in metabolism between a bird and a human were too great for another animal proxy to provide the necessary data. The sister prepared the shrinking solution. It was the weakest mixture she dared create, a single, barely perceptible dust grain of clover dissolved into a full tablespoon of water. She handed the spoon to Alice. "Remember, Alice," the sister cautioned, her eyes meeting Alice's. "You must take only a single sip. We must be prepared to counteract immediately if the shrinkage is too rapid. Do you understand the risk?" "I understand, sister," Alice said simply. She had already faced the trial by fire. She knew the absurdity of the danger. The true risk was not in shrinking, but in failing to shrink and being forever locked out of the garden. Alice took the spoon. The liquid tasted like freshly cut grass, faintly bitter but surprisingly clean. She took a tiny, cautious sip, barely wetting her tongue. They watched. The transformation was slow, subtle, and controllable, exactly as the sister had hoped. Alice's dress seemed to gather at her feet. Her view of the sister's face began to shift upwards. The world grew. Alice had shrunk, but only by a fraction, perhaps 4 inches. She was now roughly 4 feet tall, a size too small for most adults but far too large for the door. "Excellent!" the sister exclaimed, her voice cracking with relief. "The change is slow. We can control it." Alice, energized by the success, realized that they had found the key to repeatable magic. "Now the growth solution," Alice cried. "I need to go back to my normal size, then we will try the shrinkage again slightly more." The sister immediately prepared the growth solution, using a slightly larger dosage of the clover dust. Alice drank it. Her body pulsed with a dull internal warmth, and she felt the familiar stretching sensation. She returned to her normal height of approximately 5 feet 2 inches. Over the next few hours, they repeated the process, refining the dosage with a methodical, shared determination. In Chapter 22, Passage into the Paradox. The drawing room, once a bastion of Victorian sanity, was now their command center for entering the impossible. The vials, vial S for shrink and vial G for grow, stood side by side on the mantelpiece, miniature bottles of destiny. They had done the research, endured the perilous tests, and now all that remained was the final, irreversible commitment. The sister, despite her intellectual triumph in mastering the trifolium nanum, was profoundly nervous. She checked the secret door in the hearth one last time, running her fingers over the smooth, cold iron. The tiny golden key lay ready, glinting in the pale afternoon light filtering through the broken window pane, a permanent scar from the giant sparrow. "Alice, we must review the protocol," the sister said, her voice betraying a slight tremor. "I will administer vial S. You must shrink to precisely 10 inches. I will then immediately use the golden key to unlock the door. I will not open the door, only unlock it, and then I will administer vial G so you return to normal size." Alice frowned, slightly confused by the precision. "Why do I need to grow back immediately, sister? If I'm 10 inches, I can just open it myself and step into the garden." "No," the sister stated firmly, meeting Alice's eyes. "That is the critical point. We are entering this world together, Alice, and we must enter at our true size. The Hall of Doors, the entire structure of the descent, is designed to separate you from external support. We are not using the magic to snake in. We are using it to breach the barrier and maintain our footing as rational beings." The sister knew that if Alice entered the garden alone at 10 inches, she would instantly revert to the vulnerable, confused child of the dream. By entering at her adult height, the sister was attempting to project order and control into the heart of chaos. Alice, respecting her sister's determined, if somewhat convoluted, plan, nodded. "Very well, I will be ready." The moment arrived with a quiet, domestic intensity. Alice stood near the hearth, wearing her most comfortable yet most sensible frock. The sister held vial S. "This is it, Alice," the sister whispered. "The ultimate step from probability into paradox." Alice closed her eyes. The sister carefully tipped the contents of vial S into a clean silver thimble, a symbolic echo of the Caucus-Race prize. Alice took the dose in a single, resolute gulp. The sensation was now familiar but no less profound. It was a cold, constricting squeeze, like being pulled through a wire mesh. Alice felt the world rush away from her. The mahogany table became a distant, dark forest. Her sister's skirt grew into an enormous, dark curtain. The sister watched the gauge she had discreetly marked on the wall, a thin pencil line indicating Alice's 10-inch mark. As Alice's head reached the line, the sister called out sharply, "Stop." The shrinkage ceased instantly. Alice was perfectly 10 inches tall, standing precisely at the correct scale to access the small door. She was a miniature person, yet her mind was sharp, focused, and ready. The sister moved with practiced speed. She knelt down, the floorboards looming large beside Alice. Alice, in her small voice, directed her. "The keyhole is just here, sister." Beneath the lock, the sister inserted the golden key. It turned with a satisfying metallic click, a sound of finality that echoed throughout the vast, silent drawing room. The lock was opened. The sister immediately withdrew the key. "Phase 2, the sister announced, her voice trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the adrenaline of successful execution. As she reached for vial G, "Now, Alice, quickly grow back." Alice took the growth solution. This time the sensation was a glorious, powerful release. She felt herself stretching, expanding, rising like dough in a warm oven. The drawing room rushed back to its proper perspective. The sister's face, which had been a towering giant looming above her, returned to its familiar height. Alice was back to her normal size. The door, now unlocked, was once again unreachable, tucked away near the floor of the hearth. The sister smiled, a genuine, relieved, triumphant smile that Alice rarely saw. "Excellent work, Alice. We achieved the necessary scale transition without crisis." But now came the final, terrifying action, opening the door. "We must use the key again," the sister declared, holding the small gold key. "But if we unlock it now, how will we, at our full size, get down to it to open it?" Alice, who had spent hours contemplating this paradox, offered the only logical solution in Wonderland logic. "The door is small because it is only supposed to be opened by someone small. If we open it while we are large, the magic may fail or the garden may reject us." The sister hesitated. She realized she had to trust Alice's dream logic over her own physics. The door demanded humility of scale. "We do it together, then," the sister said, her decision made. "I will shrink, unlock the door, and hold it open. You will stand ready at your full height." The moment the door is open, you must step through quickly, and then I will follow, immediately taking the growth potion." It was a terrifying, synchronized dance of magic and timing. The sister was the subject this time. She took a slow, deep breath, accepting the risk of temporary smallness. She drank vile as the effect on the adult body was more visceral. The sister experienced a profound, sudden loss of dignity. Her sensible skirt became a mountainous pile of tweed around her. Her rational mind felt compressed, her thoughts miniaturized. She felt the sudden, alarming vulnerability of being tiny. Alice watched, ready. Her sister shrank until she was only 10 inches tall, a miniature Victorian woman standing in the shadow of the colossal furniture. "The key," Alice whispered. The sister, focusing fiercely, scrambled to the door and inserted the golden key. She turned it, and the small iron door, no longer locked, yielded to her tiny pressure. She pulled the door open. A sudden, overwhelming rush of sensation erupted into the drawing room. It was not merely light and air, it was a sensory explosion. The smell of tea, roses, and brine flooded the senses. A distant, maddening sound of shrieks, laughter, and the chopping of heads drifted in. And through the small, 10-inch-high opening, Alice saw it, the beautiful garden. It was exactly as she had remembered, only impossibly brighter, the air thick with the buzzing insanity of Wonderland. The flower beds were impossibly colorful, but the pathways were populated by playing card soldiers painting roses red. It was a place of vibrant beauty and underlying imminent violence. "Alice, now!" The sister's tiny voice squeaked from the floor. Alice did not hesitate. She took a massive, determined stride. She had to step over her tiny sister, a moment of profound, unsettling reversal of roles. Alice, the child, stepped over the adult, the guardian. With one step, Alice was through the 10-inch door. The sister, heart pounding, immediately reached for her vial. She drank it, feeling the glorious, painful rush of expansion. She grew, instantly filling the small doorway with her entire body. She didn't merely step through, she forced her way through, the doorframe protesting with a crack, an adult woman violently breaching the barrier between logic and madness. They were in the beautiful garden. They were both at their normal size. They were together. They stood side by side on a checkered marble path, breathing the volatile air of Wonderland. The Queen of Hearts, surrounded by her retinue of card soldiers, stood not 20 yards away, directing a frantic gardener who had failed to paint a white rose red quickly enough. Alice and her sister had successfully invaded the dream. The journey was not a descent into the child's subconscious, but a conscious two-person expedition into the real, living paradox of Wonderland. Their adventure, grounded in science and shared commitment, was about to truly begin. Chapter 23, The Sisters' First Glimpse of Madness. The transition was violent. One moment, the sister was in the quiet, dusty familiarity of her Victorian drawing room. The next, she was standing on a path of black and white marble, breathing air thick with the smell of wet paint and suppressed hysteria. The forced, abrupt growth had left a metallic, painful echo in her temples, a brief, sharp reminder that she had just violated the fundamental laws of nature. She stood frozen, adjusting to the oppressive volatility of the light. The garden was breathtaking, not in the gentle way of an English rose garden, but in the overwhelming, hypersaturated manner of a vision. The colors were too bright, the shadows too stark, and the entire landscape seemed to vibrate with manic energy. Alice, the child of the dream, immediately found her footing. She instinctively moved forward, eager to explore the source of the distant, frantic commotion. "Look, sister," Alice whispered, pointing with the familiarity of a seasoned resident. "The card gardeners, they are painting the roses again." The sister, however, did not follow Alice immediately. She had to anchor herself. She performed a quick, involuntary inventory. She was her proper size. She was standing on solid ground. Alice was beside her. The vials, now empty and useless, were still clutched in her hand, the cold glass a small, comforting link to the world they had left behind. Her first, immediate observation was one of auditory chaos. The sounds of Wonderland were layered and illogical. The chirping of birds was interwoven with the metallic clank of armored feet, the frantic dabbing of paintbrushes, and the high-pitched, insistent shriek of a woman's voice demanding execution. Then came the visual assault. 20 yards away, near a magnificent white rose tree, stood 3 gardeners, shaped and colored precisely like the playing cards Alice had described. A 2, a 5, and a 7 of spades. They were desperately applying red paint to the white blooms. "How utterly ridiculous," the sister muttered, leaning down slightly to speak privately to Alice. "They are mere men in costume, attempting a theatrical absurdity." "They are not men in costume, sister," Alice corrected, her voice low. "They are flat, two-dimensional playing cards, and they are terrified of the Queen." The sister took a closer look, her intellectual skepticism battling the direct sensory input. Alice was right. The figures moved with a stiff, hinged awkwardness. They were paper and ink, yet they possessed mass, voice, and existential fear. The reality was not a troupe of actors, but an ontological break. Before the sister could formulate a response, the sound of trumpets shattered the moment. It was a shrill, poorly executed fanfare, announcing the most unsettling sight of the entire panorama, the royal procession. Leading the way were 10 card soldiers, all clubs, marching with stiff precision. They were followed by 10 courtiers, all diamonds, strutting with self-important vanity. Then came the royal children, 10 little things dressed in tiny hearts, skipping merrily, utterly oblivious to the underlying terror of the regime. The sister noticed the mathematical order in the parade, 10s of everything. It was a rigorous, terrifying bureaucracy built entirely on the ranks of a card deck. Even in its madness, Wonderland insisted upon a rigid, nonsensical structure. Alice pointed to a stout, severe woman walking under a crimson velvet canopy, surrounded by guards. "This was the Queen of Hearts. That is Her Majesty, sister," Alice whispered, pulling her sister behind a thick bush of blue hydrangeas, not out of fear but out of an instinct to observe before engaging. The sister studied the Queen. She was exactly as described in the dream, a woman driven by a single terrifying impulse. Her face was a permanent, furious scowl, and she brandished a small, gleaming axe, not a ceremonial object, but a tool of terror. The procession halted directly in front of the white rose tree. The Queen's eyes, burning with irrational fury, fell immediately upon the 3 spades gardeners. "Off with their heads!" the Queen shrieked, her voice thin but piercing, carrying an immense weight of capricious power. The King of Hearts, a small, nervous, utterly overshadowed man, tried to intervene with a pathetic squeak. "Consider, my dear, they were only trying to paint the roses red because they planted the wrong color." "Silence, you fool!" the Queen roared, silencing the king instantly. "I want to see blood, not botany. Off with their heads, I say." The card soldiers, perfectly accustomed to the routine, immediately rushed the three terrified gardeners. The sister witnessed the horrifying sight, three flat, paper-thin creatures being dragged away to an invisible executioner. Their fear was palpable, their cries genuine. The sister felt a cold, analytical dread seize her. This was not a nightmare, it was a tyranny of the absurd. In their world, rules were sacred. Here, the rule was the Queen's instant, violent whim. "Alice," the sister said, pulling the girl closer, her voice low and sharp, "the danger here is not simply physical, it is moral. This place is a living argument against law and order." Alice, however, was already distracted by something else. The Cheshire cat, perched on a high branch of a cypress tree, its magnificent, unsettling grin stretched from one ear to the other. The sister had heard Alice's descriptions of the cat, but seeing it in person, an animal whose form was voluntary, was a direct challenge to her grasp of biological reality. The cat winked at Alice and spoke with a low, dry chuckle that sounded like dry leaves being crushed. "Well, well, well. The dreamer returns, and this time she brought company. A sensible one, too, by the looks of her grim jawline." The sister recoiled slightly, not just from the unexpected voice, but from the realization that the cat was aware of her rational state. "You can see us?" the sister demanded, stepping out slightly from the hydrangea bush, forgetting all caution. "See you?" the cat responded, tilting its head, causing its grin to slide further up the branch. "My dear, I see far more than just your physical presence. I see the tapestry of your anxieties, the rigid structure of your logic, and the very moment that structure is about to fray." The sister attempted to apply her knowledge of the world. "You are an illusion, a trick of the light, perhaps induced by the Clover's after effects." The cat's grin widened, momentarily becoming the only visible part of the creature before the rest of its body faded in and out of existence. "An illusion, am I now? You rely too heavily on the empirical, dear lady. In this garden, what you believe is true is irrelevant. Only what the Queen decrees has any currency." The Queen, having finished her immediate sentencing, now turned her attention to the rest of the garden, her gaze sweeping over the flower beds and the confused array of courtiers. "Who are these two?" the Queen roared, pointing her axe directly at Alice and her sister. "And why are they standing on my path? Do they play? Do they know the rules?" The king quickly intervened, his fear replaced by a desperate need to avoid further bloodshed. "Your Majesty, they appear to be two lost visitors, perhaps from the land of logic, my dear. We should offer them a formal invitation to join the game." The Queen glared at them, her rage briefly curtailed by the novelty of new faces. "Very well. If they are so brave as to stand before me, they shall play my game. I will tolerate no less than perfect obedience. Do you play croquet?" she demanded, addressing the sister in a voice that brooked no dissent. The sister instinctively stepped forward, her training in social decorum taking over. She curtsied stiffly, attempting to project the formal respect required in any royal court, no matter how mad. "Yes, your majesty," the sister said, her voice clear and precise. "I have played croquet many times, although I must admit I have never played with flamingos and hedgehogs before." This statement, uttered with such cool, analytical composure, managed to stun even the queen. She blinked, momentarily confused by the sheer sanity of the response. "Flamingos and hedgehogs?" the queen repeated, her fury momentarily displaced by curiosity. "Nonsense, we play with the equipment available. Guards, bring the guests their mallets and balls, and if they miss a single hoop, off with their heads." The sister, now fully drawn into the arena of the queen's power, exchanged a significant, shared glance with Alice. They were no longer tourists, they were active participants in the queen's terrifying, arbitrary theater. Their mission had shifted from exploration to survival. Chapter 24, The Game of Living Mallets. The croquet ground was not manicured lawn, but a series of dry, dusty mounds, uneven and perpetually sloping. The hoops were not fixed arches of wire, but carved soldiers, jacks of clubs, who bent themselves double, resting on their hands and feet, rigid yet unstable. This field of play was a testament to the queen's complete disdain for predictability and fairness. The equipment was brought forth by two timid diamond pages. Alice and her sister were handed their mallets, live flamingos. The balls were live hedgehogs, curled into tight, defensive spines, but occasionally uncurling a leg or twitching their noses. The sister stared at her flamingo with horrified fascination. It was a beautiful, ridiculous bird, pink, with disproportionately long, slender legs and a perpetually confused expression. Holding it required intense concentration. The sister had to tuck its long legs under its body and try to grasp its neck at the point where it met the body. "This is not a game, Alice," the sister hissed under her breath, her jaw locked. "It is an exercise in applied chaos. The fundamental mechanics of croquet rely on immobile equipment and a fixed terrain." Alice, however, was already adapting. The memories of her dream surged forward, giving her an intuitive understanding of the environment. "You must hold its body tight, sister," Alice advised, struggling with her own reluctant flamingo. "And strike the hedgehog when it is least expecting it. The trick is timing, not force." The game began with a blast of an off-key trumpet. The players were numerous and disorganized. The queen, the king, the knave of hearts, who was supposed to be in jail, Alice recalled, and a dozen or so courtiers, all wielding their own shrieking, uncooperative flamingos. The sister, relying on Newtonian physics, attempted to hold her flamingo's neck straight and swing it like a proper mallet. The result was instantaneous failure. The flamingo, annoyed by the rigid grip, would whip its head back, making a startled, high-pitched squawk, thereby striking the sister's chin instead of the hedgehog. When she finally did manage to swing the bird, the hedgehog ball would inevitably uncurl itself, observe the incoming flamingo foot, and scuttle away just before impact. If by some miracle she did strike the hedgehog, the little creature would roll a few feet, then dart off into the nearest flower bed, entirely disappearing from play. Her scientific mind was in agony. Her equations of force, trajectory, and momentum were rendered useless by the volition of the objects themselves. The hoops, the card soldiers, would often wander off to chat with another card soldier or simply bend down to scratch their ankles, leaving the sister nowhere to aim. Alice, conversely, played with a surprising, fluid ease. She remembered the futility of trying to impose order. Her method was pure opportunism. She would wait until her flamingo was looking directly at the hedgehog, give the bird a small, sudden push on the back of its neck, and let the flamingo's own flailing action propel the hedgehog. She treated the game not as a competition, but as a series of controlled, absurd accidents. The queen, predictably, played with violent enthusiasm and blatant disregard for any vestige of rules. If she missed a shot, which was often, as her own flamingo was exceptionally uncooperative, she simply shrieked, "Off with its head." The card soldiers, whether hoops or fellow players, were constantly being dragged away by the executors. The sister watched horrified as a knave of clubs, acting as a hoop, was unceremoniously lifted and dragged away, leaving a gaping, illogical hole in the game. But that is cheating," the sister finally whispered, unable to contain her moral outrage, even in a world devoid of morality. "If the equipment is removed from play, the game is invalid." Alice shook her head gently, her eyes wide with the sad wisdom of the dreamer. "The game is not about validity, sister. It is about the queen's temper. If you try to correct the rules, you become a rule breaker yourself." As the chaos escalated, several players were arguing over whose flamingo had bitten whose arm. The sister noticed a familiar, unsettling chuckle. Perched on a distant, floating cloud of smoke, the Cheshire cat had fully reformed, its grin larger and more pronounced than ever. It addressed the sister directly, its voice a lazy, philosophical drawl. "Still trying to impose the rectangle of logic onto the circle of madness, dear sensible one?" the cat drawled. The sister, utterly defeated by her flamingo, leaned against it for support. "I am trying to understand the parameters of success. What is the objective? To win." "To win is impossible," the cat replied, its voice fading slightly as the wind picked up. "To survive is difficult. The objective is merely to end the game without ending yourself. You see, the queen does not mind chaos, she merely minds incompetence. And any attempt to bring order is considered the highest form of incompetence here. But if the rules are meaningless, then all action is meaningless," the sister retorted, clutching her flamingo's neck. "Precisely," the cat purred, its eyes gleaming. "You are learning. The true lesson of Wonderland is that existence precedes essence. You are, therefore you play. The why is an irrelevant construct from your dusty old reality." The game reached its inevitable climax when the sister, driven by desperation, attempted a final, forceful shot. She managed to pin her flamingo's head down with one hand and swing it with the other, driving the hedgehog directly toward the last remaining hoop, the ace of spades. The ace of spades, recognizing the immediate danger of being involved in a successful move, quickly ducked and scrambled out of the way. The hedgehog, propelled by the sister's frustrated strength, shot past the hoop's position and rolled directly under the queen's voluminous skirt. A sound of muffled rage erupted from beneath the royal robes. The queen let out a sound that was less a shriek and more a volcanic eruption of pure, unfettered fury. The hedgehog, terrified, attempted to uncurl and bolt, tickling the queen's ankles in the process. "The hedgehog!" the queen roared, ripping the terrified creature out from under her skirt and tossing it violently aside. She spun, her face a mask of purple-crimson indignation, her axe raised high. "Who did that? Whose hedgehog was that? Off with her head!" she screamed, pointing the axe directly at the sister. The king, surprisingly, stepped forward, his small voice cracking with a rare moment of courage, perhaps motivated by a desire to avoid more paperwork. "My dear, consider. She is a stranger. She does not know the proper etiquette for handling the royal hedgehog. A formal warning, perhaps." The queen wavered, her furious gaze fixed on the sister, who stood rigidly straight, refusing to show fear, her Victorian pride momentarily transcending her fear of death. "A formal warning, then," the queen spat out, lowering the axe slightly. "But if you so much as look cross-eyed at your next flamingo, you shall be executed immediately. The croquet game is adjourned. Everyone follow me to the seashore. The Griffin and the mock turtle await." The entire company, relieved at the stay of execution, immediately dropped their equipment. The flamingos instantly flew away, the hedgehogs scuttled under the nearest hedges, and began marching toward a previously unseen, sparkling stretch of ocean in the distance. The sister, her nerves frayed but her will intact, exchanged a deep, meaningful glance with Alice. They had survived their first direct confrontation with the Queen's tyrannical chaos, but only by the slimmest of margins. Their journey had now been given a new, unwanted but necessary direction: the seashore. Chapter 25, The Seashore and the Educational Lament. The forced march toward the seashore was a spectacle of disorganized pomp. The card procession, having quickly shed its lethal sports equipment, reformed itself into a chaotic, brightly colored stream of playing cards and bewildered courtiers. Alice and her sister walked among them, an island of quiet observation in the river of royal madness. The sister, relieved to be away from the direct threat of the Queen's axe, seized the opportunity to analyze the immediate aftermath of the croquet game. "They did not even bother to clear the bodies of the executed," the sister murmured to Alice, referencing the fact that several card soldiers had simply vanished from the field, presumed off with their heads. "This suggests that the penalty is arbitrary, but the consequences are real. The reality of the execution is not the blood, but the sudden, irreversible removal from the narrative." Alice nodded, her gaze fixed on the distance. "It's like they never existed, sister. The Queen doesn't care about the consequences, she only cares about the instant satisfaction of her command." Their walk led them to a wide, sparkling stretch of ocean that had clearly not been there a few moments before. The sand was white, and the sea was a deep, impossible turquoise. The atmosphere was less aggressive than the croquet ground, but carried a new, heavy weight of melancholy. The Queen, arriving at the shore, immediately spotted two solitary figures wading near the water's edge, the Griffin and the mock turtle. The Griffin was magnificent, a creature combining the fierce nobility of an eagle head, claws, and wings with the powerful body of a lion. Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, it looked profoundly bored, resting its massive head on its paws. The mock turtle, sitting nearby, was the picture of sorrowful absurdity. It had the head, eyes, and fins of a turtle, but its shell was covered in a checkered tablecloth, and it wept copious, silent tears. "Get up, Griffin," the queen shrieked, kicking the animal lightly with the toe of her shoe. "Take these two curiosities to the mock turtle. Have him tell them his history. I shall return for the next round of beheadings in 20 minutes." The griffin, with a sigh that shook its feathers, slowly rose. It did not look at the queen with fear, but with the weary resignation of a creature long accustomed to tedious, repetitive servitude. "Come along, you two," the griffin said, his voice a dry, gravelly rumble. "She always makes the mock turtle tell his history to strangers. It's the only thing she considers educational, poor dear." Alice and her sister followed the griffin, leaving the queen to pace furiously up and down the beach, occasionally inspecting a shell and muttering threats of execution to no one in particular. The sister, always keen to understand hierarchical structures, addressed the griffin. "Pardon me, sir, but you are clearly a creature of great power. Why do you permit the queen to order you about so violently?" The griffin blinked its enormous golden eyes at her. "Violently? Oh, she never executes us, you see. It's all just her way of managing her temper. You might as well take notice of it and don't fret about it. It's only her fancy." This answer was profoundly unsettling to the sister. The griffin was revealing the theatricality of the terror. The queen's rage was a performance, a necessary part of the Wonderland ecosystem, but its lethal consequences were reserved only for those on the lowest rungs of the social order, the playing cards. They approached the mock turtle, who was staring out at the ocean with an expression of heartbreaking, theatrical gloom. "This is the mock turtle," the griffin announced without ceremony. "Tell them your history, old fellow." The mock turtle sighed, a long, mournful sound that seemed to draw the salt from the air. He dabbed his eyes with a handkerchief and began, his voice a plaintive high whine. "Once," the mock turtle began, "I was a real turtle." Alice, always sensitive, murmured, "We believe you." The mock turtle seemed slightly comforted and continued, "I used to go to school in the sea. The master was an old turtle. We used to call him Tortoise." "Why did you call him Tortoise if he wasn't one?" asked Alice. "We called him Tortoise because he taught us," the mock turtle replied, pleased with his logic. "It's a linguistic play on words, you see." The sister immediately latched onto the educational aspect. "And what curriculum did you study? What were the core subjects?" The mock turtle brightened slightly, his sorrow momentarily replaced by academic zeal. "Ah, the subjects, they were the finest in the sea. Reeling and writhing, of course, to begin with. Then the different branches of arithmetic, ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision." The sister scribbled furiously on the back of her hand with a pencil she always carried. "Ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision," she repeated slowly. "Fascinating, a curriculum designed not for knowledge acquisition but for social deformation. It prepares one not for the world but for Wonderland itself." "And we had mystery, ancient and modern," the mock turtle continued, "with seaography, of course, and then drawing. The drawing master was a long, thin, black and white fish. He taught us laughing and grief, and then the branches of fainting in coils." The sister felt a chilling wave of understanding wash over her. The mock turtle's education was not a joke. It was a deeply symbolic parody of the restrictive, often pointless Victorian education system itself. "Sir," the sister interrupted, attempting to apply her knowledge of pedagogy, "you speak of a curriculum designed to foster emotional and social breakdown. Uglification, that is, the deliberate deconstruction of aesthetics and self-image. Derision, the institutionalized mocking of all effort. This is not learning, it is psychological culling." The mock turtle looked confused. "It was the best education. We all excelled until we became—" He gestured vaguely at his own sorrowful, checkered form, "and this." "What about the actual time spent learning?" Alice asked, recalling her own tedious school hours. 10 hours the first day," the mock turtle said, "and 9 the next, and so on." "What a curious plan," Alice exclaimed. "That's the reason they are called lessons," the Griffin chimed in suddenly with a rare flash of wit. "They lesson from day to day." This pun struck the sister with unexpected force. It was a perfect piece of Wonderland logic. The word lesson dictated the reality of the schedule. Here, linguistics determined physics, not the other way around. The very structures of reality were built upon grammatical and rhetorical jokes. The sister realized that the mock turtle was not merely telling a silly story, he was articulating the grief of the lost potential. He had been a real, competent turtle, educated for 10 hours a day, whose education had gradually lessened him into a weeping, decorative absurdity. "Did you not have any extra subjects?" the sister pressed, feeling an intense intellectual compassion for the poor creature. "Yes," the mock turtle said sadly. "We had an extra, the most important one, cramming. The teacher would sit on us and cram the knowledge in." He trailed off, burying his face in his fins. "But alas, it was useless. I never learned a single useful thing that did not pertain to making me deeply, deeply sad." The Griffin, observing the deep intellectual distress on the sister's face, nudged her gently with his wing. "He always gets like this when he talks about school. It's all that ambition and derision, you see. Now, to cheer us up, we always ask him to do the Lobster Quadrille." Alice, remembering this from her dream, brightened. "Oh yes, please tell us about the Lobster Quadrille, it sounds wonderful." The mock turtle, reluctantly pulling himself together, looked at Alice and the sister with weary eyes. He was ready to exchange the sorrow of his past for the theatrical absurdity of the dance. The sister, having gathered critical intelligence on the nature of Wonderland's foundational philosophy, realized that the dance would be yet another compulsory, nonsensical ritual. She was ready to observe, analyze, and survive the next piece of performance. Chapter 26, The Sadness of the Lobster Quadrille. The mock turtle wiped a final, massive tear from his eye with a corner of his checkered shell, sighed mournfully, and then brightened with the forced theatricality of a performer required to segue from tragedy to comedy. "You wish to hear about the Lobster Quadrille?" he asked, trying to sound enthusiastic. "Ah, that is a cheerful subject. It is a dance, you see, a majestic, rigorous dance performed on the seashore. We used to do it with our real selves when we were young and not this." He gestured again at his own absurd form, the grief momentarily returning before being shoved back down by the need to perform. The sister, who had finished her notes on the curriculum of ambition and derision, prepared herself for the description. She understood that this dance would not be a mere piece of silliness, but a structured ritual designed to sublimate the sorrow of the creatures into forced joy. "Now the first thing you do," the Mock Turtle instructed, his voice rising in an attempt at cheerfulness, "is that you form a line along the seashore, 2 lines facing each other. Then the most important part, you bring your lobsters." Alice gasped, delighted. "The lobsters, where do they come from?" "Why, they are thrown to us from the distant sea," the Griffin interjected, its massive wings twitching with amusement. "We each partner a lobster. You advance twice, you retreat twice. You change lobsters, you throw your lobster out to sea, and then you receive a new one. Then you turn a somersault in the sea, and then you come back, and then..." "And then what?" Alice pressed, completely captivated. "Why, then you throw the lobsters as far as you can and you swim after them," the Mock Turtle concluded dramatically. The sister's pen hovered over her notebook. "Wait," she said, her scientific brain struggling to accommodate this new input. "The lobster is a sentient partner in this dance, yet its role is to be violently discarded and then pursued. That is a profound paradox, sir. It implies that the social bond is deliberately established only for the purpose of a necessary, controlled betrayal." The Griffin chuckled, a dry sound like stones tumbling on the beach. "You think too much, my sensible friend. It's a dance. You throw the lobsters and then you swim after them to catch them again, so you can do the whole thing all over again." "But why throw them in the first place?" Alice asked, her intuitive sense of fairness offended. "It seems unkind to the lobsters." "Ah, the aesthetic necessity," the Mock Turtle exclaimed, mistaking her moral query for an artistic one. "If you do not throw them, the dance is incomplete. It must be a full circle of engagement, abandonment, and retrieval. That is the quadrille of the sea." The sister slowly wrote down, "The lobster quadrille, a structured cycle of enforced, theatrical bonding and arbitrary violence, signifying the repetitive futility of social engagement in Wonderland." The Mock Turtle, encouraged by their attention, insisted they try to enact the dance without the actual lobsters, of course. The Griffin, though deeply embarrassed, stood up and took Alice's hand, or rather her whole shoulder given its size. The Mock Turtle took the sister's hand. They formed a lopsided, profoundly awkward line on the sand. "Advance twice," the Mock Turtle instructed, and they shuffled forward 2 steps. "Retreat twice," they shuffled backward. The sister performed the movements with stiff, academic precision. As she observed the rhythm, it was a formal, elegant dance at its core, ruined only by the absurd instructions. She saw the deliberate contrast between the expected formality and the enforced ridiculousness. When they came to the part about throwing the lobsters, the Mock Turtle was momentarily overcome. "Oh, if only we had lobsters," he wailed, burying his face in his flipper. "The feeling of the throw. The elegant arc they make against the sky." The Griffin rolled its eyes, nudging the sister. "He always gets dramatic. You should hear the song he sings to go with the dance." "Please sing it," Alice begged. The Mock Turtle, after a deep, tragic clearing of his throat, began to sing in a high, mournful, off-key voice a ballad about the beautiful soup. The song was a lament, a celebration of turtle soup, an ironic ode to the very thing that signified their vulnerability and deliciousness. The entire scene, the sun-drenched beach, the magnificent griffin, the weeping mock turtle, the formal dance steps, and the sad song about being eaten, reached a new peak of tragicomic absurdity. The sister listened carefully to the lyrics, realizing the deep, profound self-pity embedded in the mock turtle's existence. He was a creature designed to mimic and mourn his own lost reality, constantly reminded of his own consumable secondary status. The mock turtle's performance was suddenly, violently interrupted. A sound like a distant cannon shot echoed across the beach, followed by a piercing shriek. It was the Queen of Hearts, now running full tilt toward them, her crimson robes streaming behind her like a banner of rage. She was accompanied by a single, terrified card soldier, the Ace of Spades, who was trembling visibly. "Off with his head!" the Queen shrieked, pointing her axe at the poor Ace of Spades. "He dared to suggest my soup needed salt. Find the two strange girls. I want them back at the castle." The trial is resuming. The mock turtle instantly stopped his song, and the griffin pulled Alice and her sister back from the water's edge. "You must go with the Queen," the griffin said quickly, his voice urgent. "She is in one of her fits of finality. You are safer in the castle, under the glare of public scrutiny, than you are here. The Queen does not execute people when there are witnesses present to record the absurdity." "But the trial was adjourned," the sister protested, falling back on legal precedent. "There is no adjournment in Wonderland, only diversions," the griffin corrected sharply. "The trial, the game, the dance, they are all part of the same perpetual, chaotic motion. You are being summoned back to the climax." The Queen, having dragged the unfortunate Ace of Spades away, now stood before them, panting, her face dangerously mottled. "Come immediately, the two of you," the Queen commanded, her eyes fixed on Alice. "You, the taller one," she pointed at the sister, "you look too clever. And you," she pointed at Alice, "you look too insubordinate. You shall both be called as witnesses." The sister looked at Alice, a silent, mutual understanding passing between them. The croquet game was the physical test, the trial would be the intellectual and moral test. They were being called upon to testify in a courtroom where the verdict preceded the evidence, a place where linguistic ambiguity held more power than documented fact. The griffin nudged them both toward the path leading back toward the castle. The mock turtle, having been forgotten by the Queen, resumed his weeping, staring out at the ocean, perhaps already mourning the next batch of lobsters. "Go quickly," the griffin urged. "The ultimate confrontation is upon you. Remember, in the court of hearts, the only crime is common sense." As they hurried after the retreating, furious form of the Queen, the sister glanced back one last time at the griffin and the mock turtle. They were two magnificent, sad figures, one bound by weariness, the other by sorrow, both perfectly adapted to the tyranny of their environment. Alice and her sister were the last remaining elements of unassimilated logic in Wonderland, and they were about to be put on trial for it. Chapter 27, The Pre-Trial Chaos. The journey back to the castle was conducted at the Queen's characteristic breakneck speed, a frenzied, undignified dash that left the card soldiers scrambling and the two girls breathless. The air of the castle, which had previously held a suffocating, passive madness, now thrummed with a manic, praetorial energy. They were thrust unceremoniously into the great hall, which had been quickly converted into a grotesque courtroom. The king, in his capacity as the judge, sat upon a ridiculously elevated throne, wearing a massive, ill-fitting crown that kept sliding over his eyes. Before him lay the jury box, crowded with 12 bewildered animals and birds, including the mouse and the dodo, all struggling to look solemn and important. The sister immediately scanned the room, attempting to find a structural point of sanity. There was none. The entire assembly was a display of institutionalized caprice. "Look at the jury," the sister whispered to Alice, her eyes narrowed. "They are not here to weigh evidence, they are here to reify the performance. Their purpose is purely symbolic, the appearance of justice without the substance." Indeed, the jurors were not paying attention to the proceedings, which hadn't even started. Some were writing furiously on tiny slates, while others were drawing pictures of the Griffin or attempting to balance their hats on their noses. The trial was ostensibly against the Knave of Hearts, who stood chained near the witness box, looking remarkably nonchalant despite the gravity of the accusations. The charge was the theft of the Queen's tarts, a crime that seemed minor in comparison to the existential chaos of the court itself. The king, squinting over his crown, tried to assert his authority with a high-pitched, reedy voice. "Silence in the court! Let the first witness be called, and let someone please inform the jury that they must not write anything down until the evidence has been delivered." The Knave of Hearts merely smirked. "What good is evidence, Your Majesty, when the verdict has been written down long ago?" The king scowled, but before he could reply, the White Rabbit, acting as the court herald, blew 3 loud, slightly off-key notes on his trumpet. In first witness, the rabbit squeaked, "The Hatter." A collective shudder went through the room, mostly of anticipation rather than fear. The entrance of the Hatter was always guaranteed to elevate the proceedings from mere chaos to transcendental nonsense. The Hatter, looking wilder than ever, bounded into the room, holding a teacup in one hand and a slice of bread and butter in the other. He rushed to the witness stand, scattering his few remaining scraps of composure. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty," the Hatter cried before anyone could speak. "I'm only just beginning. I have not had time to wash the cup since the tea party." The sister immediately braced herself. The Hatter's testimony would not be about facts, but about temporal disassociation and the breakdown of causality, the very cornerstones of Wonderland's madness. The king adjusted his crown and glared. "When were you beginnings?" "Just now," the Hatter stammered, glancing nervously at the Queen. "And I haven't quite finished yet." "You should have finished," the king said sternly. "You must tell the court everything you know, or you shall be executed." "I know nothing," the Hatter wailed. "I'm a poor man, Your Majesty, and I live mostly on tea. I don't know where the tarts are. I only know it's always 6 o'clock where I am." The sister quickly noted down the exchange. The Hatter, the embodiment of temporal stasis. His evidence is worthless because he exists outside the timeline of the crime. He cannot testify to when because when is perpetually now for him. The king, frustrated, tried to force him back to reality. Where were you when the tarts were stolen? I was at the tea party, the Hatter replied, as if this were the most obvious fact in the world, with the March Hare and the Dormouse. At the mention of the tea party, the king realized the potential for further endless distraction. He immediately commanded the March Hare and the Dormouse to be called in to corroborate the Hatter's testimony, hoping that perhaps two minds might be more coherent than one. The March Hare and the Dormouse were dragged into court, looking thoroughly disgruntled and sleepier than usual, respectively. The three tea party attendees huddled together, their combined presence radiating an intense aura of non sequitur. The March Hare spoke up, his voice twitching. "The Hatter cannot possibly know anything, Your Majesty. He is unreliable. He broke my best watch by putting butter on it." "It was the best butter, you know," the Hatter interjected defensively. "But you must not put butter on the works," the March Hare screeched. The king banged his gavel, a large ceremonial seashell, against the table. "Silence! The only thing on trial here is the knave's theft of the tarts, not the quality of the butter." The argument escalated, dissolving into a shouting match about the proper maintenance of timepieces. The Dormouse, suddenly roused from its slumber, sleepily piped up, "I distinctly saw the Hatter try to put the Dormouse into the teapot." This sudden, irrelevant accusation threw the court into an uproar. The king, momentarily forgetting the tarts, ordered the Dormouse to be silenced. The card soldiers had to physically sit on the poor creature to keep it from talking again. The sister watched the scene with a mix of intellectual triumph and profound dread. She realized the fundamental truth of the trial. The court was not seeking justice, it was seeking justification for the execution. The witnesses were not there to provide evidence. They were there to provide distraction until the king could legitimately claim that enough time had passed to justify the predetermined sentence. She leaned toward Alice. "This is a theater of injustice, Alice. The rules of logic are irrelevant. The purpose of these witnesses is to make the process so tedious, so utterly confusing, that everyone gives up trying to find the truth." "But who actually stole the tarts?" Alice whispered, still clinging to the core mystery. "It doesn't matter," the sister replied, her gaze fixed on the utterly terrified face of the Hatter. "The knave is the designated culprit. The trial is merely the ritual of designation." The king, exhausted by the chaotic testimony, finally threw up his hands. "I cannot make head or tail of this. Let the jury consider their verdict." The White Rabbit, however, leaped up and pointed his trumpet directly at the king. "Your Majesty, there is still the matter of the third witness. The mysterious two girls who appeared on the beach. They must be called. They are the most compelling piece of evidence yet, a perfect absurdity to crown the trial." All eyes, including the Queen's bloodshot gaze, turned toward Alice and her sister. The climax was no longer about the knave. It was about the two unassimilated logical minds from the outside world. Chapter 28, Alice's Testimony and the Card Uprising. The White Rabbit, visibly trembling with a mixture of terror and self-importance, finally managed to clear a path through the throng and present Alice and her sister before the king. The Queen of Hearts, having temporarily forgotten the fate of the Ace of Spades, fixed her terrifying, bloodshot gaze upon the newcomers. "Witness number 3, the White Rabbit squeaked, flourishing his trumpet with excessive melodrama. He pointed at Alice. "Call the younger, more inquisitive one first." Alice, stepping forward, felt an unexpected resurgence of her proper Victorian self. The sheer, overwhelming absurdity of the scene, the trembling jury, the king's ill-fitting crown, the tear-stained face of the knave, suddenly stripped away all her fear. She was tired of being small, tired of being confused, and tired of the relentless, pointless tyranny. "Hold your tongue, child," the king squealed before Alice could speak. "You must tell the court everything you know and nothing you don't." "I know nothing about this affair," Alice stated firmly, her voice ringing out clearly in the cavernous hall. "And frankly, the proceedings thus far suggest that nobody in this room knows anything about the tarts, least of all the alleged culprit." The sister, standing slightly behind her, felt a jolt of pride mixed with alarm. Alice was no longer reacting. She was asserting logic in the face of chaos, an act of intellectual rebellion that was the greatest crime in Wonderland. The king, flustered, pointed a shaky finger at her. "Not know anything? That's very important. The jury must write that down immediately." The jury, delighted to have something concrete to record after the hours of confused testimony, frantically scratched on their slates, declaring that the witness knew nothing important and was therefore a highly significant factor in the case. The Queen, however, was not amused. She slammed her fist on the table. "If you know nothing, then you are of no use. Get out of the court, off with." "I shan't," Alice interrupted, stamping her foot. Her size, though still small enough to be manageable, suddenly felt enormous to her. The mental image of herself as a giant swelled in her mind, giving her a potent psychological advantage. "I have no reason to leave. This is the most ridiculous, pointless trial I have ever witnessed. You are not following any rules." The king, seeing the Queen's rage building toward a catastrophic level, tried to regain control with a desperate legal maneuver. "Rule 42, the king yelled triumphantly, peering at a tiny piece of parchment he pulled from his sleeve. "All persons more than a mile high must leave the court." Alice merely folded her arms. "I am not a mile high, and even if I were, where is the evidence for that rule? You just made it up this very moment." The king looked utterly deflated. "It is the oldest rule in the book." "Then it ought to be number 1, Alice retorted, leaning closer. "Not number 42. The sister, recognizing this strategic moment, the moment when Wonderland's facade of authority was being shredded by pure, unadulterated common sense, stepped forward, lending her support to Alice's defiance. "Your Majesty," the sister stated coolly, applying a legalistic tone, "the fundamental flaw in this proceeding is the lack of verifiable data. The witness, the Hatter, was temporally displaced. The March Hare was preoccupied with equipment maintenance. The Dormouse was asleep. The jury is recording nonsense. This entire trial lacks jurisdictional validity." This use of long, academic words temporarily stunned the court into silence. The card soldiers looked bewildered. The king, momentarily forgetting his rage, whispered to the Queen, "What does jurisdictional validity mean?" The Queen, however, saw only the challenge. She was not interested in logic or law, she was interested in obedience. "Never mind all that nonsense," the Queen shrieked, her voice cracking with fury. "You are just a pack of cards. Who cares for your validity? I say the verdict is guilty." "Nonsense," Alice cried, her own voice now rising, mirroring the Queen's intensity but driven by moral indignation rather than caprice. "You have no right to decide until the evidence is presented. You are nothing but a deck of cards." As the words "deck of cards" left her lips, the spell that had held her in a small, constrained size shattered. The world, which had seemed so solid and real only moments before, began to dissolve around her. The air shimmered, and the oppressive heat of the courtroom was replaced by a sudden rush of cool, fresh air. Simultaneously, the card soldiers, the very creatures she had just insulted, began to rise in fury. They flew through the air, their hard, flat edges slicing toward her face, propelled by the Queen's final, desperate, and ultimately meaningless command: "Off with her head." The King, the Queen, the Knave, the Griffin, the Mock Turtle, the Hatter, they all detached from the floor, swirling into a chaotic, brightly colored whirlwind. The ceiling seemed to crack open, and a brilliant, blinding light streamed down. Alice instinctively ducked, raising her arms to shield herself from the onslaught of the flying cards. The feeling was not fear, but a sense of profound release. She was no longer battling reality. She was watching a dream collapse under the weight of its own illogic. "Alice, wake up, dear." The voice was clear, firm, and entirely real. It belonged to her sister. Alice found herself lying not on the marble floor of a castle, but on the river bank, her head resting gently on her sister's lap. She blinked, feeling the warmth of the sun on her eyelids and the soft, familiar touch of the cotton fabric of her sister's dress. The card soldiers were not attacking her. They were leaves, dry and brown, being gently swept off her face by the evening breeze. The shouting of the Queen was the distant cry of a crow settling in a nearby tree. She sat up abruptly, rubbing her eyes. The dream was gone, but the impression of the dream, the cold rage of the Queen, the mathematical despair of the Mock Turtle, the temporal anxiety of the rabbit, was still intensely real. "Oh, sister," Alice sighed, leaning against her. "I have had such a curious dream, a terrible, wonderful, and utterly ridiculous dream." Her sister smiled, stroking Alice's hair. "You must tell me all about it, dear. You were babbling about Rule 42 and throwing lobsters." But as Alice began to recount the story, detailing the croquet ground, the mad tea party, and the trial, the sister noticed something odd. Clenched tightly in Alice's hand, still damp from the residual perspiration of the dream, was a single, small, silver thimble. It was the very prize the dodo had presented to her after the Caucus-Race. The sister, who had just shared a conscious, physical journey into Wonderland, knew that this thimble was no mere coincidence. It was the proof of their collective venture, the single, unassimilated artifact of a shared psychosis. The trial was over, the Queen vanquished, but the true adventure, the reconciliation of Wonderland with reality, was just beginning. The true Alice, now fully awake, stood up, dusted the leaves from her skirt, and began walking toward home, her sister following close behind. The story, however, was not over. The return to reality was merely the prelude to the aftermath, the psychological reckoning, and the realization that the line between waking and dreaming had been permanently blurred. The chaos of the courtroom was an echo. The long, quiet walk home was the silence before the true storm of consequence. Chapter 29, The Analysis of the Silver Thimble. The walk home from the riverbank was long, quiet, and profoundly unsettling. It was not the usual meditative silence that followed an afternoon spent reading. It was the heavy, pregnant quiet that follows a psychic detonation. The card Uprising, the dream's collapse, and the subsequent rush of waking reality had left both Alice and her sister feeling dangerously untethered. Alice was the first to break the silence, but only to reiterate the impossibility of her experience. "It was real, sister. You were there, you saw the cards, you argued with the king. Tell me it was not just my dream." The sister walked on, her expression drawn and analytical, her gaze fixed on the thimble Alice still clutched tightly. The cards, Alice, were leaves. The king was a noisy crow. The argument was a desperate attempt by my waking mind to rationalize your sleep-talking, she replied, her voice firm, yet lacking its usual conviction. She repeated these explanations, reciting them like an incantation against the creeping absurdity. But the thimble defeated her logic. As soon as they reached the house and were sequestered in the relative sanctity of the sisters' study, a room filled with charts, specimen jars, and the reassuring scent of ethanol, the sister took the thimble and placed it under the bright, focused light of her new microscope. The object was small, heavy, and undeniably silver. On the outside, it bore the marks of meticulous, though slightly clumsy, craftsmanship, almost certainly done by a non-human hand. It was exactly as Alice had described, a bizarre prize presented by a dodo. "It is silver," the sister muttered, peering through the lens. "I can confirm that much." "But look closer, Alice." Alice leaned over the microscope, her eye pressed against the brass eyepiece. The thimble's surface magnified tenfold. It was covered in minute scratches and pittings that did not look like the marks of normal wear and tear. "What are those, sister?" Alice asked, her voice hushed. "They are not tool marks, nor are they natural corrosions," the sister explained, moving the slide slightly. "These are consistent with impact fractures. Imagine the surface of this silver being subjected to tremendous but localized pressure." She adjusted the focus again. "And look here near the base." Alice gasped. Under the magnification, she could see a series of tiny, almost microscopic imprints. They were not random. They were the precise segmented ridges of a bird's foot, far too small to belong to any known domestic fowl and strangely flat, as if they had pressed into the silver while it was still malleable. The sister removed the thimble and held it up to the light again. "The silver is pure, Alice. It is of high density, meticulously crafted, yet finished with the casual abandon of a race that values performance over prestige. The dodo presented this to you as a prize for running a race with no winner, no finish line, and no clear purpose. This object is the material manifestation of illogical reward." Her scientific training clashed violently with the empirical evidence in her hand. A logical mind demanded that a silver thimble could not simply manifest from a dream. Yet she had no record of purchasing it, and Alice had no means of procuring such an object during their afternoon stroll. We saw the door. We saw the White Rabbit's house. We smelled the pepper in the Duchess's kitchen, the sister said, pacing the length of the study, her hands clasped behind her back. We dismissed those as shared sensory hallucinations, Alice, but this thimble, this object, it breaks the first law of thermodynamics. The first law? Alice asked. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only changed in form, the sister quoted precisely. This silver, this mass, this matter, it was created by a dream. It transitioned from a pure figment of the subconscious into tangible, measurable reality. The investigation of the thimble quickly turned from material science to metaphysical alarm. The sister employed her full arsenal of scientific inquiry. She weighed it on a precision scale, confirming its weight. She tested its reaction to common acids, verifying its purity. She even attempted to date the object based on its oxidation rate, but the results were inconsistent, suggesting an impossible age or perhaps no age at all existing outside the chronological continuum of their world. It's an unassimilated artifact, the sister finally concluded, sitting heavily in her leather chair, her face pale with intellectual exhaustion. It is a shard of Wonderland that has successfully breached the barrier between sleeping and waking. And if one shard can pass through, then the barrier is not a solid wall but a porous membrane. Alice, who had been calmly polishing the thimble with a bit of chamois cloth, looked up. Does that mean, sister, that if the thimble can stay, the queen can come back? The sister shuddered, a tremor of genuine fear that had nothing to do with physics or chemistry. No, Alice, that is an exaggeration. The sentient minds of Wonderland are bound by the psychological contract of the dreamer. The queen is an externalization of pure, arbitrary authority. She is only powerful when you are powerless. But the thimble is here, Alice insisted, gently placing the silver object on the desk next to a book of Euclid's Elements. It is proof that the rules of Wonderland, that an absurdity can become a reward, that an object can simply appear, are now subtly influencing our reality. The sister looked at the thimble next to the book of geometry. The contrast was stark, the pure, unyielding logic of Euclid and the capricious, chaotic reality of the thimble. The greatest threat, the sister said, her voice dropping to a serious whisper, is not the queen's return. It is the erosion of logic. If we begin to accept that objects can appear without cause, that rules can be arbitrary, then our entire foundation of thought, the very principles that guide our society, will crumble. The thimble is a reminder that Wonderland is not just a place, it is an infection of the mind. She picked up the thimble and carefully placed it in a lead-lined box, securing the lid. We must study this, Alice. We must understand the mechanism of translocation. We cannot fight the madness until we understand how it breaches the wall. Alice nodded, her gaze serious. The simple pleasure of the dream was over. They were now pioneers, tasked with mapping the fragile boundary between the predictable world of Victorian England and the infinite, terrifying potential of the subterranean chaos. The silver thimble was their first, most tangible piece of evidence. Chapter 30, The Metaphysical Letter. The sister sat at her mahogany desk, a fresh quill poised over a sheet of thick, cream-colored stationery. The silver thimble, nestled safely in its lead-lined box, seemed to hum with silent, impossible energy a few feet away. The task before her was far more challenging than the Caucus-Race itself, drafting a coherent, scientific communication about the existence of a dimension governed by capricious logic. She was writing to Professor Alistair Finch, a renowned academic at Oxford known for his radical theories on the nature of reality and time. He was perhaps the only man in England who would not immediately dismiss her findings as the ravings of a hysterical woman, but even Finch adhered to the laws of Euclidean space and Newtonian mechanics. Her first attempt began directly. "Dear Professor Finch, I have recently discovered a secondary dimension which interacts with ours through nonlinear causality. I have retrieved a silver thimble from this dimension which violates the first law of thermodynamics." She read the passage aloud. It sounded absurd, childish, and instantly damning. It lacked the authoritative tone of verifiable empiricism that defined her world. Alice, perched on the corner of the desk, was sketching the dodo's footprint, the microscopic imprint on the thimble, onto a blank sheet of paper. "You must mention the talking animals, sister. That is the most convincing part." The sister frowned, dipping her quill again. "Alice, talking animals belongs in the realm of fable and poetry, not scientific discourse. I cannot begin a serious correspondence with the declaration that a dodo presented a prize for a circular race." "But that is the truth," Alice protested. "If you discard the truth of the dodo, how can you explain the truth of the thimble?" Alice's simple, unyielding logic of Wonderland's consistency struck her sister profoundly. She realized she was trapped by the constraints of her own language and education. To describe Wonderland accurately, she had to abandon the very vocabulary of rationality she sought to defend. She scrapped the first attempt and began anew, shifting her focus from the objects to the laws that governed them. "Dear Professor Finch, forgive the immediate departure from conventional inquiry, but I write to you regarding a subject that straddles the narrow boundary between physics and metaphysics, and which requires a mind uniquely receptive to paradox. My observations stem from a shared, verifiable experience concerning a localized temporal anomaly. We have encountered phenomena that necessitate the hypothesis of a space where causality is inverted and the fundamental laws of conservation of mass and energy are locally suspended. Specifically, we are investigating an artifact, a small thimble of pure silver, which transitioned from a subjective psychological construct, a dream experience, into an objective, measurable object in the waking world. The primary challenge is not the artifact itself, but the nature of its genesis. This object was produced within a system, a secondary space, which for ease of reference we term the subterranean chaos, where the value of an action dictates its physical outcome. For example, an arbitrary act running a directionless race yields a tangible reward, pure silver. Furthermore, time and size are not linear but volitional. In this domain, the identity of an individual is fluid, determined by psychological certainty rather than biological stability. This leads to the profound question: if size and mass are functions of will rather than fixed constants, How does the transition of matter from this volitional domain affect the fixed constants of our own? I have enclosed a detailed microscopic analysis of the artifact, specifically noting the impact fractures inconsistent with known tooling and the presence of a unique biological imprint, the impression of an extinct avian digit. Please, sir, do not judge the source of the data, but only the integrity of the data itself. I require guidance on how to mathematically model a volitional manifold, a space where E equals MC. 2. Unless the observer sincerely desires it to be so, I await your most unconventional counsel, yours in perplexing pursuit of truth. Alice's sister, initials withheld for discretion. This second letter was better. It removed the dodo and the talking animals but retained the core existential threat, the breakdown of fundamental physical laws. It framed the madness not as fantasy but as a mathematical problem. Alice looked at the draft, tracing the elegant script with her finger. It sounds very grand, sister, but you still haven't explained the Queen. The Queen is the psychological governor of the system, Alice. She is a concept, pure arbitrary authority. She is not a physical threat to Professor Finch. The physical threat is the erosion of E equals MC. 2. The sister sealed the letter, feeling a wave of professional anxiety wash over her. She was sending the most ridiculous, yet most truthful document of her life to the foremost academic of her generation. Her career, her reputation, and her entire framework of reality now rested on Professor Finch's willingness to entertain the notion that a silver thimble could be the product of a dodo's arbitrary generosity. The letter was dispatched the next morning via express post. The long wait began, a tense period of anticipation where every morning delivery and every rustle of the postman's boot seemed to carry the weight of both intellectual triumph and utter humiliation. During this period of waiting, Alice and her sister dedicated themselves to mapping the anomalies. They compiled a detailed inventory of the unassimilated artifacts that Alice had subconsciously carried back from her dream, or which had since materialized. There was the silver thimble, chapter 29, the trophy of illogical reward. Then the sister rediscovered the tiny clover, Trifolium nanum, chapter 21, a small dried herb that still held the potential to induce voluntary size change, the key to their return journey. Most unsettling, however, was a small dusty volume found tucked beneath Alice's pillow, a children's book titled The History of England, inexplicably bound in green slick leather. The pages were strangely damp. Inside, the text, when held at a certain angle, seemed to flow and shift. "This is the mouse's lecture," Alice exclaimed, recognizing the tedious subject matter. He was so proud of his history. The sister carefully examined the water damage. "It's not water damage, Alice, it's tear damage. The salt crystallization is too high for river water. This book was saturated by your own pool of tears." And the most chilling find, a small white teacup found sitting innocently on the mantelpiece, bearing faint smudges of butter and a tiny, almost invisible crack. "The Mad Hatter's teacup," the sister whispered, tracing the crack with her fingernail. "It's been unwashed, just as he claimed. This means the rules of perpetual time are clinging to our objects, Alice. In Chapter 30, The Metaphysical Letter. The sister sat at her mahogany desk, a fresh quill poised over a sheet of thick, cream-colored stationery. The silver thimble, nestled safely in its lead-lined box, seemed to hum with silent, impossible energy a few feet away. The task before her was far more challenging than the Caucus-Race itself, drafting a coherent, scientific communication about the existence of a dimension governed by capricious logic. She was writing to Professor Alistair Finch, a renowned academic at Oxford known for his radical theories on the nature of reality and time. He was perhaps the only man in England who would not immediately dismiss her findings as the ravings of a hysterical woman, but even Finch adhered to the laws of Euclidean space and Newtonian mechanics. Her first attempt began directly. "Dear Professor Finch, I have recently discovered a secondary dimension which interacts with ours through nonlinear causality. I have retrieved a silver thimble from this dimension which violates the first law of thermodynamics." She read the passage aloud. It sounded absurd, childish, and instantly damning. It lacked the authoritative tone of verifiable empiricism that defined her world. Alice, perched on the corner of the desk, was sketching the dodo's footprint, the microscopic imprint on the thimble, onto a blank sheet of paper. "You must mention the talking animals, sister. That is the most convincing part." The sister frowned, dipping her quill again. "Alice, talking animals belongs in the realm of fable and poetry, not scientific discourse. I cannot begin a serious correspondence with the declaration that a dodo presented a prize for a circular race." "But that is the truth," Alice protested. "If you discard the truth of the dodo, how can you explain the truth of the thimble?" Alice's simple, unyielding logic of Wonderland's consistency struck her sister profoundly. She realized she was trapped by the constraints of her own language and education. To describe Wonderland accurately, she had to abandon the very vocabulary of rationality she sought to defend. She scrapped the first attempt and began anew, shifting her focus from the objects to the laws that governed them. "Dear Professor Finch, forgive the immediate departure from conventional inquiry, but I write to you regarding a subject that straddles the narrow boundary between physics and metaphysics, and which requires a mind uniquely receptive to paradox. My observations stem from a shared, verifiable experience concerning a localized temporal anomaly. We have encountered phenomena that necessitate the hypothesis of a space where causality is inverted and the fundamental laws of conservation of mass and energy are locally suspended. Specifically, we are investigating an artifact, a small thimble of pure silver, which transitioned from a subjective psychological construct, a dream experience, into an objective, measurable object in the waking world. The primary challenge is not the artifact itself, but the nature of its genesis. This object was produced within a system, a secondary space, which for ease of reference we term the subterranean chaos, where the value of an action dictates its physical outcome. For example, an arbitrary act, running a directionless race, yields a tangible reward, pure silver. Furthermore, time and size are not linear but volitional. In this domain, the identity of an individual is fluid, determined by psychological certainty rather than biological stability. This leads to the profound question: if size and mass are functions of will rather than fixed constants, how does the transition of matter from this volitional domain affect the fixed constants of our own? I have enclosed a detailed microscopic analysis of the artifact, specifically noting the impact fractures inconsistent with known tooling and the presence of a unique biological imprint, the impression of an extinct avian digit. Please, sir, do not judge the source of the data, but only the integrity of the data itself. I require guidance on how to mathematically model a volitional manifold, a space where E equals MC. 2. Unless the observer sincerely desires it to be so, I await your most unconventional counsel, yours in perplexing pursuit of truth. Alice's sister, initials withheld for discretion. This second letter was better. It removed the dodo and the talking animals but retained the core existential threat, the breakdown of fundamental physical laws. It framed the madness not as fantasy but as a mathematical problem. Alice looked at the draft, tracing the elegant script with her finger. It sounds very grand, sister, but you still haven't explained the Queen. The Queen is the psychological governor of the system, Alice. She is a concept, pure, arbitrary authority. She is not a physical threat to Professor Finch. The physical threat is the erosion of A equals MC. 2. The sister sealed the letter, feeling a wave of professional anxiety wash over her. She was sending the most ridiculous, yet most truthful document of her life to the foremost academic of her generation. Her career, her reputation, and her entire framework of reality now rested on Professor Finch's willingness to entertain the notion that a silver thimble could be the product of a dodo's arbitrary generosity. The letter was dispatched the next morning via express post. The long wait began, a tense period of anticipation where every morning delivery and every rustle of the postman's boot seemed to carry the weight of both intellectual triumph and utter humiliation. During this period of waiting, Alice and her sister dedicated themselves to mapping the anomalies. They compiled a detailed inventory of the unassimilated artifacts that Alice had subconsciously carried back from her dream, or which had since materialized. There was the silver thimble, chapter 29, the trophy of illogical reward. Then the sister rediscovered the tiny clover, Trifolium nanum, chapter 21, a small dried herb that still held the potential to induce voluntary size change, the key to their return journey. Most unsettling, however, was a small, dusty volume found tucked beneath Alice's pillow. A children's book titled The History of England, inexplicably bound in green, slick leather. The pages were strangely damp. Inside, the text, when held at a certain angle, seemed to flow and shift. "This is the mouse's lecture," Alice exclaimed, recognizing the tedious subject matter. He was so proud of his history. The sister carefully examined the water damage. "It's not water damage, Alice. It's tear damage. The salt crystallization is too high for river water. This book was saturated by your own pool of tears." And the most chilling find, a small white teacup found sitting innocently on the mantelpiece bearing faint smudges of butter and a tiny, almost invisible crack. "The Mad Hatter's teacup," the sister whispered, tracing the crack with her fingernail. "It's been unwashed just as he claimed. This means the rules of perpetual time are clinging to our objects, Alice." The presence of these 4 artifacts, the thimble, the clover, the history book, and the teacup, confirmed the sister's fear. The membrane was not only porous, but it was actively transferring objects of psychic significance into their material realm, threatening to contaminate their world with the very illogic they were trying to fight. Chapter 30, The Metaphysical Letter. The sister sat at her mahogany desk, a fresh quill poised over a sheet of thick, cream-colored stationery. The silver thimble, nestled safely in its lead-lined box, seemed to hum with silent, impossible energy a few feet away. The task before her was far more challenging than the Caucus-Race itself, drafting a coherent, scientific communication about the existence of a dimension governed by capricious logic. She was writing to Professor Alistair Finch, a renowned academic at Oxford known for his radical theories on the nature of reality and time. He was perhaps the only man in England who would not immediately dismiss her findings as the ravings of a hysterical woman, but even Finch adhered to the laws of Euclidean space and Newtonian mechanics. Her first attempt began directly. "Dear Professor Finch, I have recently discovered a secondary dimension which interacts with ours through nonlinear causality. I have retrieved a silver thimble from this dimension which violates the first law of thermodynamics." She read the passage aloud. It sounded absurd, childish, and instantly damning. It lacked the authoritative tone of verifiable empiricism that defined her world. Alice, perched on the corner of the desk, was sketching the dodo's footprint, the microscopic imprint on the thimble, onto a blank sheet of paper. "You must mention the talking animals, sister. That is the most convincing part." The sister frowned, dipping her quill again. "Alice, talking animals belongs in the realm of fable and poetry, not scientific discourse. I cannot begin a serious correspondence with the declaration that a dodo presented a prize for a circular race." "But that is the truth," Alice protested. "If you discard the truth of the dodo, how can you explain the truth of the thimble?" Alice's simple, unyielding logic of Wonderland's consistency struck her sister profoundly. She realized she was trapped by the constraints of her own language and education. To describe Wonderland accurately, she had to abandon the very vocabulary of rationality she sought to defend. She scrapped the first attempt and began anew, shifting her focus from the objects to the laws that governed them. "Dear Professor Finch, forgive the immediate departure from conventional inquiry, but I write to you regarding a subject that straddles the narrow boundary between physics and metaphysics, and which requires a mind uniquely receptive to paradox. My observations stem from a shared, verifiable experience concerning a localized temporal anomaly. We have encountered phenomena that necessitate the hypothesis of a space where causality is inverted and the fundamental laws of conservation of mass and energy are locally suspended. Specifically, we are investigating an artifact, a small thimble of pure silver, which transitioned from a subjective psychological construct, a dream experience, into an objective measurable object in the waking world. The primary challenge is not the artifact itself, but the nature of its genesis. This object was produced within a system, a secondary space, which for ease of reference we term the subterranean chaos, where the value of an action dictates its physical outcome. For example, an arbitrary act, running a directionless race, yields a tangible reward, pure silver. Furthermore, time and size are not linear but volitional. In this domain, the identity of an individual is fluid, determined by psychological certainty rather than biological stability. This leads to the profound question: if size and mass are functions of will rather than fixed constants, how does the transition of matter from this volitional domain affect the fixed constants of our own? I have enclosed a detailed microscopic analysis of the artifact, specifically noting the impact fractures inconsistent with known tooling and the presence of a unique biological imprint, the impression of an extinct avian digit. Please, sir, do not judge the source of the data, but only the integrity of the data itself. I require guidance on how to mathematically model a volitional manifold, a space where E equals mc. 2. Unless the observer sincerely desires it to be so, I await your most unconventional counsel, yours in perplexing pursuit of truth. Alice's sister, initials withheld for discretion. This second letter was better. It removed the dodo and the talking animals but retained the core existential threat, the breakdown of fundamental physical laws. It framed the madness not as fantasy but as a mathematical problem. Alice looked at the draft, tracing the elegant script with her finger. It sounds very grand, sister, but you still haven't explained the Queen. The Queen is the psychological governor of the system, Alice. She is a concept, pure, arbitrary authority. She is not a physical threat to Professor Finch. The physical threat is the erosion of A equals mc. 2. The sister sealed the letter, feeling a wave of professional anxiety wash over her. She was sending the most ridiculous, yet most truthful document of her life to the foremost academic of her generation. Her career, her reputation, and her entire framework of reality now rested on Professor Finch's willingness to entertain the notion that a silver thimble could be the product of a dodo's arbitrary generosity. The letter was dispatched the next morning via express post. The long wait began, a tense period of anticipation where every morning delivery and every rustle of the postman's boot seemed to carry the weight of both intellectual triumph and utter humiliation. During this period of waiting, Alice and her sister dedicated themselves to mapping the anomalies. They compiled a detailed inventory of the unassimilated artifacts that Alice had subconsciously carried back from her dream, or which had since materialized. There was the silver thimble, chapter 29, the trophy of illogical reward. Then the sister rediscovered the tiny clover, Trifolium nanum, chapter 21, a small dried herb that still held the potential to induce voluntary size change, the key to their return journey. Most unsettling, however, was a small, dusty volume found tucked beneath Alice's pillow, a children's book titled The History of England, inexplicably bound in green, slick leather. The pages were strangely damp. Inside, the text, when held at a certain angle, seemed to flow and shift. "This is the mouse's lecture," Alice exclaimed, recognizing the tedious subject matter. He was so proud of his history. The sister carefully examined the water damage. "It's not water damage, Alice. It's tear damage. The salt crystallization is too high for river water. This book was saturated by your own pool of tears." And the most chilling find, a small white teacup found sitting innocently on the mantelpiece, bearing faint smudges of butter and a tiny, almost invisible crack. "The Mad Hatter's teacup," the sister whispered, tracing the crack with her fingernail. "It's been unwashed, just as he claimed. This means the rules of perpetual time are clinging to our objects, Alice." The presence of these 4 artifacts, the thimble, the clover, the history book, and the teacup, confirmed the sister's fear. The membrane was not only porous, but it was actively transferring objects of psychic significance into their material realm, threatening to contaminate their world with the very illogic they were trying to fight. Chapter 31, The White Rabbit's Glove. The week following the dispatch of the metaphysical letter was characterized by a profound sense of suspended animation. Every time the sister heard the distant clip-clop of a horse or the squeak of the mail carriage wheels, her heart tightened with a mixture of hope and intellectual terror. She had thrown a highly logical challenge into the most irrational dimension, and now she waited for the echo. Alice, meanwhile, dealt with the waiting period by dedicating herself to the cataloging of the chaos. She meticulously organized the artifacts on a small, felt-lined tray in the study, treating the thimble, the clover, the history book, and the teacup not as toys but as sacred, deeply complex relics. The teacup in particular intrigued her. Despite being thoroughly scrubbed by the housemaid, who remarked upon its strange, tacky residue, the faint smell of stale tea and butter clung to the porcelain. If left alone for an hour, a tiny, almost imperceptible film would form inside its base, a condensation of its perpetual time existence. The sister measured this residue, finding its chemical composition entirely ambiguous, neither water nor oil, but a liminal solvent. It was on the 7th day of waiting that the next, and arguably most troubling, artifact materialized. Alice was rearranging the books in the drawing-room bookcase, performing a tedious, mundane chore that stood in sharp opposition to the cosmic uncertainty of their lives. She was pulling out a weighty volume of Latin verse when a small, soft, white object fluttered down from the top shelf, landing silently on the Persian rug. It was a white kid glove. It was flawlessly tailored, slightly too large for a human hand, and clearly made for the elegant, nervous gestures of a creature perpetually running late. The sister immediately recognized it. "The White Rabbit's glove," she whispered, her voice strained. "He dropped one when he burst into the cottage and sent you scrambling." Alice picked it up. Unlike the cold, heavy silver of the thimble, the glove felt strangely warm, almost pulsing with a faint internal energy. It was unsettlingly soft, like the fur of a live animal, yet it was unmistakably leather. The sister approached the glove with far greater caution than she had the thimble. The thimble represented a breach of physics, the glove, she feared, represented a breach of character. The white rabbit was not just an animal, he was the embodiment of temporal anxiety and frantic existential urgency. "Do not wear it, Alice," the sister warned, taking the glove and placing it on a fresh sheet of parchment. "Observe only." They spent the remainder of the afternoon examining the glove. Its material composition was normal, save for the residual warmth. Its structure was perfectly engineered for a small, three-fingered paw, but the effect of its proximity was profound. The sister noticed it first. She had been timing the experiment, meticulously recording the glove's temperature. She looked at her grandfather clock in the corner. It was precisely 3 o'clock, a perfectly ordinary time. Yet a sudden, inexplicable sense of panic washed over her. She felt an urgent, overwhelming need to be somewhere else, to be late for a critically important but undefined engagement. "Alice, what are you doing?" she asked sharply, realizing Alice was tracing the clock face with her finger, her eyes wide with a manic excitement. "I'm late, sister, I'm fearfully, terribly late," Alice cried, her voice echoing the rabbit's distinctive, high-pitched anxiety. She snatched her skirt, ready to dash out of the room. "The Duchess is waiting. And I haven't polished my buttons." The sister quickly intercepted her, grasping her shoulders firmly. "Stop, Alice, there is no Duchess and you are not late for anything. It is merely 3 o'clock. "But the hour," Alice insisted, struggling against her sister's grip. "The hour is everything. If I miss the hour, the Queen will—" She trailed off, unable to articulate the Queen's vague, terrible threat. The sister realized the contamination was not physical but psychological. The glove was emitting a field of temporal stress, an anxiety so potent that it momentarily overtook the recipient's free will. "It is the rabbit's neurosis," the sister stated, guiding Alice gently back to her seat. "He is the spirit of lateness itself. His glove carries the imprint of his constant, consuming fear of falling behind the arbitrary schedule of Wonderland." She took a large glass bell jar and carefully placed it over the glove. The effect was immediate. The stifling sense of urgency in the room dissipated, replaced by the calm, measured rhythm of the Victorian household. Alice blinked, shaking her head as if waking from a brief, vivid nightmare. "I felt such a need to run," Alice whispered, her eyes wide. "As if the moment itself was slipping away from me, and if I didn't chase it, everything would collapse." The sister nodded gravely. "This artifact is far more dangerous than the others, Alice. The thimble challenged our laws of nature, the glove challenges our laws of sanity. It is a potent psychic amplifier." The sister then performed a series of controlled, deliberate experiments. She timed her exposure to the glove, always keeping it safely under the bell jar. Exposure for 30 seconds resulted in a mild but noticeable increase in heart rate and an obsessive focus on her pocket watch. Exposure for 60 seconds caused her to stand up, pacing the room while muttering to herself about the necessity of speed and the importance of white kid gloves to formal attire. She noted that the glove's influence was volitional, meaning it preyed on existing human tendencies towards punctuality and performance anxiety, twisting them into existential terror. "This confirms my hypothesis about the volitional manifold," the sister recorded in her notebook. The objects from the subterranean chaos do not merely exist, they infect their surroundings with the specific neuroses of their owners. The silver thimble, associated with the dodo's arbitrary rewards, instilled a subtle belief in illogical benefit, making one feel good about a pointless task. The white rabbit's glove, associated with temporal panic, inflicted existential anxiety. The sister looked at the catalogue of their relics. They were not mere souvenirs, they were vessels of madness, each carrying a specific psychic poison from Wonderland. "We must be exceptionally careful, Alice," the sister concluded, securing the bell jar with a heavy weight. "The key to fighting Wonderland is not its physical laws but its psychological laws. If we allow its panic to infect us, we lose our footing in reality entirely." They were now engaged in a silent psychic war, fighting against the creeping, infectious chaos carried by a small, white, elegant kid glove. In Chapter 32, The Grin of the Cheshire Cat. The lead-lined box containing the silver thimble and the glass bell jar imprisoning the white rabbit's glove stood like sentinel guards on the sister's desk. They represented the tangible limits of the chaos, the maximum physical and psychological breach they had experienced. Alice and her sister lived in the shadow of the express post, waiting for Professor Finch's reply, hoping that the intellectual authority of Oxford could provide a shield against the creeping irrationality. They were working in tense silence. The sister was compiling a massive treatise on the volitional properties of subterranean matter, using the thimble as her primary citation. Alice was attempting to sketch the three-fingered contours of the glove, trying to capture its anxious essence. Then it happened. It was not a violent manifestation, but a slow, quiet emergence. A point of light, bright and curved, appeared near the ceiling molding. It was a line of pure, brilliant white, utterly disembodied, hanging in the three-dimensional space of the study. It curved slowly, expanding from a single arc into an unmistakable, infectious smile. It was the grin of the Cheshire cat. The smile was wide, utterly impossible, and entirely separate from any head or body. It possessed a mischievous, knowing quality, a silent, mocking assessment of the two mortal women attempting to categorize and contain the uncontainable. It simply hung there, glowing softly against the dark wood of the ceiling. Alice dropped her pencil, but her reaction was one of pure recognition, devoid of fear. "It's the Cheshire cat, he's come to visit." "No, Alice," the sister whispered, her voice tight with intellectual dread. She rose slowly, approaching the floating curve of light with a measuring tape. "It is not the cat. It is merely the grin. The cat itself is absent. This is purely form without substance." The sister's mind, trained by years of rigorous Newtonian physics, instantly recoiled. The silver thimble had violated the conservation of mass, the tiny Clover had violated the conservation of dimension, the white rabbit's glove had infected their laws of time. But the grin violated the most fundamental philosophical law of all: form cannot exist without structure. "Where is its cat?" the sister demanded of the air, her voice cracking slightly. The grin did not move, but somehow seemed to widen, suggesting profound amusement at her logical query. The sister, resorting to her scientific discipline, tried to measure the phenomenon. She held the measuring tape up, gingerly extending it toward the curved light. "It occupies approximately 15 inches of horizontal space," she dictated into her notebook, her hand shaking. "It emits light but no heat and produces no sound. I am attempting to determine its mass." She took a small, sensitive balance and tried to wave it near the Grin, hoping to measure a subtle gravitational pull. Nothing registered. "It has zero measurable mass," she recorded, the sentence sounding insane even to her own ears. "A physical manifestation of a psychological state. It is the visual record of a cat's amusement, existing without the biological necessity of the cat itself." Alice, observing the entire process with the detached acceptance of a native returning to her birthplace, explained the situation simply. "The cat told me, sister, that if you talk to it, it will eventually disappear." "I am not talking to it," the sister retorted, her eyes narrowed. "I am attempting to categorize it. This is not conversation, Alice, this is data retrieval." But the Grin had already begun its most dangerous work, psychological contamination. The sister suddenly felt a profound and crippling wave of nihilism wash over her. It was not panic like the glove, but a suffocating sense of irrelevance. "Why are you measuring 15 inches? A silent, mocking voice seemed to echo in her mind. "What difference does the measurement make? Will cataloging the absurdity make it less absurd? You are an intelligent woman wasting her life documenting the residue of a child's dream. Your work is meaningless. Your life is an arbitrary arrangement of atoms that will soon collapse, leaving behind nothing but a silly, unproven theory." The sister's hand dropped, her pen clattering onto the desk. She stared at the Grin, feeling the very foundation of her motivation crumbling. Her entire life had been built on the principle that knowledge is power and categorization brings control. The Grin was the ultimate argument against this. It was the embodiment of meaningless existence. Alice, too, was affected. She sat back, gazing at the Grin with a vacant, distant look. "It doesn't matter, sister," she murmured, echoing the sentiment of the cat's philosophical detachment. "It doesn't matter if we find Professor Finch, or if we keep the thimble, or if we ever get back to Wonderland. Everything is bound to disappear anyway." "Nonsense, Alice," the sister snapped, forcing herself to shake off the mental fog. The urgency of the rabbit's glove was a temporary adrenaline spike. The Grin's infection was a slow, deliberate poison to the soul. "We are real, this room is real. We are not going to disappear." But even as she spoke the words, she glanced at the wall and felt a cold stab of doubt. The wallpaper seemed less defined. The objects on the mantelpiece seemed slightly fuzzy at the edges. The Grin had cast a shadow of non-existence over their entire reality. The sister knew she couldn't fight a phenomenon that defied physics and reason. She had to fight the psychic residue. "Alice," the sister commanded, her voice sharp with sudden decision, "tell me about Dinah. Tell me about her fur, her claws, her eyes, her collar. Detail her existence." Alice was startled. "Dinah?" "Yes, the cat, our cat, the one who is demonstrably not an invisible, talking piece of psychological whimsy. Tell me every mundane, physical detail." Alice, instinctively responding to the sister's authoritative tone, began describing her pet. Dinah is a tabby, sister. She has very soft, striped fur. She weighs exactly 8 pounds. Her eyes are green, but sometimes they look yellow. She smells slightly of fish oil when she's been naughty. She purrs at a low sigh note. The sister repeated each detail, forcing her mind to anchor itself to the unyielding reality of matter. Striped fur, 8 pounds, low C note. These were fixed constants, proofs against the Grin's argument of ultimate meaninglessness. As they meticulously documented Dinah's solid, tangible existence, the Grin seemed to grow faintly dimmer. Its amused, nihilistic energy faltered in the face of verifiable material reality. Finally, with a soft, almost regretful pop, the Grin vanished entirely. The room was silent. The sister stood breathing heavily, her face damp with sweat. The Grin had not left behind a thimble or a glove. It had left behind only a trace of psychic contamination, the subtle, chilling idea that existence itself might be a pointless joke. The sister walked to her safe and placed the history book, the teacup, and the newly documented Grin phenomenon under triple lock and key. The greatest danger of Wonderland, Alice, is not the Queen's malice, it is the cat's indifference. It teaches us that nothing matters. We must always remember why we exist. And Chapter 33, The Botanical Pursuit. The day after the appearance and subsequent dissolution of the Cheshire Grin, the study felt unnaturally sterile, as if the very air had been scoured by a powerful, though silent, chemical agent. The nihilism, the corrosive doubt that existence was meaningless, had retreated, but it left behind a faint residue of skeptical detachment. The sister returned to her work with a renewed, almost frantic intensity. The Grin had been the greatest psychic attack yet, challenging her will to believe in reality. In response, she decided to anchor her efforts back to the tangible. She focused her attention on the most powerful, yet most deceptively simple artifact they possessed. The tiny clover, Trifolium nanum, the dried, almost forgotten botanical specimen that held the secret to size alteration. We must understand the genesis of the power, Alice, the sister declared, setting up her microscope and chemical testing kit on a separate table, far away from the psychically contaminated artifacts. The thimble is a result, the glove is a symptom, but the clover is the tool. It is the bridge between the volitional manifold and our chemical reality. Her primary challenge was not analysis, but identification. She meticulously compared the dried clover fragment with dozens of botanical reference texts. Its structure was superficially similar to Trifolium repens, white clover, but the cellular density and the complex interlocking arrangement of its vascular bundles were utterly unique. Under high magnification, the specimen displayed a subtle internal iridescence, a faint rainbow shimmer that defied conventional refraction. It was, she concluded, botanically impossible. It is a non-Euclidean flora, she recorded. The leaf structure seems to conform to a hyperdimensional geometry, folding space upon itself at a cellular level. Alice watched, intrigued but impatient. And can we grow it, sister? If we plant the piece, will a whole new size-changing garden appear? The sister frowned. I suspect not, Alice. This piece is dead, its properties are fixed. But its molecular structure must adhere to some form of underlying chemical law, however esoteric. The sister resorted to the alchemical texts. As a serious Victorian scientist, this was a step she took with immense reluctance, bordering on intellectual shame. Alchemy was the domain of charlatans and the desperate, a precursor to true chemistry. Yet the existence of a plant that could manipulate bodily mass demanded consideration of pre-scientific wisdom. She retrieved dusty volumes from her late father's forbidden collection, texts filled with diagrams of Ouroboros, the Philosopher's Stone, and the obscure language of Athanor and Quintessence. She focused her search on plants capable of transformation and transmutation. She found references to the mythical herb of volition, a plant said to grow only in places where the boundary between the mundus imaginabilis imaginal world and the mundus materialis material world was thinnest. The descriptions, vague and hyperbolic, spoke of its power to grant the user whatever form they most desired at that instant. The tiny clover fit the description perfectly. It reacted to will. If Alice wished to shrink, the clover's power complied. If she wished to grow, it complied. Its function was not chemical but teleological. The plant acts as a psychic catalyst, the sister hypothesized, scribbling furiously. It doesn't cause the size change, it merely allows the user's will to temporarily override the fixed constants of the body's mass and volume. The investigation led the sister to a crucial realization regarding her academic isolation. She had a professional peer group, botanists, chemists, and physicists, but she could not risk disclosing her findings. Mentioning a herb of volition growing in the subterranean chaos would instantly strip her of every qualification and ounce of credibility she possessed. She had to navigate a terrifying duality. She was living the truth of the impossible, yet she had to present a flawless, conventional mask to the world of reason. The arrival of a letter from her former colleague, Dr. Eleanor Vance, only compounded this pressure. Dr. Vance wrote to inquire about the delay in the sisters' planned treatise on terrestrial crystallography, mentioning casually that she was attending a seminar by a young, ambitious scientist who was rapidly eclipsing the sisters' reputation due to her recent, unexplained absence from academic life. The sister felt a stab of competitive dread, the very human fear of being forgotten or replaced in her field. Wonderland demanded her sanity, her time, and now it was threatening to consume her professional standing. "I cannot publish this, Alice," the sister sighed, tapping the alchemical text. "Even if I removed the references to Wonderland and merely published the analysis of the clover's unique crystallography, the impossibility of its structure would still be flagged as fraud. They would demand the living specimen, and I cannot provide that without entering the rabbit hole again." Alice, who was practicing minute control over the clover fragment, she could now make her finger shrink and expand by the width of a hair, offered a solution born of Wonderland's directness. "Why not tell Dr. Vance that you are investigating ancient Greek botanical mysteries? Say you found a fragment from the ruins of Ephesus. People always believe old things are magical, even if new things aren't." The sister considered this. It was a calculated deception, a framing of the impossible within the acceptable boundaries of antiquarian romanticism. It might buy her time and perhaps even lure Dr. Vance, a known enthusiast for esoteric history, into helping with the initial analysis without realizing the danger. The need for a second opinion was becoming overwhelming. The sister was running out of conventional scientific tools to fight a phenomenon that was fundamentally unconventional. She needed someone who could appreciate the data without immediately dismissing the source. She composed a carefully worded, highly misleading letter to Dr. Vance, requesting assistance with the spectroscopic analysis of an ancient, unidentified herbal fragment believed to possess unique refractive properties due to mineral contamination from volcanic soil. She made no mention of size, will, or white rabbits. Before the sister could seal the letter to Dr. Vance, there was a sharp, distinct rap at the front door. It was not the tentative knock of the mailman. It was a loud, deliberate, and entirely official sound. The maid opened the door, and a man's voice boomed from the hallway, filling the usually quiet house with professional authority. "I am here on urgent personal business for Miss Alice's sister, on behalf of the Chancellor of Oxford University." The sister's blood ran cold. Professor Alistair Finch had not merely responded to her letter, he had sent a personal emissary. The scholarly world had not dismissed her. They had taken her metaphysical claims seriously enough to mobilize an urgent investigation. The man who stepped into the study was not a professor, but a tall, impeccably dressed young man with a fierce, academic glare and a large, leather-bound portfolio under his arm. "Miss," he said, fixing the sister with an intense look that seemed to penetrate her carefully constructed facade of calm, "I am Mr. Charles Dodgson. I am here to discuss your recent correspondence regarding volitional manifolds." Chapter 34, The Interrogation by Mr. Dodgson. The arrival of Mr. Charles Dodgson, a figure whose stern academic bearing seemed to condense all the rigorous formality of Oxford into one room, was not merely an interruption, it was an inquisition. He was the embodiment of the logical manifold, a system of thought that stood in direct, brutal opposition to the volitional chaos they were studying. The sister, despite her fear, felt a surge of intellectual challenge. This was not a dismissal by Professor Finch, this was a mobilization. Her claims had been taken seriously enough to send a dedicated logician to verify the impossibility of her data. "Mr. Dodgson," the sister said, regaining her composure and adopting the cool, professional tone of a woman defending her thesis. "Please sit. Your presence is unexpected. I trust Professor Finch received my letter detailing the volitional manifold." Dodgson did not accept the offered seat. He remained standing, tall and imposing, his gaze fixed not on the sister, but on the objects scattered across her study, particularly the glass bell jar covering the white rabbit's glove and the lead-lined box containing the thimble. He carried an air of meticulous suspicion, as if searching for a misplaced semicolon in the very architecture of the house. Professor Finch is highly preoccupied with a matter concerning the axioms of non-Euclidean geometry, Dodgson replied, his voice precise and faintly resonant. "He forwarded your correspondence to me, noting your rather unorthodox use of the term manifold in conjunction with what appears to be a matter of child psychology. The sister bristled at the dismissal. "It is not a matter of psychology, sir. It is a matter of empirical observation and temporal anomaly. I assure you the data is sound, though the source is singular." Dodgson finally took a seat, but on the very edge of the chair, his posture communicating intense, critical engagement rather than relaxation. He opened his leather portfolio, extracting a sheaf of papers, the sister's original letter, annotated heavily in a neat mathematical hand. "Let us start with your premise, Miss. You postulate the existence of a subterranean chaos where physical laws are governed by pure will, a domain you term the volitional manifold. Is that correct?" "That is correct," the sister confirmed. "And you claim that artifacts from this domain, objects of negligible mass, can induce quantifiable changes in the physical properties of matter and in the mental state of the observer." "Oh, yes." Dodgson adjusted his spectacles, the movement almost mechanical in its precision. "Then, miss, tell me this. You claim that a plant fragment, the tiny clover, can cause a change in human volume. If Alice shrinks to 10 inches, her mass remains unchanged, correct?" The sister inhaled sharply. "Yes, her density increases exponentially. She is 10 inches high but still possesses the mass of a 10-year-old girl. And if her mass is constant but her volume decreases, her gravitational footprint must increase. Yet you report no catastrophic structural failure to the chair or floor when she is in this dense state. Where does the surplus gravitational force manifest, miss? Does it dissipate into the manifold, or does it exist as a compressed singularity of unknown form?" The question was brilliant and devastating. It struck at the very heart of the paradox she had failed to solve. The sister hesitated, her academic confidence momentarily faltering before the force of pure skeptical reason. The force is volitional itself," she struggled to explain, gesturing towards the invisible realm. "The structure of Wonderland allows the impossibility. The floor accepts the mass because the will of that world dictates that the mass, however dense, will not exceed the structural tolerance of the environment." Dodgson leaned back, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. "Miss, you are suggesting that the law of universal gravitation is subject to the emotional whims of a subterranean furniture. That is not physics, miss. That is theological whimsy." Alice, who had been listening with rapt attention, suddenly interjected with the directness of a child who understands the reality of the experience better than the abstraction. "But the floor does accept it, sir. And when I grew too tall in the hall, the ceiling pushed me down. The room changes to fit the difficulty." Dodgson turned his penetrating gaze to Alice. "And you, young lady, were the primary observer of these events." "I was the subject," Alice corrected him, slightly indignant. "A subject prone to vivid dreams and the imaginative play common to your age, I presume," Dodgson concluded coolly. He turned back to the sister. "You see the problem, miss? Your empirical evidence relies entirely on the testimony of a child whose inherent imaginative faculty is precisely the source of the unscientific narrative." The sister knew she had lost the theoretical argument. She had to shift from proof of concept to proof of artifact. She walked to the lead-lined box and with deliberate slowness opened it, revealing the silver thimble nestled on black velvet. "You speak of axioms, Mr. Dodgson. Examine this, then. This is the thimble awarded to Alice during a Caucus-Race, a race where everyone won and everyone received a prize." She picked up the thimble and handed it to him. Dodgson took it, his long fingers turning the small object over. His expression remained fiercely neutral, but the sister noticed a flicker of something in his eye, not skepticism, but intense, immediate calculation. "A thimble," Dodgson noted. "The weight is unusual, significantly denser than silver of this volume should be. The metallurgical anomaly, perhaps. It is a volitional artifact," the sister stated. "Its mass, as calculated, should collapse this desk. It does not. Its continued existence in our world is a direct refutation of your axioms. It is a piece of pure, sustained contradiction." Dodgson remained silent for a long moment, weighing the thimble on his palm, feeling the impossible weight of the object. He was a man whose entire life was dedicated to ensuring that A equals not A. This object was whispering to him that A equals not A, and that the consequence was simply a slightly heavier thimble. He placed the thimble back down, his composure slightly ruffled. "I grant you the anomaly of density, miss, but anomaly is not proof of a new dimension. It is merely proof of poor assaying." The sister knew her final piece of evidence had to be the most terrifying, the glove, the source of psychic infection. She approached the bell jar. "You mentioned child psychology, Mr. Dodgson. Now I offer you the psychology of fear." She carefully removed the weighted anchor and lifted the bell jar, exposing the white rabbit's glove to the air. Almost instantly, the room's atmosphere shifted. The oppressive sense of anxiety and temporal dread swelled, emanating from the soft, innocent-looking white leather. Dodgson, the man whose schedules were legendary, whose life was run by the absolute precision of the clock, visibly stiffened. His hand instinctively went to his pocket, touching the chain of his pocket watch. His eyes flickered nervously towards the grandfather clock in the corner. I must confess, miss," Dodgson stammered, his logic beginning to fracture under the psychological assault of the glove. "I have an engagement, an extremely pressing engagement. I am late, terribly, dreadfully late. I must be at the college quadrangle before." "Before what, Mr. Dodgson?" the sister pressed, watching the transformation with clinical detachment. "Before you miss the moment, before the Queen cries, 'Off with your head.'" Dodgson was now pacing rapidly, his academic glare replaced by the wide, panicked eyes of the White Rabbit himself. "There is no time for paradoxes, miss. I have no time, my entire life. My entire system depends on the correct placement of time. I am late, I am late." The sister quickly slammed the bell jar back down. The psychic pressure immediately vanished. Dodgson stopped, blinking, clutching the lapels of his coat, breathing heavily. He stared at the sister, then at the innocuous white glove, a look of sheer, intellectual horror replacing his panic. He had been momentarily possessed by the very neurosis she had described. "Miss," Dodgson said, his voice now low and utterly devoid of professional arrogance, I believe your claim is not merely a matter of geometry or psychology. I believe you have encountered a domain where the mind is the master of matter. I must report this to the Chancellor immediately. But first, he walked over to Alice, who was still watching the entire spectacle with calm interest. He knelt, not with the formality of a visiting dignitary, but with the quiet, intense curiosity of a scholar meeting the source material. "Alice," he said, his voice softer than before, betraying a sudden, profound fascination. "Tell me again about the Cheshire cat. Tell me what happens when only the smile remains." Chapter 35, The Mapping of the Volitional Manifold. The silence that followed the immediate cessation of the White Rabbit's panic was dense, charged not with relief, but with the weighty, terrifying clarity of a shared truth. Mr. Charles Dodgson remained kneeling before Alice, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that had crossed the boundary from mere academic curiosity into profound personal obsession. He saw not a child prone to flights of fancy, but the primary source of a revolutionary, world-breaking data set. "The smile, Alice," Dodgson repeated, his voice hushed. "The pure form without the cat. It is a concept that violates every theorem of Euclidean geometry and every principle of Aristotelian logic. It is the perfect, sustained contradiction." Alice, recovering quickly from the shock of seeing a distinguished gentleman behaving like a frightened rabbit, spoke with the calm authority of the experienced traveler. "It just shows you, sir, that things can be in one piece even when they're not, and they can go away without actually leaving." Dodgson rose, his eyes distant, as if already mentally sketching equations on the wall. "The sister is correct, miss. The mind is the master of matter in that domain. And if the mind is the master, then the language of that mastery must be mathematics, albeit a radically new form." The interrogation transformed into an immediate high-stakes collaborative session. The sister, initially wary of Dodgson's skepticism, recognized the fierce, almost desperate hunger for truth in his eyes. He wasn't trying to disprove her claims anymore, he was trying to systematize them. Their first challenge was methodology. The sister insisted on the artifacts, measuring the Thimble's non-gravitational density, analyzing the Clover's botanical impossibility, and quantifying the temporal disruption of the glove. Dodgson, however, insisted on the narrative topology. "The material proof is secondary, miss," Dodgson argued, pacing the study. "The artifacts are merely residue. The true structure is the space itself." "Alice, tell me about the Hall of Doors. How large was it and how quickly did it change?" Alice closed her eyes, recalling the sickening elasticity of the space. "It was very long but not wide, and when I cried the water filled it up almost instantly, and when I grew the ceiling rushed down to meet my head. It was always exactly the size it needed to be difficult." Dodgson stopped, his pen hovering over a clean sheet of paper. "Aha, the geometry is not fixed but volitional and antagonistic. The space is designed to maximize the subject's frustration. We are dealing with an inversive geometry where the dimensions are dictated not by external law, but by internal emotional state." He began sketching complex, nonlinear equations. He attempted to represent the hall as a Möbius strip, a surface with only one side to account for the simultaneous feeling of being inside and outside the situation. He labeled the crucial constants not with pi or c but with psychological metrics: F for fear, the glove; L for longing, the key and the door; and A for absurdity, the tea party. The sister focused her attention on temporal mapping. She asked Alice to reconstruct the sequence of the White Rabbit's time complaints, attempting to plot a curve that represented the dilation and contraction of time in Wonderland. "When I first saw him, he was late, Alice recalled. But at the croquet ground, the Queen wanted everyone dead immediately. And at the tea party, it was always 6 o'clock. But the Hatter insisted time was offended." "The implications are staggering," the sister murmured, rubbing her temples. "Time is not a constant but a social construct capable of being offended by poor manners. It requires a temporal calculus where the derivative of time with respect to time is dependent on social etiquette." Dodgson seized on this, precisely the Hatter's singularity. The point where the linear progression of time collapses into an eternal, circular present. We must identify the logical fallacy that sustains the tea party, the mathematical error in their social contract that locks them eternally in the moment. Their collaboration became a relentless two-pronged attack on the impossible. The sister provided the rigorous, quantifiable observations of the volitional artifacts, while Dodgson built the theoretical framework, the volitional manifold, to contain the chaos. The most difficult concept remained the Cheshire grin. Dodgson spent an entire afternoon staring at Alice, asking her to describe the sensation of observing a smile without a head. "Oh, it's not just the smile that is missing the cat, sir," Alice explained patiently. "It's that the cat is missing the rest of the world. It doesn't care about the Queen or the trial or being late. It just thinks it's all very funny." Dodgson wrote a single line on his parchment: "A form is not diminished by the absence of its substance, for its substance is the idea itself." "Miss," Dodgson announced to the sister, his eyes blazing with the clarity of a profound, painful realization. "The grin is the ultimate proof that the rules of Wonderland are not physical but linguistic. The cat says it will vanish, and therefore the cat does vanish, leaving behind only the word smile made manifest." He realized that the axioms of Wonderland were not based on mathematical proof, but on rhetorical power. The Queen's power was sustained not by her military force, but by the overwhelming, repeated assertion, "Off with his head." It was a verbal command that replaced the law of the land. The volitional manifold, Dodgson concluded, was ultimately a system where the logic of language superseded the logic of mathematics. As the evening wore on, the sister presented Dodgson with her final finding on the tiny clover. "I have determined that the clover, when consumed, causes the subject's perception of themselves to become instantaneously and physically true. If Alice sees herself as small, she becomes small. If she sees herself as large, she becomes large." "It is a literalization of solipsism," Dodgson whispered, "the ultimate philosophical nightmare. The universe responds to the I am statement." He took a final measurement of the thimble, his face grim. I cannot publish this as mathematics. Miss No journal would accept equations based on emotional variables and linguistic paradoxes. They will dismiss the thimble, ignore the glove, and pathologize Alice. The sister nodded, the truth of his statement cold and undeniable. Dodgson slowly packed his portfolio. He did not put away his notes on the volitional manifold. Instead, he placed them carefully inside a blank cover, binding them together with a piece of string. He looked at Alice, then at the sister, a strange, transformative light dawning in his eyes, a blend of the logical precision of the scholar and the wild, creative acceptance of the fantastical. The language of logic is too small for this world, Miss, Dodgson said, but the language of narrative, the language of stories and imagination. That is the only way to convey the truth of the volitional manifold without losing one's academic integrity. He stood, no longer the logician Mr. Dodgson, but a man on the cusp of adopting a new persona. I shall return to Oxford. I will present a summary of our findings, but I must disguise the source. I must translate the theorems of Wonderland into the language of the sublime. I must find a medium where the smile can exist without the cat, and the Caucus-Race can be celebrated for its glorious pointlessness. He was leaving, but his purpose was sealed. He was going to write a book. In Chapter 36, The Calculus of the Hatter's Watch. The departure of Mr. Charles Dodgson left a vacuum in the study, yet it was not one of emptiness, but of intensified intellectual responsibility. He had taken the philosophy and the linguistics. He had claimed the paradox of the Cheshire Grin and the literary potential of the Caucus-Race. But he had left the physics, the terrifyingly tangible threat of the volitional artifacts, to the sister. The alliance had validated her sanity but deepened her burden. Dodgson was writing a book. She was guarding a breach in reality. He is a man who deals in what-ifs, the sister murmured, watching the empty space where the intense logician had stood. We deal in what is, and what is Alice is that time itself is now a capricious, offended entity. Her attention settled upon the latest artifact they had recovered during their last foray into Wonderland, the Hatter's watch. It lay inert on a velvet cloth, a heavy, tarnished piece of machinery that refused to tell the hour. It was perpetually fixed, not at 6 o'clock, the eternal tea party time, but at the precise moment the Hatter had quarreled with time, 5:30. The sister approached the watch with the reverence and caution usually reserved for handling a highly unstable chemical compound. The thimble defied gravity, the glove induced neurosis, but the watch defied causality. It implied that the flow of the universe could be halted, or rather circularized, by a social disagreement. She theorized that the watch did not stop time, but rather compressed the local temporal field around itself, forcing all events within its radius into an infinite, recursive loop of the same instant. The time 5:30 was not a fixed number, but a temporal singularity dictated by the Hatter's stubborn refusal to move forward. Her goal was to quantify this stasis. She set up a highly sensitive temporal array involving a series of meticulously synchronized chronometers and a large, stately grandfather clock that stood sentinel in the corner of the study, the bedrock of linear, predictable time. We must find the temporal offset, Alice, the sister explained, adjusting a pair of vernier calipers. If the watch is truly fixed in the past, its mere proximity to our present should create a ripple effect, a localized gravitational pull toward its moment of stasis. The experiment began simply. The sister placed the Hatter's watch exactly 1 foot from the pendulum of the grandfather clock. She then used a high-speed mechanical camera, a cutting-edge device capable of recording subtle microsecond deviations, to monitor the grandfather clock's oscillation. At first there was nothing. The pendulum swung with rhythmic, majestic certainty, marking the steady, linear progression of the Victorian afternoon. But after 10 minutes, a subtle change occurred. The pendulum, instead of swinging smoothly from 1 to 0 to -1, began to show tiny, almost imperceptible hiccups. It would reach the apogee of its swing, pause for a fraction of a millisecond longer than calculated, and then accelerate back to the center as if correcting a fundamental error. "Look, Alice," the sister whispered, pointing to the camera's output, which graphed the displacement. "The curve is showing retrograde drift. Our local time is attempting to accelerate to compensate for the watch's pull into the past." As they watched, the effect intensified. A faint auditory anomaly began to manifest in the study. They heard a distinct double-tap echo on the sound of the grandfather clock's tick, 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 tock, tock. It was the sound of reality registering a moment, and then briefly registering the moment immediately preceding it, before rushing back to catch up with the present. Alice, sitting nearby drawing pictures of a perpetually grumpy dormouse, observed the effect on a more mundane scale. She was holding a china doll, and she had just placed a small ribbon into the doll's hair. Suddenly, with a tiny, disconcerting shimmer, the ribbon was no longer in the doll's hair. It was floating an inch above the doll's hand, exactly where Alice had held it 5 seconds earlier. The doll's hand, however, had not moved to retrieve it. The ribbon had simply reverted its position in space, independent of the current temporal state. "Sister," Alice exclaimed, pointing, "the ribbon is forgetting where I put it." The sister rushed over, her eyes wide with a combination of dread and exhilaration. "It is not forgetting, Alice, it is retro-synchronizing. The watch is creating tiny temporal reversion fields, areas where the object is momentarily snapped back to its nearest past stable state." The implications were catastrophic. This was not merely a matter of a funny tea party. This was a fundamental threat to the structure of matter. If an object could spontaneously revert to a past state, the entire concept of a continuous present, and thus the entire concept of science, collapsed. The sister recognized that this phenomenon was the applied mathematics of the tea party. The Hatter, by constantly moving around the table to use clean cups, was instinctively counteracting the localized temporal reversion field created by his own watch. He was trying to outrun the perpetual 5:30. The key, therefore, was not to fix the watch, but to understand how to utilize the instability. She placed the watch inside a thick, lead-lined containment cylinder, hoping to dampen the temporal pull. But the moment the metal cover touched the velvet, the reversion field exploded. The entire study groaned. A book that had been sitting on a shelf snapped back to its position on the floor. A teacup on the desk vanished and reappeared, briefly and violently, a foot to the left, precisely where it had been placed the night before. The sister recoiled, breathing heavily. The lead is insufficient, the material composition is irrelevant. It is an idea contained in an object, and ideas are immune to mere physical shielding. They had to return to Dodgson's linguistic conclusion. The power of the watch resided in the rhetoric of time. Alice, recovering the reverted ribbon and attaching it firmly to the doll's hair, spoke with the clarity of a traveler who understands local customs. "The Hatter says time is not a thing you can fix, sister. He says time is a person, and if you are rude to him, he will always stand still where you were rude." The sister pondered this. The watch was not a clock, it was a psychic monument to the Hatter's offense. The only way to move the watch forward was not with gears but with forgiveness. If the Hatter's watch is a monument to an emotional state, then perhaps its function is not to keep time but to keep the memory of the grievance, the sister theorized, writing a final, desperate note. The volitional manifold operates on the principle of emotional inertia. The stasis is sustained by the Hatter's will to be offended. She realized that the only way to stop the temporal pull was to address the Hatter's neurosis directly, something that could only be done by returning to the Tea Party singularity. But they had narrowly escaped that chaos once, and venturing back now, armed only with theory, felt like an act of pure, unadulterated madness. For now, the watch had to be placed into permanent containment. The sister found the deepest, darkest corner of the wine cellar, a place of stable temperature and minimal external sensory input, and sealed the watch there, hoping the sheer mundane consistency of the cellar would neutralize the watch's power. The study felt quiet again, but the lesson was stark. The artifacts were growing stronger. Wonderland was not a passive dream. It was an active, aggressive, and expanding contradiction of reality. Chapter 37, The Logical Mantle and the Summons. The study, despite the enforced quiet of the sealed wine cellar, was still permeated by the faint, disquieting sense of temporal inertia. The act of sealing the Hatter's watch had merely contained the symptom, not cured the disease. The sister stood amidst her notes, the chaotic graphs of retrograde drift serving as a chilling reminder that the rules of their reality were now conditional, subject to the whims of a sulking clockmaker. Dodgson had taken the path of translation, converting the paradox into literature. The sister knew her path was one of confrontation. They had to return to the Tea Party singularity, but not as passive observers or fearful participants. They needed an armor designed not for the body, but for the mind. "The watch confirmed my greatest fear, Alice," the sister said, tidying away the delicate vernier calipers. "Wonderland's primary weapon is not poison or fire. It is existential confusion. It attacks the self. The dodo asked who won, the caterpillar asked who you were. The queen demands subservience to a logic that shifts based on her mood." She realized their defenses had been entirely misplaced. The lead linings were useless against ideas. The scientific method was impotent against volition. If the volitional manifold operated by literalizing subjective reality, then the only defense was a meticulously constructed, unyielding subjective identity. The sister began developing what she termed the logical mantle, a rigorous, almost ritualistic series of mental exercises designed to anchor Alice's mind firmly to the axioms of their reality. It was a cognitive firewall built to reject the infectious madness of Wonderland. From now until we leave, Alice, you must practice these affirmations, the sister commanded, her tone serious and unwavering. She wrote 3 absolute tenets on a small card and laminated it with clear, protective wax. The 3 tenets of absolute identity were: temporal consistency, the time is not 5:30. The time is now 4:17 p.m., October the 4th, 1862. The time flows forward, cause precedes effect. Physical invariance, I am Alice Liddell, I am 10 years old, my height is 4 feet and 1 inch, my mass is constant. I am one person and I have one name. Axiomatic fidelity, 1 + 1 = 2, logic is linear. The whole is greater than the part, and a grin cannot exist without a face. Alice, who had endured much stranger rituals, took to the exercises with the concentration of a determined scholar. She stood straight, closed her eyes, and repeated the tenets, her voice firm, practicing rejection of the impossible. I am Alice Liddell. I am not a caterpillar, I am not a giant, I am not a fool. The sister watched, observing the subtle neurological effect. The affirmation seemed to create a palpable sense of mental solidity around Alice, a small internal sphere of sanity that might withstand the volitional pressure of the other world. The training continued for 2 days, a period of monastic focus broken only by meals. Alice's dreams were turbulent, filled with the loud, frantic ticking of the hidden watch and the sound of the Queen's voice shouting non sequiturs, but the affirmations held. She would wake up, immediately state the current time and her height, and thereby re-establish the boundary of herself. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the sister was meticulously preparing the final dose of the tiny Clover, enough to achieve the precise 10-inch height required to pass through the little door, a dramatic external intrusion occurred. A sharp, violent crack split the air, like a whip snapping in the drawing room. Alice and the sister froze. The sound was undeniably aggressive, filled with the same frantic malice they had encountered at the croquet ground. A single object now rested on the mahogany floor, having seemingly materialized out of thin air just inside the hearth. It was an oversized ace of spades, drawn crudely but boldly, its edges sharp and new. It was not a mere artifact, it was an official document. Across the face of the card, written in thick, dripping red paint, the color of recently applied rose paint and fresh terror, was a single damning inscription, signed with an oversized, erratic letter Q and a heart symbol. The text, written in the sprawling, tyrannical hand of the Queen of Hearts, read, "To the traitor Alice, your presumption is noted. Your theft of our thimble and your subsequent avoidance of justice is treasonous. You are hereby summoned to the court of volitional law at the Garden of Red Roses. Immediate appearance is commanded. Failure to appear shall result in the sentence being passed in absentia. The sentence is always off with her head. Attend or face the eternal custody of the royal executioner." The sister picked up the card, her hands trembling not from fear, but from the sudden, terrifying shift from theory to imminent consequence. The volitional manifold had located them. The boundary between the worlds was collapsing under the strain of the watch's sealed energy and Dodgson's academic inquiry. "They know Alice," the sister whispered, her eyes wide as she registered the implications. "They have formalized their pursuit. The summons is not an invitation, it is a temporal gate. They expect us now." The threat of the sentence in absentia was the most chilling detail. It meant that the Queen's will to execute could transcend the dimensional barrier. If they delayed, Alice's reality might be catastrophically altered by a decree made in another world. The watch in the cellar was ticking backward, threatening to unmake their time. The Queen was demanding their present, threatening to unmake their very existence. "We go now, sister," Alice said, her voice surprisingly steady, the lessons of the logical mantle holding firm. She walked to the desk, picked up the small vial of clover extract and held it out. "We must apologize to the Hatter before the Queen can make the rules irreversible." The sister looked at the small, clear liquid and the terrifying ace of spades. The final act of defiance was set. They would re-enter the chaotic world, armed only with a precise dosage of botanical magic and the unyielding structure of Victorian logic. Chapter 38, The Return to the Volitional Manifold. The appearance of the Ace of Spades, the official terrifying summons from the Queen of Hearts, did more than just interrupt their evening. It annihilated the temporal distance between their reality and the volitional manifold. There was no time for deliberation, no space for doubt. The threat of a sentence passed in absentia was a terrifying legal concept rendered lethal by the Queen's power to literalize her will. "The temporal gate," the sister repeated, her voice a low, analytical whisper as she held the card. "The force of her intention has collapsed the necessary steps. We are being pulled across the threshold not by accident but by volitional law." The plan shifted from a cautious, investigative return to an immediate defensive penetration. Their objective remained twofold. First, to reach the Hatter and attempt to neutralize the temporal singularity created by his watch. Second, to survive the Queen's court. The sister moved with a chilling efficiency born of desperation. She ignored the ticking of the sealed watch in the cellar, focusing only on the tools at hand. The gold key, kept hidden beneath a loose floorboard, was retrieved. The laminated card bearing the 3 tenets of absolute identity was tucked securely into Alice's dress pocket. Her final act was the preparation of the dose. She measured the tiny clover extract with the meticulousness of a chemist administering a rare, potent medicine. The liquid was thick, clear, and shimmered faintly in the gaslight, a distillation of impossibility itself. "Remember, Alice," the sister instructed, her hands steady despite the tremor in her voice. "The feeling will be familiar, but this time we are commanding the change, not suffering it. You must hold the image of your 10-inch self clearly in your mind, anchored by the logical mantle. Do not let the volitional pressure of the other side confuse your intention." Alice nodded, her gaze fixed on the tiny vial. Her face was pale, but the years of childhood experience, now overlaid with the rigorous mental conditioning of the last 2 days, gave her an unnerving calm. "I am Alice Liddell. I am 10 years old. My height is 10 inches. My mass is constant. 4 feet 1 inch is the truth, Alice. 10 inches is the necessary operation, the sister corrected gently. The truth remains the mantle, the operation is the clover. With a final, shared breath, the sister divided the liquid. They drank the bitter extract simultaneously. The shrinking was immediate, violent, and deeply unsettling. It was no longer the soft, dreamlike collapse of matter that Alice remembered. This was a forced biological retraction, sharp and clinical. For the sister, it was the first time she had experienced the physical sensation of the volitional manifold's power directly. Her body convulsed, bones seemed to compress, and her skin felt suddenly too large, then too tight. The world did not merely grow around her, she felt compressed by it, driven downward by an invisible, massive force. The axiomatic fidelity tenet screamed in her mind, physical invariance is violated, mass is not constant. She fought the urge to panic, using sheer intellectual force to reject the sensory input. 10 inches, she gasped, gripping Alice's hand tightly. I am 10 inches, I am volitionally 10 inches. Alice, familiar with the sensation, focused fiercely on the image of her small 10-inch form, a perfect miniature of herself standing firmly on the carpet. The logical mantle acted as a cognitive shield. Where before she had shrunk in tears, she now shrunk in determination. The affirmation was a stabilizing feedback loop, preventing the wild, uncontrolled fluctuations that had plagued her first journey. When the shrinking ceased, they were 2 perfect small replicas of themselves, standing barely taller than the height of the skirting board. Their clothing, the sensible Victorian cottons, had shrunk perfectly with them, a feature of the Clover that still baffled the sister. The sister retrieved the gold key from the mantelpiece, a monumental task achieved only by climbing up the curtains. She inserted the key into the lock of the tiny door, which was located at the back of the hearth, hidden by a heavy tapestry. The lock turned with a definitive metallic click. The moment we step through, the rules change, the sister warned, lowering her voice to an insect's buzz. The mantle must be absolute. Everything you see, hear, or are told, you must reject unless it conforms to the 3 tenets. Alice, steady and small, simply reached out and pushed the door open. The immediate sensory change was overwhelming. The air that rushed out was heavy, humid, and smelled intensely of ozone, freshly cut grass, and the faint, unsettling scent of red paint. The darkness of the passage was gone, replaced by a sudden, glaring, almost painful light. They stepped through, emerging not into the vast, echoing hall of doors where Alice had first landed, but directly onto the edge of the Queen's croquet ground. The transition had been a violent, instantaneous displacement. They landed hard on a damp, strangely elastic turf, surrounded by the dizzying, chaotic vista of the Queen's domain. The scene was more terrifying than the sister had imagined. It was not merely absurd, it was weaponized disorder. The air was filled with aggressive noise, the piercing shrieks of the Queen, the muffled grunts of the hedgehog balls, the nervous fluttering of the card soldiers, and the constant, unnerving creak of the flamingo mallets being held aloft. The ground itself was a nightmare of physics. The turf swelled and dipped underfoot, defying the flatness of Euclidean geometry. Roses, crudely smeared with red paint, dripped onto the grass, the pigment running like blood. But the most immediate threat was the Queen's will, a palpable wave of psychic pressure that instantly began to assault their internal logical structure. The sister stumbled, her mind reeling as the volitional manifold attempted to infiltrate her consciousness. She felt an instantaneous, irrational urge to shout off with her head at a nearby rosebush. She felt her memory of time warp. Was it 4:17 p.m. or was it perpetually the Hatter's 5:30? She fought back, digging her heels into the elastic turf and forcing the words of the mantle through her mind, not aloud but as a silent, desperate incantation. I am one person. I am Alice Liddell's sister. Time flows forward. Alice, thanks to her prior experience and the rigorous training, handled the shift better. She looked up and pointed. Sister, look. They are trying to hide us. Just ahead of them, 3 card soldiers, 2, 5, and 7 of clubs, were frantically trying to paint a bush of white roses. But they were not using brushes, they were using their own red paint-smeared hands, working with the panicked, obsessive fervor of those trying to conceal a grave error. As Alice and the sister watched, the 2 of clubs suddenly looked up, saw the 2 tiny intruders, and froze. Its crudely drawn face, a mix of fear and ink, was a perfect mask of horror. Before the card could raise the alarm, the sister acted. She recognized that in this world, action precedes thought, hesitation was death. Run, Alice, head for the nearest anomaly. We must reach the tea party before they can summon the executioner. They bolted across the uneven ground, 2 tiny figures moving through a forest of impossibly tall card soldiers and weeping flamingos. Their only guide the desperate memory of where the chaotic tea party singularity lay. The only place in Wonderland where the Queen's power was temporarily suspended by a greater, more illogical force. The Hatter's grievance. Chapter 39, The Flight Across the Croquet Ground. The 2 tiny figures, 10 inches of determined Victorian defiance, bolted across the damp, elastic turf. The 2 of clubs had frozen for a critical half-second, a flicker of confusion that was all the sister needed. That moment of hesitation was the difference between immediate capture and a fleeting chance at survival. The sister, despite the crushing cognitive pressure of the volitional manifold, maintained a tight grip on Alice's hand. She forced her body low, attempting to minimize their visibility against the backdrop of towering, flat card soldiers. The physical effort was immense. The ground was not merely uneven but volitionally inconsistent. It would suddenly bulge beneath her foot, forcing her to compensate for a sudden convex slope, only to collapse into a concave dip moments later. Mental calibration, sister, Alice shouted, her small voice thin but firm, quoting their training. The ground is flat, axiomatic fidelity. The ground is flat. The sister closed her eyes momentarily, the landscape of her mind screaming in disagreement with her ocular nerves. She mentally recited the formula for Euclidean geometry, forcing her internal vision to superimpose a flat, predictable plane over the undulating chaos. The simple act of intellectual rejection provided a momentary anchor, allowing her to regain purchase and propel them forward. The alarm was raised with a hideous shriek from the Queen. The traitors. The miniature traitors, off with their heads, off with their heads. The command was not just a shout, it was a wave of volitional force. It was a psychic attack designed to strip away the individual will and replace it with the Queen's singular murderous intent. The sister felt the urge again, a primal, irrational desire to submit to the command and simply stop running. The sheer weight of the Queen's authority made movement feel like an act of blasphemy against the laws of Wonderland. They ran towards the edge of the ground, where Alice remembered a thicket of gnarled trees, the border between the croquet ground and the forest that led to the Hatter's house. Their pursuers were disorganized but numerous. The card soldiers, hampered by their flat, two-dimensional nature, struggled to turn and maneuver on the inconsistent ground. They were like sheets of cardboard being buffeted by a gust of wind, constantly falling and tripping over the hedgehog balls. The real danger came from the flamingo mallets. Held by the soldiers, the large pink birds were constantly struggling, craning their necks back and forth, making their heads, the striking surface, wildly unpredictable. A sudden frantic thrust of a flamingo neck could crush the 10-inch girls instantly. A flamingo held by the ace of spades lunged downward, its head snapping just inches from Alice's ankle. They dove sideways into a patch of half-painted roses. The flamingos are not weapons, they are distractions. The sister analyzed quickly, spitting out a petal that tasted sharply of red paint and fear. They rely on chaotic chance. We must move in predictable lines to avoid their unpredictable movements. As they scrambled out of the rose bush, their path was abruptly blocked by a new figure. It was the royal executioner. He was a terrifying sight, enormous, bulky, and completely shrouded in black. His face was hidden behind a crude, heart-shaped mask, and he carried an axe almost as large as the card soldiers themselves. Unlike the Queen's court, the executioner was a figure of absolute, unblinking purpose. He was the single point of linear causality in a world of madness. He represented the final, irreversible action. The executioner did not shriek or run in circles. He simply stood silently, his head tilted slightly, observing the ground for the two tiny disturbances. The silence of his presence was more menacing than the Queen's noise. "He does not obey the Queen's mood," the sister whispered, her eyes fixed on the heart-shaped mask. "He only obeys the Queen's order. He is the implement of the final, unwavering will." The executioner took a slow, deliberate step toward them. The ground itself seemed to fear him, for the turf flattened momentarily beneath his heavy boot. He raised his axe not with haste but with the measured certainty of a man who knows his trade. "Alice, follow my line," the sister hissed. "Do not look at the axe, look only at the hedgehog." A nearby hedgehog, trembling in fear, was attempting to roll itself into a ball to escape a card soldier. The sister realized the executioner was not looking at them. He was looking at the ground where he intended them to be. The sister calculated the trajectory of the executioner's downswing, a predictable parabolic arc, and the time delay. The executioner was bound by the physics of his oversized weapon, unlike the Queen, who was bound only by her will. Now, they dashed not away from the executioner, but parallel to the path of his swing, using the brief moment the axe was in the air to gain distance. The heavy steel blade slammed into the turf with a sickening thud, sending a shockwave through the elastic ground. The impact momentarily stunned the card soldiers, sending a few of the nearby ones flying. Alice and the sister used this chaotic blast radius as cover, sprinting toward the looming darkness of the forest border. They ran past a small, brightly painted, oddly familiar mushroom, a reminder of the caterpillar and of the ability to control size. They ignored it, committed to their current height and their current objective. To stop now would invite more volitional confusion. "We are close to the tea party, sister," Alice panted, pointing toward a faint, metallic clattering sound that rose above the shrieks of the Queen. "Oh, the sound of the tea things, it's the singularity." They finally reached the shelter of the dense, overgrown hedgerows that marked the boundary of the Croquet ground. The hedges here were impossibly thick, twisted, and formed a near-impenetrable wall of green shadow, a boundary where the Queen's direct line of sight and thus her immediate volitional power was slightly reduced. They collapsed beneath the massive leaves, utterly exhausted, their small chests heaving. The shrieks of the Queen were muffled here, turning into a high-pitched, insistent buzzing like an angry, distant hive. The sister leaned against the root of a massive, gnarled tree, struggling to steady her breathing and reaffirm her logical anchor. She reached into Alice's pocket, retrieved the laminated card, and held it. "Temporal consistency," the sister whispered, her voice rough. "We are here, we survived. The time flows forward. Now, Alice, we must face the Hatter, and we must mend his offense against time." They had survived the Queen's tyranny of space on the Croquet ground. Now they faced the Hatter's tyranny of time at the eternal tea party table. Chapter 40, The Negotiation with the Hatter. The air thickened as Alice and the sister pushed through the last gnarled hedge. The chaotic noise of the Queen's pursuit was immediately supplanted by the specialized, maddening clatter of the tea party singularity. It was a soundscape of endless, repeated action, the nervous scrape of china, the manic giggle of the March hare, and the deep, wheezing snores of the dormouse. The scene was exactly as Alice had described, only magnified by the sister's keen, analytical eye. The long table, set beneath a sprawling tree, was buried under tea things. The vast number of dirty cups and plates was evidence of the perpetual motion the Hatter used to escape the fixed moment of 5:30 p.m. It was a monument to refusal, a denial of progression. "The temporal singularity," the sister murmured, observing the sheer, horrifying constancy of the scene. A localized space-time anomaly fueled by profound emotional inertia. The inhabitants were slumped in their chairs, seemingly in the middle of a motion that would never complete. The Hatter was frozen mid-pour, his eyes wide and vacant, a spout of tea aimed eternally at the March hare's cup. The March hare was fixed with a piece of toast half raised to his mouth. Only the dormouse, buried under a nest of napkins, seemed to be truly asleep, protected by its own deep state of oblivion. Alice and the sister, still 10 inches high, crept onto the table, navigating a treacherous landscape of stale cakes, spilled jam, and massive, crusted saucers. Their size was an advantage here. They were too small to be noticed, yet large enough to examine the core of the problem. "We must reach the Hatter," the sister whispered, pulling herself over a fortress of sugar cubes. "He is the source node of the paradox." As they neared him, the temporal stasis seemed to loosen, replaced by a subtle, agonizing temporal judder. The Hatter's hand, frozen mid-pour, would twitch forward a microscopic distance, then snap back to its original position. The tea in the spout would shimmer toward the hare's cup, only to retreat. The sister realized this was the sound and motion of the watch battling with the linear flow of the wider reality. "The watch is not broken, Alice, it is offended," the sister declared, finally climbing onto the Hatter's shoulder, a perilous perch near the brim of his famous 10-shilling and 6-pence hat. She looked down at the Hatter's face, which, even in its frozen state, held an expression of manic, aggrieved pride. "Mr. Hatter," the sister said, projecting her small voice with all the clarity of her logical mantle, "we are not here to arrest you, we are here to mediate." The Hatter's eyes, wide and unblinking, suddenly focused. The temporal judder ceased, the motion unlocked, and the Hatter completed the pour with a jerky, sudden movement that splashed tea everywhere. "Mediate?" the Hatter squeaked, his voice cracking with indignation. "Impossible, I am finished with mediation. I am finished with time." The March hare, now freed, immediately bit into his toast, creating a loud, aggressive crunch that shattered the brief moment of conversation. "Have some wine," he offered, pointing to an empty bottle. The sister ignored the hare's non sequitur. She focused solely on the Hatter, who was wiping a stray spot of tea off his cuff with fastidious horror. "Time, sir, is merely a construct of measurement," the sister began, adhering strictly to her logical framework. "Your quarrel with time, or rather the personification of time, was the result of a miscommunication regarding the singing of the tune, 'Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Bat.'" The Hatter recoiled, genuinely shocked that his private grievance had been exposed. "It was not a miscommunication. He said I murdered the time, which, I say, is quite a rude thing to say to a gentleman when one is trying to pass the day. And time, in turn, refused to do anything you asked," the sister continued, her voice sharp and logical, like a needle piercing a balloon of irrationality. "He refused to advance the hour. He has trapped you here, denying you the simple pleasure of washing the dishes." The Hatter sputtered, his eyes darting frantically across the massive, disgusting array of used china. His face, the face of a man obsessed with appearances, contorted into genuine pain. "It is a punishment, Mr. Hatter," the sister pressed. "You insulted him, and he has sentenced you to an infinite state of uncleanliness. Your entire existence is now a monument to your own lack of manners, trapped perpetually between used cups." The Hatter slammed his hand down on the table, making the small girls jump. "Uncleanliness, it's true. I must perpetually shift places to find a clean cup, a perpetual exile from the next moment." The sister seized the opportunity, pivoting the argument from personal offense to mathematical freedom. "The watch is a record of your grievance, locking you into the moment of offense. But consider, sir, logic dictates that an infinite offense requires an infinite forgiveness to balance the equation. By holding the grudge, you are the one sustaining the stasis. You are the jailer of your own time." The Hatter stood up, rattling the table. The March hare, startled, hid under the table, and the dormouse only snored louder. The sister clung desperately to the brim of the hat. "If you truly want revenge on time," the sister challenged, leaning into the paradox, You must undo his sentence. You must move time forward to the next moment, thereby proving that his initial petty judgment was fleeting and ineffectual. You cannot defeat time by standing still. You defeat time by moving on. The Hatter's expression shifted from anger to profound, bewildered contemplation. The sister had appealed not to his sanity but to his pride and his distorted sense of justice. To move on was to win, to stay was to admit defeat to a conceptual entity. "Move on," the Hatter whispered, touching the fixed hands of his watch. "Prove him wrong." He looked at the sister, his eyes clearing slightly, showing a momentary flicker of genuine, if desperate, intelligence. "How, madam? How does one move on from an offense so profound?" "You perform the final, necessary action," the sister stated simply. "The action that signals the end of the argument. You apologize for the song and you wind the watch." The Hatter hesitated. He reached into his vest pocket, retrieved his tarnished, oversized watch and held it carefully. He looked at the sister, his eyes still holding a hint of the perpetual madness. "Very well," the Hatter declared with sudden, resolute dignity. "I shall offer time a conditional, logical truce. I shall wind the watch, provided that my song, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Bat, is forever recognized as a masterpiece." The sister did not argue the point. "Agreed, now wind the watch, mister." The Hatter's. With a trembling hand, the Hatter found the key, a tiny, impossibly intricate silver piece, and began to turn the winding mechanism. Tick! The single sound was deafening. It was a noise that had been absent from this section of Wonderland for years. The temporal stasis shattered. The moment the mainspring caught, the entire tea party accelerated violently to catch up with the present. The cups and saucers vibrated. The March hare was suddenly thrown back from the table by the force of time restarting. The air pressure shifted. The Hatter's face registered the overwhelming, exhilarating shock of the future arriving all at once. The watch now ticked steadily, a normal, rational, Victorian timepiece. The temporal singularity had been successfully neutralized. Chapter 42, The Theory of Melancholic Resistance. The forest floor, already a canvas of volatile volitional influence, now quivered under the synchronized march of the card army. The sound was a rhythmic, terrifying counterpoint to the chaotic shrieks of the Queen, proof that her will had been successfully recalibrated from whimsical tyranny to focused, linear destruction. Alice and the sister, driven by the urgency of the Griffin's message, darted through the undergrowth. The trees, previously indifferent, now seemed actively hostile. The branches that had been high now dipped low to impede their 10-inch forms. Roots coiled and uncoiled with unnatural speed, attempting to trip them. "The inverse volitional cascade is taking hold," the sister gasped, her breath ragged. She forced herself to run in a precise straight line, ignoring the optical illusion of warping space. "The Queen's will is simplifying the landscape, Alice. She is eliminating the frivolous chaos that once protected us. We must reach the shore of size before the forest becomes entirely Euclidean, a predictable place where her army can find us." Alice focused on the sound of the ocean, a distant, damp promise of freedom. "But why the sea, sister? The sea is always changing. The waves, the tides." "That's the beauty of it, Alice. The sea changes, yes, but its nature is constant. It is always vast, always melancholy, always obeying a greater, more profound set of rules than the Queen's petty decrees. It is ruled by the mock turtle's sorrow. As they ran, the sister began to analyze the Griffin's cryptic warning, using the frantic pace of their escape as a catalyst for cognitive clarity. She retrieved the crushed message from her pocket, smoothing the damp parchment against the palm of her hand. The Griffin identified the Hatter's Tea Party as a nexus, a point of stable, contained madness that acted as a negative anchor against the Queen's power, the sister explained, her voice gaining the didactic rhythm she used when lecturing. We neutralized that madness with logic, turning a negative anchor into a volitional vacuum. She pointed to a nearby bush that suddenly sprouted aggressive, sharp thorns designed to catch their clothes. The manifold now rushes to fill that vacuum, and the Queen is the fastest, most powerful current. She is simplifying the geometry of Wonderland to make her command efficient. But what is this melancholic constant? Alice asked, dodging a sudden burst of water from a flower that seemed to weep salt tears. Sorrow, Alice, stable, unchanging sorrow. Look at the mock turtle. His sadness is not chaotic like the Hatter's frenzy, nor is it capricious like the Queen's anger. It is a state of perfect entropic resignation. The sister elaborated on her sudden theory of melancholic resistance. The mock turtle's sorrow was rooted in an unchangeable past, the loss of his ability to be a real turtle, the lost joys of his school days. This past was fixed, unalterable, and immune to the Queen's present-day volatile will. The Queen derives her power from changeability, from the sudden reversal of rules, the arbitrary execution, the constant shifting fear she instills, the sister theorized. But sorrow that is permanent is stable. It is an emotional state that cannot be made worse by her threats nor better by her promises. It is a perfect null field against her influence. This intellectual exercise provided an immediate, practical application. The trees around them grew more aggressive. One particularly massive root suddenly elevated itself, taking the shape of a crudely carved finger pointing directly at them, an intentional act of intimidation. The tree is expressing anger, the Queen's emotion, Alice cried, stumbling. Counter it with the constant, the sister commanded. Focus on the unshakable, quiet inevitability of the sea. What is the most certain thing about the ocean? Alice instantly focused her mind, channeling the logical mantle. The salt will never leave the sea. It is a chemical constant. As Alice internally fixed on the immutable nature of the ocean's salinity, the angry root finger hesitated. The intentional shape wavered, and the root slowly subsided back into the ground, its will to obstruct momentarily paralyzed by the imposition of a fundamental, unchangeable natural law. The sister nodded grimly. That is the principle, Alice. We fight chaotic will with stable constants. The mock turtle's sorrow is merely the emotional constant of the sea, the sadness of vastness, the inevitability of the tide, the profound loneliness of the horizon. They continued their desperate flight, having to constantly use cognitive defense to counter the environment. Alice deflected a shower of suddenly heavy, volitionally influenced leaves by focusing on the mathematical formula for the square root of 2, an infinite, unchanging irrationality. The sister neutralized a patch of grass that attempted to change its color to a confusing, maddening mix of red and purple by repeating the periodic table of elements, a fixed taxonomy of matter. The forest began to thin, replaced by sand and the increasing, mournful cry of the sea. The scent of salt, despair, and seaweed grew stronger, the signature scent of the Griffin's domain. However, the final obstacle was the most terrifying. The card army was gaining on them, their organized march having cut through the disorganized forest chaos. They could now clearly see the lead echelon of the card soldiers, led by the silent, ominous figure of the royal executioner. The executioner, rather than chasing them, had established a line of interception at the edge of the forest, just meters from the shore of size. He stood alone, his axe resting on his shoulder, patiently waiting. "He is not pursuing us, he is merely implementing the Queen's final directive," the sister observed, her voice barely a whisper. "He is the final, logical consequence of the Queen's accelerated will." They were trapped between the marching, simplified geometry of the card army and the single, unwavering purpose of the executioner. Escape lay only a few yards away in the damp, wave-washed sand. Suddenly, a loud, sustained sob broke through the tension. It was a sound of profound, world-weary misery, entirely devoid of self-pity and impossibly deep for the small figure from whom it emanated. The mock turtle had arrived. He was sitting on a massive, tide-worn rock, his large, tear-filled eyes fixed on the horizon, utterly oblivious to the marching card army or the towering executioner. His body was shaking with the sheer force of his perpetual grief. The sound of his sorrow was a physical force, a deep sonic wave that seemed to vibrate the very air. The effect on the surrounding volitional manifold was instantaneous and profound. The executioner hesitated. His axe, which had been held at a steady, ready angle, suddenly dipped slightly, as if the concept of finality was being questioned by the sheer endlessness of the turtle's sadness. The marching card army, which had been perfectly synchronized, suddenly broke formation. The rigid rhythm was interrupted as the soldiers began to bump into each other, their two-dimensional faces showing confusion. They were confronted not with a counterwill, but with a perfect zero state of emotional non-response. The mock turtle's sorrow was not an attack, it was a shield of apathy. "Now, Alice!" the sister shouted, seizing the brief, powerful moment of volitional stasis created by the turtle's grief. "Run for the shore. Into the lamentation." They sprinted past the confused executioner, whose heart-shaped mask seemed to momentarily droop. They dashed across the damp sand, their small shoes sinking slightly until they reached the edge of the water, the realm of the high marine authority, where the mock turtle's constant sorrow ruled supreme against the Queen's temporary rage. Chapter 43, The Formal Edict of the Griffin. The shore of sighs was aptly named. It was not a violent, stormy sea, but a vast, gray expanse of water whose waves broke against the damp sand with a sound of perpetual, low-level despair. The entire area was dominated by the immense, heart-breaking sob of the mock turtle, who sat, an embodiment of stable misery, on his tide-worn rock. Alice and the sister crouched behind a barrier of barnacle-encrusted driftwood, watching the forest edge. The mock turtle's sorrow acted as an invisible psychic barrier. The card army was still frozen, unable to process the perfect zero state of permanent grief. The royal executioner, standing motionless, appeared less menacing and more profoundly bewildered. "The null field is holding Alice," the sister whispered, her eyes wide with scientific awe. "His sorrow is a physical constant. It rejects the Queen's volitional fluctuations because it is immune to the concept of improvement or worsening. It is a perfect, unmoving baseline." Suddenly, the air above them fractured, not with madness, but with the majestic sound of powerful, rhythmic wing beats. The Griffin landed precisely beside the mock turtle's rock. His landing was not graceful, but heavy, authoritative, and deliberate, the arrival of a governing force. "You have arrived late, anomalies," the Griffin stated, his voice a dry, rasping rumble of authority, entirely lacking the melancholy of his surroundings. He was the executive logic of the sea, balancing the turtle's sorrowful stability. "I trust the courier conveyed the gravity of the volitional cascade." The sister stood up, smoothing her dress despite their tiny size. She was no longer a panicked fugitive, but a scholar presenting her findings. "Yes, Your Admiralty," the sister replied, using the title from the Griffin's dispatch. "We understand that our neutralization of the temporal singularity at the tea party has eliminated an internal resistance point, causing the Queen's will to rationalize and accelerate." The Griffin nodded, his massive lion's head dipping in approval. "Precisely. Her tyranny is no longer whimsical, it is efficient. Before she merely shouted off with their heads. Now she calculates the optimal trajectory for the executioner's axe. We have entered the phase of focused eradication." He gestured with a powerful feathery wing toward the mock turtle, who continued to weep, apparently unaware of the military briefing taking place beside him. "You are safe here only because of the weeping calculus," the Griffin explained. "The turtle's sorrow is a complex, multi-layered defense. It is sorrow over the loss of education, the loss of childhood, and the loss of truth. These are immutable concepts that cannot be commanded into non-existence by the Queen's will. She can command a tree to be angry, but she cannot command a memory to be forgotten." The sister was enthralled. This was the first time she had heard a resident of Wonderland use the language of fixed constants and logical calculus. "Can you formalize this weeping calculus, Griffin?" the sister asked, pulling out a miniature pencil and paper. "Only its principles," the Griffin replied. "Its ultimate proof resides in the tears themselves. Principle 1, the axiom of loss, that which is permanently gone is perfectly stable. Principle 2, the corollary of education, a fixed historical lesson is immune to present caprice. Principle 3, the theorem of nostalgia, the memory of a perfect past creates an unassailable defensive field against a tyrannical present." The Griffin then shifted his stance, his eyes focusing on the more immediate threat, the executioner. "The Queen's new rationalized force is centralized in one component, the executioner core," the Griffin growled. "He is no longer merely a henchman. He is the mathematical implementation of her will, the final, irrefutable operation in her simplified equation. He is the equals sign of her terror. He explained that the executioner's strength was based on the absolute certainty of his purpose. To defeat the queen in this new, terrifyingly efficient phase, they had to introduce doubt, the greatest irrationality, into his core purpose. The executioner's power is absolute finality, the Griffin continued. The mock turtle's sorrow is absolute endlessness. We must use the infinite nature of grief to paralyze the finite nature of the axe. The Griffin then delivered his formal edict, the mission that would move Alice and the sister from fugitives to active insurgents. You must approach the executioner. You will not fight him with logic, nor with size-changing herbs, nor with insults. You will fight him with the turtle's tears. Alice gasped. His tears, sir. Yes, Alice. The tears are not merely water, they are a distilled volitional essence, the physical manifestation of the weeping calculus, the Griffin confirmed. The turtle has been crying for years over his lost school days and the loss of his true form. These tears contain the perfect emotional antidote to the queen's anger, unshakable, permanent regret. The mission was simple, yet demanded terrifying courage. They had to collect a vial of the mock turtle's tears and deliberately break the null field's protection. You will carry the essence of the turtle's sorrow, the Griffin commanded. You will cross the boundary of the null field, approach the executioner, and introduce the tears into his executioner core. This should flood his certainty with the infinite regret of the turtle, creating a volitional contradiction that will temporarily dismantle his purpose. The sister, despite the chilling audacity of the plan, saw the logic. It was a targeted surgical strike against the Queen's final weapon, using the Queen's own rules of volitional influence against her. The risk is immense, anomalies, the Griffin warned, his voice softening slightly. The moment you exit the null field, the executioner will resume his function and the card army will charge. The certainty of your execution will be high. The mock turtle, sensing the conversation, finally looked up from his weeping. His eyes, swimming with tears, focused on Alice. "Ah, the dear child," the turtle sobbed, his voice choked with perpetual woe. "You are going to learn the weeping calculus. It is the hardest subject in the sea. It requires the acceptance of what cannot be undone. Do not forget your lessons, dearie. They are the only things that remain when everything else is gone." Alice and the sister looked at each other. They had faced the logic of madness, the chaos of time, and the tyranny of anger. Now they had to face the logic of sorrow, the only thing in Wonderland that was truly, eternally stable. The sister, ever the scientist, approached the sobbing mock turtle, carrying a tiny, sterile glass vial she had prepared for gathering samples. "With respect, Mr. Turtle," the sister said gently, using her own deep sense of empathy to bridge the gap between their realities. "We require a sample of your grief for the defense of the immutable laws." The turtle paused his sobbing, granting them a brief, wet window of opportunity. With meticulous precision, the sister held the vial beneath his massive, tear-filled eye and collected the heavy, saline fluid, the physical form of a perfect null field. As the vial was sealed, the Griffin gave his final, grim instructions. "You must act immediately. The queen is already adapting to the turtle's sorrow. She will soon command her army to feel joy just to breach the barrier. You have perhaps 3 minutes. Go now, and may the constant sorrow of the sea protect your passage. In Chapter 44, The Volitional Contradiction. The 3 minutes allotted by the Griffin felt like a single, taut thread of time stretched to breaking point. The sister held the tiny, sealed vial of Mock Turtle's tears, the distilled essence of permanent regret, like a fragile weapon against a monolithic certainty. The null field generated by the turtle's boundless sorrow hummed with a low, oppressive frequency. It felt physically heavy, a thick, damp blanket of apathy that neutralized all external volitional commands. Outside its perimeter, the card army was beginning to stir, and the royal executioner stood as the perfect embodiment of finality, his axe resting on his shoulder, perfectly still, perfectly ready. "The queen is commanding them to feel joy, Alice," the sister whispered, observing a strange, unnatural twitching among the ranks. She is attempting to introduce a positive, overwhelming emotion to bypass the turtle's negative constant. If they feel enough capricious delight, the null field will rupture. They had to move now. The sister unscrewed the vial's stopper, allowing the heavy, saline scent of infinite grief to permeate the air. "Remember the weeping calculus, Alice. Finality cannot exist without a beginning. If we introduce endlessness into the equals sign, the entire equation of the queen's terror collapses into a state of volitional contradiction." Alice nodded, her small hand clutching the sister's skirt. Her own logical mantle was now purely a defense mechanism, focusing all internal energy on maintaining the physical integrity of her 10-inch frame. This was not a fight of logic versus madness, but of stable emotion versus volatile will. They took their first step out of the Mock Turtle's protective zone. The moment their miniature boots touched the unprotected sand, the change was instantaneous and violent. A rush of volitional pressure slammed into them. It felt like walking from a calm, windless room into the eye of a hurricane. The air around them crackled with the queen's concentrated linear rage. The sand underfoot momentarily tried to solidify into concrete, an intentional environmental hostility designed to halt their flight. Simultaneously, the card army broke through the paralyzing sorrow. Their ranks straightened with a collective snap of card stock, and their silent march resumed, infused now with a horrible, forced synthetic merriment. Their feet hit the ground with the rhythm of a brutal parade drum, closer, faster, and the executioner moved. The royal executioner lifted his massive, perfectly sharpened axe. He did not rush, he simply turned to face them, his movements precise, calculated, and terrifyingly free of hesitation. He was the perfect execution of the queen's rationalized will. The sister had estimated the distance, a mere 5 yards, but in this pressurized volitional field, 5 yards felt like 500. They ran, their feet churning the sand, the air vibrating with the queen's command for their instant obliteration. "He's aiming for my neck, sister," Alice shrieked, seeing the terrifying mathematical precision in the executioner's stance. "He is aiming for the anomalous core," the sister corrected, shoving Alice forward. "He sees us as a single variable that must be zeroed out." The executioner raised the axe high above his head. The sunlight glinted off the blade, an object of pure, horrifying finality. There was no rage in his movements, only absolute mechanical certainty. The sister knew they would not reach his feet before the axe descended. She stopped, grabbing Alice's hand, and enacted the second phase of her plan, the distraction of complexity. Alice, the axiom of loss, recited. Alice, instinctively understanding, screamed the axiom into the tense air, a tiny voice against the roar of the sea and the approaching army. That which is permanently gone is perfectly stable. The sister immediately followed with the corollary of education. A fixed, historical lesson is immune to present caprice. This was not an attempt to stop the executioner, but to flood the local manifold with stable constants. The sheer weight of the immutable truths slammed into the executioner, slowing his axe's downward trajectory by a crucial half-second. In that infinitesimal pause, the sister moved. She recognized that the executioner's black, heart-shaped mask was not just armor, it was his volitional interface, the point where the Queen's command was translated into physical action. The sister had to target the tiny, minute hinge mechanism that allowed the heart mask to swivel when he adjusted his stance, the one small area of moving complexity in his otherwise absolute frame. Using a burst of speed fueled by pure adrenaline and the knowledge of their impending doom, the sister leaped up Alice's arm, using her sister as an anchor and a launch pad. She soared through the air, holding the open vial aloft. She landed barely on the heavy, stitched shoulder of the executioner's uniform. The rough fabric threatened to dislodge her. Below her, the axe continued its descent, slow but unstoppable. With meticulous, almost surgical precision, the sister plunged the open neck of the vial against the tiny hinge mechanism of the mask. The heavy, saline volitional essence of the mock turtle's tears poured out, flooding the tiny, complex gears that formed the executioner's core logic. The result was a spectacle of profound, instantaneous existential failure. The axe froze mid-swing, suspended 2 feet above Alice's head. It was not physically stopped, but volitionally paralyzed. The executioner let out no sound, but the entire figure shuddered. The introduction of the infinite nature of grief, the endless, unresolvable sorrow over what cannot be undone, had utterly jammed his finite nature of the axe, the absolute certainty of what must be done. The volitional contradiction was a state of perfect stasis. His core programming was screaming 2 conflicting commands. Execute the anomaly finality. Acknowledge the immutable loss that renders all execution futile endlessness. The executioner's form began to warp. His massive hands, incapable of either dropping or completing the swing, twitched violently. The black, heart-shaped mask began to leak, not with oil but with a thin, metallic-smelling saline discharge as the turtle's tears penetrated his system. He was experiencing infinite regret over a finite action he had not yet even committed. The card army, seeing the abrupt halt of their infallible executioner, also froze. Their forced joy evaporated, replaced by confusion, then panic, and finally a profound lack of direction. They broke rank, shuffling aimlessly, their simple core programming, charge, stop, execute, overwhelmed by the proximity of the volitional contradiction. Alice, he is destabilized. Now, the sister screamed, sliding down the executioner's arm as the giant figure began to list dangerously to the side. They ran back towards the safety of the null field, leaving the paralyzed executioner standing like a grotesque monument to paradox. Just as they crossed back into the zone of the mock turtle's weeping, a high, thin, furious scream of pure volitional rage tore across the land. It was the Queen of Hearts, witnessing the utter, calculated failure of her most perfect weapon. The Griffin, who had been observing the entire time, nodded slowly as Alice and the sister collapsed, exhausted at his feet. "Excellent work, Anomalies," the Griffin rumbled. "You have achieved a volitional contradiction, a state of stable chaos. The executioner is neutralized, but the Queen's rage is now absolute. She will use her own body as the final weapon. She will come herself." The sister looked out across the beach. The Queen's scream was still echoing, a terrifying promise of personal, physical violence. She knew their victory was momentary. They had broken the Queen's logic, but in doing so they had forced her to revert to her most primal and unreasoning source of power, pure, untamed volitional will. The only certainty was the rhythmic, vast, and endless weeping of the mock turtle, the perfect shield in a world that had gone entirely mad. Chapter 45, The Queen's Primal Volition. The null field still held, a bubble of safe, oppressive sorrow centered around the weeping form of the mock turtle. Alice and the sister lay gasping in the damp sand, their bodies spent from the chaotic sprint and the immense volitional pressure of the field. The mock turtle's tears, which had saved their lives, now tasted of overwhelming despair in the saline air. The silence that followed the volitional contradiction was brief, unnatural, and terrifying. It was the sound of a calculating mind, the Queen's being violently stripped of all rationalized means of power. Then came the Queen of Hearts herself. She did not walk, nor run, nor ride. She burst forth from the forest line, a figure of pure, untamed, accelerated rage. Gone was the stately, if tyrannical, facade of the courtly monarch. This was a volitional force in human form, a physical manifestation of a screaming heart card. Her movements were jerky and spasmodic, the red of her dress seeming to vibrate with internalized fury. She approached the null field not with caution but with absolute reckless disregard for the laws of the manifold. "They have contaminated my axe hand," she shrieked, pointing a furiously trembling finger at the paralyzed executioner, who still stood, transfixed by existential paralysis. "They have put loss into my finality, off with their heads." The Queen's scream was the strongest volitional command they had ever encountered. It hit the null field not like a wave but like a thunderbolt. The turtle's sorrow, while deep, began to flicker. The mock turtle, whose consciousness was usually lost in the past, briefly flinched, his massive shell twitching. Even his weeping calculus was strained by the sheer magnitude of the Queen's unreasoning fury. "She is bypassing the system," the sister cried, scrambling to her feet. As she saw the terrifying truth, the Queen was not commanding the environment to change, she was commanding reality itself to yield to her emotion. "Alice, the logical mantle must be at full saturation," the sister ordered. "Do not think about the Queen's will, think only of immutable physical constants." Alice, trembling, immediately began to focus, channeling her fear into a rigid, internal recital of the law of conservation of energy. The sister, however, faced the queen directly. She understood that this was a battle of psychic magnitude. She had to counteract the queen's will not with a counter-command but with a counter-existence. The queen reached the invisible boundary of the null field. Instead of stopping, she simply pushed. The air rippled. The damp sand beneath the queen's feet began to glow a dull, menacing red. The turtle's sobs grew weak and uncertain, overwhelmed by the volume of rage. The queen began to physically force her way into the sanctuary of sorrow. "I am the only law here," the queen roared, her voice tearing at the fabric of the air. "I command that sorrow must cease. I command that these anomalies must be voided." As her hand crossed the barrier, the sister witnessed the horrifying effect of primal volition. The queen's will was so strong that it was temporarily rewriting the laws of physics around her. The mock turtle's sorrow, the perfect null field, momentarily broke. The turtle himself let out a terrified yelp, covering his eyes with his flippers, his infinite grief overwhelmed by the immediacy of absolute anger. In that instant, the protection was gone. The queen lunged forward, her enormous foot crushing a patch of barnacles where Alice had been moments before. The sister knew she could not fight the queen's volition directly. It was a force of nature. She had to introduce a flaw, a self-contradiction into the queen's own command structure. The queen was entirely focused on finality and elimination. Her core belief was that her will was the only valid existence. "Your Majesty," the sister shouted, her tiny voice piercing through the cacophony of rage and the retreating sorrow. She planted her feet firmly in the sand, channeling every ounce of intellectual certainty she possessed. "Your Majesty, you have failed to execute the executioner." The queen froze, her rage momentarily short-circuited. She looked back at the paralyzed figure, his heart mask still laking saline residue. "Silence, anomaly, he has suffered the consequence of his failure," the queen spat. "But you are the source of all consequence," the sister shot back, her voice shaking but her argument razor-sharp. "You commanded the executioner to obey, you commanded the army to feel joy, your commands were contradictory, you are commanding the end without commanding a coherent means. Your will is flawed." This was the intellectual equivalent of a massive punch. The queen's power derived from the belief in the perfection of her command. Hearing her own command called flawed, not merely defied but illogical, caused a catastrophic feedback loop in her volitional core. The queen's entire body spasmed. She dropped to her knees, clutching her crown. The power she radiated now was not linear anger, but a chaotic, explosive volitional discharge. The air around her became unstable, tearing reality itself. "Flawed? I am not flawed, I am the queen," she screamed, a sound of absolute wounded ego. As the queen screamed, the environment reacted violently. The sand began to vortex around her, throwing pebbles and shell fragments. A nearby segment of the shore, influenced by the queen's psychic blast, began to revert to a previous, older state of existence, turning the sand into a brief, ancient swamp. Alice and the sister were thrown back toward the relative safety of the mock turtle. "She's self-destructing," the sister yelled to Alice, pulling her behind a large piece of driftwood. Her absolute belief in her own perfection is the volitional weakness. She cannot process the logic of failure. The queen, unable to control the backlash of her own power, was now being consumed by it. Her crown flew off her head, spinning into the volatile vortex of sand. Her red dress began to fray and smoke as the heat of her own raw will incinerated the edges of her volitional existence. Then a sudden, unexpected third force entered the battle. A dark shadow fell over the beach. It was not the griffin nor the rabbit. It was the Cheshire cat descending from the sky, materialized out of pure geometric lines and a predatory smile. The cat did not land. He hung suspended above the raging queen, a silent, mocking entity of pure logic. The queen suffers from the fallacy of absolute self-reference. The Cheshire cat purred, his voice a dry, grating sound of pure mathematical truth. She believes the statement, "I am the queen," to be the only true axiom. Introduce the counter-axiom, "The queen is a mutable definition." Observe the collapse. The Cheshire cat did not attack. He simply existed, an irrefutable proof that the system could produce a figure of pure idea, not rule, which mocked the queen's physical authority. The queen looked up at the cat, and the confrontation of absolute will versus absolute logic was complete. The cat merely intensified his grin, and the queen, unable to process the existence of a being she could neither command nor execute, let out a final, agonizing shriek. The volitional manifold around her collapsed inward. With a sound like ripping silk, the Queen of Hearts, her physical form, her dress, her rage, and her command, vanished entirely, leaving behind only a smoking, heart-shaped scorch mark on the sand and the scent of ozone and burnt cards. The threat was gone. The executioner remained paralyzed, the card army remained confused, and the mock turtle's sorrow slowly, heavily, settled back into its role as the stable constant of the sea. In Chapter 46, the griffin's pragmatism and the cat's logic. The shore of sighs was suddenly quiet. The chaotic, explosive volitional discharge of the vanished queen had dissipated, leaving behind only the sharp scent of ozone and the rhythmic, deep sorrow of the mock turtle. The turtle, seemingly recovered from the brief shock, resumed his lamentation, his sound settling back into its role as the stable constant. The card army, previously animated by the queen's fierce will, was now a confusing, aimless scrum. They shuffled and muttered, their two-dimensional forms lacking the inherent direction required for physical movement without a centralized command. The royal executioner remained exactly where he had frozen, a magnificent, terrifying statue of existential paradox. The griffin, who had watched the entire chaotic collapse with the pragmatic focus of a battlefield commander, let out a deep, gravelly sigh. The fallacy of absolute self-reference is always fatal to tyrants, the griffin observed, nudging the edge of the heart-shaped scorch mark with a feathered talon. The cat performed a clean, surgical extraction of the volitional core. Well done, sister, for providing the necessary contradictory hypothesis. The sister, still reeling from the sheer psychic violence of the event, merely nodded, trying to categorize the cat's appearance within her evolving theory of the volitional manifold. The immediate challenge was the leaderless army. The card army is a simple machine devoid of self-will, the Griffin explained, addressing the sister as his temporary lieutenant. They are programmed for command execution. Their command has been nullified. If they are not given a new, strong command quickly, they will devolve into pure, chaotic, localized volitional noise, and Wonderland will tear itself apart. He looked at the mock turtle. The turtle's sorrow is a null field, but it cannot sustain the pressure of thousands of directionless commands simultaneously. We must give them a command of stabilization, the sister immediately concluded, her scientific mind overriding her exhaustion. A command that is neutral and universal, something that doesn't require them to choose. And who is the highest remaining authority? The Griffin asked rhetorically, flexing his wings. That would be the high marine authority represented by this shoreline, and the logic authority represented by the cat. Before the Griffin could issue a formal command, a smooth, grating voice filled the air, a voice that sounded like chalk scratching slate. The simplest command is always the axiom of conservation, the Cheshire cat stated from his vantage point, still suspended in the air. He had not moved since the Queen's collapse. Command them to revert to their lowest energy state. The Griffin grumbled, clearly annoyed by the cat's superior attitude, but recognized the logic. Very well, sister, translate the cat's logic into a volitional command, a simple order that requires minimum effort and maximum stability. The sister stepped forward, inhaling sharply, and projected her voice with all the internal certainty she could muster. She focused the sound on the confused, shuffling ranks of the card army. "Card army," she commanded, "by the authority of the volitional balance, your new command is stand at ease." The effect was not instantaneous but cumulative. The simple phrase "stand at ease" was perfectly non-committal. It was not a command to run, fight, or execute. It was a command to cease active volitional input. It required them to revert to a stable, neutral, organized, yet non-threatening formation. With a final, unified snap, the entire card army stopped shuffling. They stood in rigid, silent ranks, their faces blank. The danger was neutralized. The pragmatism of stasis, the Griffin commented approvingly. We live to fight another hour. Come anomalies, we must confer with the cat. The Griffin led the two small figures out onto a dry patch of sand, directly below the still grinning, disembodied head of the Cheshire cat. The cat was the ultimate anomaly, a being of pure thought, devoid of matter, yet capable of manipulating the material world through logical volition. You are the perfect counter-concept to the Queen, the sister observed, looking up at the colossal, floating smile. You are the mutable definition, the refutation of all axioms. But if you are pure logic, why did you interfere? Logic is amoral, it does not choose sides. The cat's grin widened, momentarily showing the sharp rows of teeth. Ah, but I am not a moral anomaly, I am anti-entropic. The Queen's rage was tending towards singularity, a state of absolute simplified will. Such an absolute state is boring. It removes the potential for complexity and contradiction. My function is to ensure the continuance of the paradox. The sister pulled out her notebook, frantically sketching the geometric lines that made up the cat's floating face. So your motivation is not justice, but the maintenance of intellectual diversity. Precisely, the cat purred. If the queen had won, the only rule would be off with their heads. If you win, the only rule would be the law of conservation of energy. Both are terminal conclusions. I prefer the infinite conditional. The cat then introduced the new profound danger. The removal of the queen, while necessary, had created a catastrophic power imbalance in Wonderland's political and psychic structure. The volitional manifold requires balance, the cat explained. It needs a powerful, stabilizing negative force to counter the forces of chaotic thought. The queen was bad, yes, but she was a powerful, predictable negative constant. Now she is gone, the manifold will rush to fill the vacuum with something far worse, the King of Hearts. Oh, the Griffin tensed, his feathers bristling. The king, he is a non-entity, a footnote to the queen's rage. Exactly, the cat countered, his voice dripping with logical menace. The king is the absence of will. He is merely a receptor of the prevailing volition. When the queen's will was supreme, he simply amplified it. Now the strongest volition left is pure, unadulterated fear. The fear of the defeated card army, the fear of the royal court, and the structural fear inherent in the manifold itself. The Cheshire cat concluded with the chilling truth. The King of Hearts will become the physical manifestation of collective volitional terror. He will be a tyrant not of rage, but of structural anxiety, a far more stable and thus far more dangerous form of rule. The sister realized the cat was right. The queen was fire, chaotic and brief. The king, amplified by the terror of his subjects, would be ice, rigid, pervasive, and impossible to melt with a mere argument. We must find the king, the sister concluded, snapping her notebook shut. We must introduce a counterwill before he stabilizes into the ultimate tyranny of fear. The Griffin nodded, his initial skepticism replaced by grim determination. The king hides in the castle of spades, the traditional seat of the card authority. It is the most fortified structure in the land, and it is only accessible via the pool of tears. The path to the final confrontation was set. They had to navigate the very substance of Alice's earliest grief to face the new tyrant of collective anxiety. Chapter 47, The Hydrostatic Logic of the Pool of Tears. The unexpected alliance, a griffin of pragmatic authority, a mock turtle of stable sorrow, the disembodied logic of the Cheshire cat, and the two anomalies of external reality, convened on the dry patch of sand. The objective was clear. Breach the castle of spades via the pool of tears to neutralize the emerging tyranny of the King of Hearts. The Griffin, having assumed temporary tactical command, outlined the challenge. The pool of tears is not merely water, it is a volitional medium, the crystallized grief of Alice's earlier, overwhelming despair. It responds directly to the emotional state of anything submerged in it. He looked sternly at the sister. Your scientific logic, while powerful, is dry. It offers no buoyancy. You must devise a way to navigate an ocean made of pure negative emotion. The sister immediately began to sketch, using a sharp piece of charcoal against a smooth shell fragment. Her initial focus was on hydrostatics, the study of fluids at rest, but she quickly realized that the fluid obeyed no known terrestrial laws. "We must establish the hydrostatic logic of this pool," the sister declared, addressing the cat. "Sir, as a being of pure thought, can you confirm the fluid's primary characteristic? Is it density or is it emotional valence?" The Cheshire cat's grin broadened, filling the air with the grating sound of dry certainty. "It is volitional valence anomaly. The pool is denser than brine, yes, but its true effect is a psychic compression. It seeks to compress the swimmer's emotional state to match its own absolute overwhelming sadness." He continued, listing the dangers. "A swimmer filled with fear will become impossibly heavy and sink instantly, as the pool amplifies the fear of drowning. A swimmer filled with rage will find the pool too light and will be violently repelled from the surface. Only a state of calm, reflective melancholia grants neutral buoyancy." The sister translated the cat's statement into a governing law. "Buoyancy proportional to emotional deviation from melancholy." This was the core problem. Alice, having cried the pool, was too close to the memory of that overwhelming despair. Her fear of regression would be amplified. The sister, with her rigid defensive logic, was too far removed from emotion. Her lack of despair would be considered a repelling anomaly. The mock turtle offered the unexpected solution, his voice a low, mournful drone. "I can confer a degree of emotional dampening. My sorrow is a perfect, stable, negative constant. It is a null field for external caprice. If you submerge yourselves in my sadness, the pool will interpret your state as congruent with its own." The sister looked at the turtle's tears, the powerful volitional essence that had paralyzed the executioner. It was a potent but terrifying solution. To willfully embrace a state of eternal sorrow, even artificially, was to risk permanent psychic saturation. "We need a volitional filter," the sister concluded. "A way to use the turtle's sorrow for buoyancy without allowing the emotion to saturate our cognitive defenses." As she turned to the Griffin, "We need something dense and practical that can hold the turtle's tears, yet is small enough for us to cling to." The Griffin, always the pragmatist, immediately offered one of his massive hollow talons. He carefully detached a single razor-sharp talon which was about the size of a small boat to the two tiny girls. "It is dense and its surface is hydrophobic," the Griffin explained. "It will not dissolve. We will line the interior with the turtle's essence." The sister oversaw the meticulous process of preparation. They used the silver thimble as a tiny, precise scoop to transfer the mock turtle's liquid grief into the hollow of the Griffin's talon. The plan was complex. The vessel, the hollow talon which would act as the physical raft. The ballast, the mock turtle's tears acting as the volitional ballast, ensuring the raft possessed the correct emotional valence for the pool. The propulsion, Alice and the sister would have to paddle using the white rabbit's glove, the object that amplified neurotic energy, channeled through the axiom of conservation to provide controlled, directed thrust. The Cheshire cat remained floating above, offering caustic advice. "Remember, anomaly, the pool is a memory archive. As you swim, you will encounter the crystallized traumas that Alice wept out. They will try to pull you under. Do not look at the grief, look only at the mathematical path to the castle. As they prepared to embark, the sister realized the final psychological hurdle. The pool represented Alice's profound loss of control. The moment she realized her emotions had catastrophic physical consequences. Crossing it was the act of reclaiming ownership of that past pain. "Alice," the sister said softly, adjusting her sister's tiny life jacket, which she had fashioned from a piece of cloth. "You created this pool. You are the original source of its volition. You must now assert your current, mature volition over your past despair. We are not swimming in grief. We are swimming in a past state that we have now quantified and weaponized." Alice, though pale, nodded with determination. She remembered the fear of drowning, the terror of the mouse's diatribe, the sense of being utterly lost. But now she was not alone, and she was armed with knowledge. They both climbed carefully into the Griffin's talon. The mock turtle's tears inside radiated a palpable, heavy sensation of quiet loss. The Griffin gave a brief, encouraging nod. The sister held the white rabbit's glove, ready to use its strange energy for paddling. She took one last, deep breath of the shore's salty air and gave the signal. The Griffin carefully nudged the talon raft toward the edge of the vast, silver surface of the pool of tears. The moment the talon touched the water, the hydrostatic logic took effect. The raft settled perfectly into the surface, achieving the ideal emotional equilibrium. It floated, heavy with sorrow, ready to confront the deep archive of Alice's earliest confusion and pain, and to carry them toward the King of Fear in the Castle of Spades. The journey had begun. Chapter 48, Navigating the Memory Archive. The Griffin's talon raft, a vessel of bone and manufactured melancholy, slid onto the vast silver surface of the pool of tears. The water, dense and cold, radiated a profound, heavy silence, a negative pressure that pressed against the sister's chest and threatened to overwhelm Alice's senses. The volitional ballast, the mock turtle's tears, performed its duty flawlessly. The raft achieved perfect emotional equilibrium with the pool, allowing them to float without sinking or being repelled. "Begin the propulsion, Alice," the sister whispered, clutching the white rabbit's glove, the object of neurotic energy. "You remember the axiom of conservation. We convert the neurotic energy of this glove into pure, directed physical motion. We are using chaos for order." Alice, her face set with grim determination, took the glove. As she dipped it into the dense, sorrowful water, a faint, high-pitched whine emanated from the material, the sound of imprisoned, frenetic anxiety being forced into a rhythmic task. The glove, acting as a paddle, pushed against the volitional medium, propelling the talon raft forward with startling, though unstable, speed. The sister immediately assumed the role of the navigator, consulting the Cheshire cat's final warning. "The pool is a memory archive. Do not look at the grief, look only at the mathematical path to the castle." As they moved deeper into the pool, the surface around them began to distort. The pool of tears was not a smooth mirror. It was a volitional lens, projecting physical manifestations of the emotional traumas Alice had experienced during her first visit. The first manifestation was the most pervasive, the mouse's tail, not the physical tail, but a giant, swirling vortex of ink and confusion. the literal text of the mouse's dry, endless, boring lecture about the why and the tail. The vortex of text spun dangerously close to the raft, threatening to pull them into its linguistic black hole. "The fallacy of relevance," the sister cried, identifying the threat. "Alice, this vortex is the physical manifestation of intellectual boredom. It seeks to paralyze our minds with irrelevance." "I remember," Alice shouted, paddling harder. "He never got to the point, he just wanted to sound important." The sister took out a piece of chalk and quickly etched a single, sharp sentence onto the bone of the talon raft: "Argumentum ad rem," the argument to the point. She focused her will on the clarity of purpose, the sheer utility of their current task. The textual vortex hesitated. Confronted by the imposition of utility and linear purpose, the irrelevant words began to break down. The swirling ink dissolved back into the pool, leaving behind only the residual heavy scent of dried paper and frustration. No sooner had they passed the mouse's trauma than a new, larger manifestation appeared: the House of the White Rabbit. It was not a memory of the house's exterior, but an oppressive, claustrophobic sphere of solidified wood and plaster. The psychic crystallization of the moment Alice felt trapped and too large for her surroundings. The sphere floated in the water, radiating a palpable sense of existential disproportion. "The logic of scale has been violated," the sister muttered, feeling her own breath quicken in sympathetic panic. "This trauma is volitional dissonance, the fear that our size is inappropriate for our environment." Alice, remembering the terrifying feeling of her enormous arm jammed against the ceiling, began to paddle frantically toward the sphere, acting on instinct. "Alice, no, we must not touch it. It will amplify our perceived size disparity," the sister warned, trying to steer them away. But Alice was already focused. "It's wrong, sister. I wasn't too big, the room was too small, the house was the mistake, not me." She dipped the glove into the water and directed the neurotic energy straight at the house. Instead of hitting the solid wood, Alice focused her mind on the Euclidean impossibility of its internal dimensions, a small house that contained an impossible volume. The moment the glove's energy hit, the structure suffered a geometric collapse. The walls and roof did not shatter, but simply forgot their own dimensions, folding inward in a horrifying display of reversed architecture. The sphere collapsed into a tiny, perfectly proportioned miniature of the house, which bobbed harmlessly on the surface. An attack on the definition of space, the sister noted, her eyes wide. She neutralized the trauma by asserting the correctness of external reality over the volitional distortion. The journey continued, each paddle stroke through the pool a navigation through a minefield of crystallized psychological scars. They encountered the pig baby's scream, a floating, translucent sound wave of high-pitched, infantile terror that sought to undermine the sister's commitment to human logic by proving that all sentience eventually degrades into animalistic chaos. The sister counteracted it by reciting the genetic taxonomy of Homo sapiens, an assertion of stable biological order. The Mad Hatter's riddles, patches of the pool where the water surface was constantly forming and dissolving into unanswerable questions, e.g., why is a raven like a writing desk? These patches sought to induce cognitive fatigue by demanding solutions to problems designed to be insoluble. Alice solved this by simply ignoring the question entirely, paddling through while focusing on the practical movement of the water, asserting the priority of action over paralyzing thought. Finally, the looming outline of the Castle of Spades became visible through the misty, sorrowful air. It stood on a rocky outcrop, the ultimate symbol of structural authority and geometric perfection in a world of volitional chaos. Its dark, rigid architecture radiated a palpable sense of collective anxiety, the tyranny of the emerging king. As they approached the castle, the pool of tears ceased to manifest individual traumas. The entire environment became a single, uniform expression of dread. The water grew darker, colder, and heavier. "We are entering the volitional penumbra of the king," the sister stated, her voice tight. "The pool is now manifesting the terror of the entire card court. This is not Alice's fear, this is systemic anxiety." The final few strokes were the hardest. The glove's energy struggled to move them. They were paddling against the collective unwillingness to act, the very force the king now embodied. "Alice, final command," the sister commanded. "Focus on the silver thimble. The thimble is reward, it is acknowledgement. It is the antithesis of the king's fear of being unworthy." Alice gripped the glove and focused every ounce of her will on the simple, perfect shape of the thimble. She imagined the feeling of the queen's voice declaring her a victor. The neurotic energy of the glove flared, giving them one last powerful thrust. The raft shot forward, gliding over the dark, heavy water and slammed against the rough stone of the castle's outcrop. They had crossed the pool of tears, landing directly beneath the silent, ominous towers of the Castle of Spades. The air here was thin, sharp, and laden with the metallic taste of fear. Chapter 49, The Corridors of Systemic Anxiety. The silent, monolithic structure of the Castle of Spades loomed over the two small figures. Its dark stone and rigidly straight lines were the antithesis of Wonderland's usual whimsical chaos. This was the architecture of absolute enforced order. The air was thin, carrying the metallic scent of dread, the psychic residue of the collective volitional terror that now empowered the King of Hearts. "This is not a palace of rage, Alice," the sister whispered, pressing herself against the cold, rough stone. "This is a fortress of systemic anxiety. Every hallway, every door, is designed to confirm the subject's unworthiness and inevitable failure." They had scaled the low, wave-battered outcrop and found a narrow, recessed service door, the kind designed for laundry deliveries or the discreet removal of executed personnel. The lock was not physical but volitional. It required a precise emotional input to open. The Queen's locks required a burst of arbitrary will to break, the sister observed, examining the smooth, heart-shaped indentation on the door. The King's lock requires self-doubt to unlock. Alice instinctively recoiled. "I can't use self-doubt, sister, that's what he wants." "Precisely, we must simulate the form of self-doubt without the content," the sister explained, pulling out the silver thimble, the symbol of unearned reward. "The king thrives on the anxiety that one's achievements are unjustified. We will use the thimble to satisfy the lock's requirement for confirmation of unworthiness." The sister carefully placed the thimble into the heart-shaped indentation. As the silver made contact, a cold, mournful sigh resonated from the door. The lock was reading the thimble as the ultimate symbol of imposter syndrome, a reward gained through irrational decree confirming the owner's lack of genuine merit. With a heavy, grinding sound, the door slid inward, revealing a corridor that was perfectly straight, perfectly symmetrical, and utterly terrifying. The interior of the Castle of Spades was a labyrinth of rigid geometry. The corridors were tiled in perfect black and white squares, forcing a dizzying grid-like perspective that overwhelmed the senses. The silence was absolute, broken only by the echo of their own anxious footsteps. "The logic of the straight line," the sister muttered, consulting her compass, which spun wildly, unable to find magnetic north in this domain of psychic gravity. "The straight line is unforgiving. It forces confrontation. There is no corner to hide the flaws, no curvature to soften the perspective. We must keep our internal logic flawed and flexible to survive this." Their first encounter came swiftly. The two spade soldiers, standing guard at the intersection of four perfectly symmetrical corridors, immediately snapped to attention. They were taller, darker, and more silent than the Queen's troops, and they were armed not with weapons but with official documents. "Halt!" one spade soldier commanded, his voice a dry, bureaucratic drone that spoke of forms and regulations. "You are in violation of paragraph 4, subsection B of the Edict of Royal Propriety. Your presence here is unauthorized and lacks the necessary affidavit of purpose." The sister instantly recognized the attack. "This is a bureaucratic volition. They seek to defeat us with complexity and red tape, the anxiety of the system." "But we are unauthorized," Alice panicked, feeling the familiar, overwhelming dread of being caught breaking an incomprehensible rule. "No, Alice, we are self-authorized. We must counter their complexity with a superior complexity." The sister stepped forward and projected the full weight of her academic persona. "I challenge your authority under Title III, Article 7 of the Lex Loci Re Citi. Your Edict of Propriety is void, as it contradicts the foundational principles of the Volitional Manifold Corollary 2.1 concerning anomalous incursion and the doctrine of cognitive preemption. Where is your writ of habeas corpus volitionum?" The two spade soldiers froze, their blank faces momentarily showing tiny, frantic signs of system overload. They were simple machines designed to process rules, but the sister had presented them with rules that were too complex, too aggressively asserted, and too authoritative for their low-level programming. The soldiers began to vibrate, emitting a faint, high-pitched whirring sound, the sound of their logic circuits attempting to parse and cross-reference the sister's fictional jurisprudence. "Oh, the system is failing," the sister shouted. "Run before their anxiety buffer resets." They sprinted past the overloaded guards and down a corridor of even greater terror, the Hall of Performance Review. The walls were lined with thousands of tiny, glowing script that represented the collective failure of everyone who had ever worked for the card court. The air was heavy with the whispers of not good enough, insufficient, and error. Alice, feeling the weight of self-judgment, stumbled. "They are right, sister. I failed to keep my temper. I failed to recite the poem correctly. I am flawed." "Stop, Alice. This is a psychic auditor," the sister ordered, gripping her sister's arm. The king is using the anxiety of external assessment. We must assert self-acceptance. The sister focused her will on the pig baby scream memory. She retrieved the image of the Duchess's baby, the symbol of absolute non-judgmental animalistic existence. "We are sufficient," the sister commanded, projecting the image of a creature that knew no failure. "We exist. We do not require a performance metric to justify our motion." As the sister asserted the raw, unquestionable fact of their existence over the need for validation, the glowing script on the walls dimmed and dissolved. The hallway of terror was neutralized by the simple axiom of self-existence. They arrived at the ultimate defense, the king's inner sanctum. It was not guarded by soldiers, but by a door made entirely of perfectly interlocking, rotating gears. These gears did not power anything. They only meshed with each other, representing a system of total self-referential complexity designed to instill the anxiety that the subject was simply too small and too simple to understand the system. Alice hesitated. "It's too much, sister, the complexity. I can't even see where to begin." "That is the point, Alice, the calculus of overwhelm," the sister noted. "But notice the flaw in perfection." The sister pointed to the center of the rotating gears. There was a tiny central pin, a pivot point that was perfectly still. The entire system, for all its terrifying complexity, revolves around a single point of absolute nullity, the sister explained. The king's power is derived from the appearance of control, but the core is empty. "How do we stop it?" Alice asked. "By asserting a single, simple, powerful truth at the core of the illusion. We must use the neurotic energy of the white rabbit's glove for its intended purpose, frenetic disruption." The sister took the glove and focused its nervous energy into a single, unified concept. The system is unnecessary. She thrust the glove forward, not at the gears, but at the tiny, central, motionless pin. The moment the glove's energy touched the pin, the total complexity of the gears encountered the total simplicity of an irrational burst of energy. The system did not stop, it violently contradicted itself. The gears ripped themselves apart with a high-pitched shriek of shattered logic. The massive door buckled inward, revealing the inner sanctum. Inside, sitting alone on a gilded throne, small and pale and utterly overwhelmed by the sheer, amplified anxiety of his own domain, was the King of Hearts. Chapter 50, The Neutralization of Collective Fear. The king's inner sanctum was a devastating realization of systemic anxiety. The room was cavernous, yet felt impossibly small due to the walls being covered in polished, perfectly angled brass panels that reflected their forms an infinite number of times. The sound of their entrance was swallowed instantly by the palpable silence, only to be replaced by a faint, pervasive chorus of whispers. The sound of 10,000 unseen voices murmuring variations of failure. Insufficient, invalid, the King of Hearts sat upon a massive, gilded throne that seemed to swallow him whole. He was small, pale, and utterly overwhelmed. Unlike the Queen's vibrant, active rage, the king radiated a powerful, passive energy of volitional terror. He was not issuing commands, he was merely existing as a perfect receptor and amplifier for the collective self-doubt of his entire court. His power was the paralysis of action. "You are unauthorized," the king finally managed to say, his voice thin and reedy. It was not a roar of anger, but a tired statement of inevitable fact. "Your papers are incorrect. Your presence violates every structural mandate of the realm." The sister felt the pressure immediately. It was not a physical shove, but a psychic weight of existential judgment. Her mind, usually a fortress of logic, was suddenly assaulted by memories of her own past academic failures, minor social blunders, and the constant internal fear that her revolutionary theories were nothing more than madness. "Sister, I feel too heavy," Alice whispered, clutching the sister's hand. "Like I shouldn't be here. Like I should be studying instead of playing." "No, Alice, that is the volitional feedback loop," the sister urgently stated, fighting the impulse to kneel and apologize for her own existence. "He is not generating the fear, he is simply taking the ambient systemic anxiety, the terror of the spade soldiers, the subservience of the card court, and reflecting it back with infinite clarity. He is the ultimate mirror of self-doubt." The sister knew that logic was useless here. She couldn't argue with fear. Fear was inherently illogical. She couldn't use complexity. Complexity was the king's native language. She had to introduce a concept that negated the premise of judgment entirely. She looked at the king, whose small, trembling hands were clutching a scepter, a symbol of power that he seemed terrified to possess. "Your Majesty," the sister said, forcing her voice to be steady, her tone shifting from academic authority to something colder and more clinical, disregard. "We are not here to challenge your authority. We are here to challenge the premise of your existence." The king blinked. The chorus of whispers momentarily faltered, confused by the sudden introduction of a completely irrelevant metaphysical threat. "The rules demand that you possess a volitional core to rule," the sister continued, advancing slowly. "The queen possessed a core of rage, the hatter possesses a core of neurosis. But your core is absence. You are merely the vessel for the volitional debt of your subjects. You are sustained by their fear that they are not enough." The king started to panic, but not with rage. He panicked with terror of exposure. "No, I am authorized. I have the royal seal, the Edict of Succession." "The Edict of Succession is irrelevant if the kingdom itself is a game," the sister interrupted, pulling out the silver thimble once more. The thimble was the key. It was the physical manifestation of unearned reward, the ultimate embodiment of imposter syndrome. "This thimble," the sister announced, holding it up, letting its silver surface catch the light from the brass walls, "is the proof that the system's judgment is meaningless." And she looked at Alice. "Alice, focus the energy of the white rabbit's glove into this thimble. Not with the concept of disruption, but with the concept of playful disregard. Inject the idea that winning and losing are arbitrary, that the reward holds no objective value other than the simple joy of the game." Alice, understanding the counter-axiom, focused her will. She took the frantic, frenetic energy of the glove and directed it into the thimble, pouring in the simple, carefree joy of childlike make-believe. The idea that the Queen's silly race and the resulting prize were utterly and wonderfully meaningless in the grand scheme. The thimble began to glow with a faint, pulsing light, the light of irrational, joyful acceptance. "Your Majesty," the sister stated, taking the charged thimble, The system thrives because people fear its judgment. We neutralize it by asserting the joy of noncompliance. She took one step closer to the throne and tossed the glowing silver thimble directly at the king's feet. The thimble did not strike him, it merely landed on the polished floor in front of the throne. But the volitional concept it carried, the sheer, powerful assertion that judgment is irrelevant, hit the king like a physical blow. The King of Hearts was designed to amplify anxiety and enforce judgment. He was utterly incapable of processing a concept that made judgment itself frivolous. The effect was catastrophic. The entire brass-paneled room, the mirror of infinite self-doubt, began to shake. The chorus of whispers, the voices of collective systemic anxiety, rose to an unbearable shriek, trying desperately to counter the thimble's cheerful, arbitrary message. The king screamed, but his scream was not one of pain or fury. It was the raw sound of a volitional core collapsing under self-contradiction. He was the personification of "you are not good enough." The thimble was the personification of "it doesn't matter." The contradiction tore his psychic framework apart. The King of Hearts did not vanish in smoke like the Queen. Instead, he simply reverted. The large, gilded figure on the throne rapidly shrank, the volitional terror draining out of him, leaving behind a frail, small card figure. A perfectly ordinary King of Hearts playing card. The playing card fluttered gently to the floor, landing face up beside the shining thimble. It was a king devoid of will, authority, or purpose, merely a piece of paper, subject once again to the laws of external physics. The silence that followed was profound. The whispers were gone. The brass walls ceased their infinite reflections and simply stood as cold, smooth metal. The tyranny of systemic anxiety was over. The logic of frivolity prevails, the sister breathed, picking up the fallen king card. She felt utterly exhausted but victorious. We fought rage with logic and fear with self-acceptance. Alice, her tension dissolving, bent down and picked up the silver thimble, tucking it safely into her pocket. They had done it. They had neutralized the volitional cores of both the Queen's rage and the King's fear. But the victory was immediate and terrifyingly incomplete. A deep, resonant sound, a sound of groaning stone and shifting earth, rumbled through the castle. "The volitional manifold is critically unstable," a dry voice announced. The Cheshire cat materialized, his grin sharp and serious, filling the air above the ruined throne. "You have removed the two primary anchors, the positive and negative volitional poles. The entire system is now in a state of critical equilibrium." "What does that mean?" the sister demanded. "It means Wonderland is no longer fixed in a state of rage or fear," the cat explained. "It is now fixed in a state of pure, unstructured possibility. The barriers between its reality and yours are dissolving entirely. The source is activating, you have nowhere left to go but up." The floor beneath them began to vibrate violently. The cat's voice, for the first time, held a note of genuine urgency. "The only entity capable of stabilizing the manifold is the primary origin of the volitional impulse, Alice herself. Go. Find the pillar of thought, now anomalies, before the whole of Wonderland collapses into your study." In Chapter 51, The Ascent of Unstructured Possibility. The king's inner sanctum became a chamber of terminal entropy. The groaning rumble that shook the castle of spades was the sound of the volitional manifold undergoing a critical, rapid decompression. With the two primary emotional poles, rage and fear, removed, the system's energy was no longer channeled, it was simply dissipating. The sister snatched the King of Hearts playing card from the floor, adding it to the now complete collection of neutralized volitional artifacts. Alice, clutching the thimble, looked up at the Cheshire cat, whose grin was the only stable feature in the rapidly destabilizing room. "Up!" the cat's voice echoed, sharp and immediate. The center of the king's anxiety was the lack of a strong foundation. The core of the castle must be directly above us, the point where the first thought of authority solidified the geometry. Go there. The brass panels on the walls began to warp. They didn't reflect their images anymore. They reflected other moments of Wonderland, a flash of the Mad Tea Party table, a slice of the Caucus-Race beach, and a fleeting, terrifying glimpse of the riverbank under a quiet, oppressive sun, the very reality they were trying to prevent the collapse into. "The boundaries are failing," the sister shouted over the noise, her heart hammering. The manifold is attempting to superimpose its contradictory realities. They found the ascent not in a staircase, but in a geometric fracture. Where the floor had met the wall behind the ruined throne, the rigid tiles had buckled, tearing open a vertical fissure that revealed a chaotic, swirling void of light and color. It looked like the inside of a kaleidoscope that was spinning too fast, pure, unstructured possibility. "This is the path of least resistance," the cat instructed, his form flickering. "It is the direct path to the origin point, but it has no structure. It is the raw thought before it became a sentence." "How do we climb something that has no dimensions?" the sister demanded, her mind racing to apply any form of calculus of ascent to the chaos. "You don't climb it, anomaly," the cat purred. "You define it. Alice must lend the path the structure of intent." The sister immediately understood. Alice, the primary volitional impulse, had to use her imagination not to create a world, but to stabilize a path through the existing chaos. "Alice," the sister said, grabbing her sister's shoulders, her eyes intense. "We need a staircase, a temporary, rigid concept of ascent. You must imagine with all your might a perfectly simple wooden staircase. No complexity, no decoration, just rise over run." Alice closed her eyes, fighting the urge to look at the terrifying void. She focused her immense, raw volitional power on the simplest, most fundamental architectural concept: step. Step, step. When she opened her eyes, the fissure had coalesced. A narrow, crude, but perfectly functional wooden staircase had materialized within the void. It was rickety and smelled faintly of fresh-cut oak, but it was solid. It was the minimalist geometry of ascent. "Now quickly, before the volitional decay dissolves the wood," the sister urged. The ascent was a race against cognitive exhaustion. Every 10 steps, the staircase would begin to shimmer and dissolve, the wood turning back into pure light and color. Alice had to constantly reimagine the structure, lending her volitional focus to maintain their grip on reality. The sister used the climb to analyze the structure of the collapsing manifold. As they ascended, they passed through layers of increasingly fundamental concepts. The layer of scale, the drink-me bottle, the staircase suddenly stretched, forcing their steps to be impossibly wide, threatening to reduce their size. The sister countered this by chanting the law of consistent mass, asserting that volume and weight are fixed regardless of visual perception. The layer of time, the hatter's gaze, the air grew hot, and the ascent seemed to loop, forcing them to take the same step repeatedly. Alice neutralized this by imagining the precise, rhythmic, linear ticking of the grandfather clock in her study, asserting chronological integrity. The layer of identity, the caterpillar's doubt, halfway up the stairs briefly dissolved into a massive, ornate mushroom. A voice, deep and slow, questioned them. "Who are you?" The sister froze, paralyzed by the existential uncertainty. Alice, however, simply shouted, "I am Alice," asserting the definitive axiom of self-reference. The mushroom staircase dissolved back into wood, slightly shaky but intact. The higher they climbed, the less stable the structures became, and the purer the volitional influence grew. The castle walls were gone, replaced by thick, shifting columns of solidified ideas, the raw, unedited thoughts from Alice's mind that formed the framework of Wonderland. Finally, after what felt like an hour of strenuous mental and physical effort, they reached the apex. They burst out onto a small, circular platform at the exact center of where the castle's keep should have been. The platform was surrounded by swirling clouds of bright, unformed energy, the volitional flux. At the center of the platform stood a single, towering structure, the pillar of thought. It was not a marble column, nor was it a chimney. It was a column of pure, distilled narrative, a vertical shaft of light composed entirely of flowing, shifting words and symbols that told the complete, unedited story of Alice's first descent. It was the grand unified theory of Wonderland, the narrative fixed point from which all the characters, settings, and conflicts originated. At the very top of the pillar, visible through a hazy, swirling vortex, was a distant circle of green light, the mouth of the original rabbit hole, leading back to the riverbank and the oppressive summer afternoon. There, the exit singularity, the cat's voice boomed, close and loud. "Alice, you must use the volitional impulse to climb the pillar and re-establish the narrative's conclusion." But their passage was blocked. The final, most complex defense of the manifold was not a creature of rage or fear, but a being of pure, unending repetition. Standing between them and the pillar of thought was the white rabbit. He was not frantic or anxious now. He was absolutely still, radiating an aura of terrifying, placid finality. He held his ornate pocket watch, which, instead of ticking, simply vibrated with a gentle, monotonous hum. "You cannot go up," the white rabbit stated, his pink eyes empty. "The system is in perfect stasis. The goal has been achieved. The axiom of conclusion must be enforced. You must remain here within the loop of endless possibility." The sister realized this was the king's final gift to the system, the imposition of apathy and inertia. The rabbit was the antithesis of action. He was the perfect administrator of nothing. "The logic of paralysis," the sister whispered, recognizing the ultimate threat. "If we do not move, the manifold will achieve permanent, chaotic equilibrium, and we will be trapped in the recursive loop of unstructured possibility forever." The sister glanced at her tools, Logic wouldn't move him. He was the personification of a closed system. Neurosis wouldn't work. He was beyond anxiety. She looked at Alice, the true engine of change. Alice, you must use the only thing the rabbit cannot comprehend, the logic of intentional completion. Alice looked at the rabbit, then at the glowing pillar of thought, and finally at the small, mundane playing card of the King of Hearts clutched in her sister's hand. Alice focused her will not on the card, but on the concept of the Queen's trial. "The trial is not over," Alice declared, projecting her volition at the rabbit. "The tarts have not been found. The final judgment must be rendered. The narrative requires conclusion." The white rabbit's empty pink eyes flickered. He was an officer of the card court, bound by the principle of due process. The narrative required a final scene. Alice's assertion of an unresolved plot point hit his core logic like a thunderbolt. The tarts," the rabbit stammered, his calm collapsing into a familiar, frantic twitch. "The final piece of evidence. Oh dear, I shall be late for the conclusion." The rabbit's inertia vanished. He became a blur of frantic action, scrambling past them and plunging down the geometric fracture, convinced he was late for the final necessary scene. The path was clear. The sister turned to Alice. "Go, Alice, climb the story. Rewrite the conclusion of your own mind." Alice nodded, and with a final, desperate surge of volitional energy, she grasped the column of flowing narrative and began her final, solitary ascent toward the light of the outside world. Chapter 52. The narrative collapse and the sister's sacrifice. Alice's hands grasped the pillar of thought. It felt like cool, densely packed parchment, a column of solidified narrative. The surface was alive, flowing with endless words, symbols, and shifting vignettes of her entire dream. Every step she took was a commitment to the fixed conclusion of the story. The ascent was not physically difficult, but cognitively treacherous. As she climbed, the words on the pillar tried to rewrite themselves, attempting to trip her up with contradictory plot points. A section near the base shimmered, and the text read, "Alice picked up the bottle labeled Eat Me and grew small." Alice immediately corrected it mentally. "No, it was drink me that made me small. I must not confuse the axiom of scale." Her volitional impulse forced the text to retract and correct itself. Higher up, the column flashed with a sudden, painful memory. The Duchess looked at Alice and said, "Take care of the baby, for it will never love you." This was a psychic attack, the insertion of emotional trauma designed to break her focus. Alice fought back with the ultimate logical truth. The Duchess was irrational, the baby was a pig, its existence was a temporary state of entropic chaos. Love was not a variable. The false memory dissolved. Alice realized she was not just climbing a story, she was editing her own unconscious mind in real time. She was forcing the structure of her experience to conform to a rational, linear sequence. Below her, the platform was tearing itself apart. The volitional flux, the swirling clouds of unformed energy, began to solidify into menacing, abstract geometry. These were not characters, but pure conceptual entities, shapes of anger, lines of confusion, and prisms of doubt, all rushing to fill the vacuum left by the king and queen. The sister stood firm, supported by the Cheshire cat, whose grin was now stretched thin, barely maintaining its form in the destabilizing air. "The system is reverting to its pre-volitional state," the cat explained, his voice fragmented by the shattering reality. "It is becoming the raw, formless anxiety of the mind before the dream began. You must hold the point of logic." The sister had all her artifacts ready. She was surrounded by the only stable concepts remaining in Wonderland, the collected volitional nulls. The silver thimble arbitrary reward, she placed it on the floor, asserting the point that objective value is a lie. This repelled the geometric shapes of greed and meritocracy. The King of Hearts card nullified fear. She placed the small playing card beside the thimble, asserting the point that collective anxiety can be broken. This created a small, safe zone of emotional zero. The mock turtle's tears, permanent sorrow. The tears stored in the vial were the most powerful anchor. The sister held them up, using them to assert the fixed axiom of grief, a permanent, stable constant that contradicted the chaos of unstructured possibility. The cat nodded, impressed. "Excellent! You have used the tools of the dream against the dream itself, but the platform needs a permanent anchor. Alice's ascent requires a fixed point of reference that will not dissolve when she exits." The cat's grin suddenly narrowed, losing its playful quality entirely. "The ultimate paradox of closure," the cat revealed, his voice solemn. "If Alice leaves Wonderland, the dream ceases to exist. But if the dream simply ceases to exist, the energy stored in the volitional manifold will detonate upon contact with your reality. The oppressive afternoon heat, the riverbank, everything will be consumed by the blast of pure, unchanneled fantasy." The sister's eyes widened in horror. "So Alice cannot simply wake up. She must wake up with a story intact," the cat confirmed. "She must believe the dream reached a narrative conclusion. And for the conclusion to be stable, the dream needs one final volitional anchor, a mind strong enough to hold the reality together after Alice is gone." He looked directly at the sister. "The mind that holds the dream must become the dreamer's fixed point. It must stay behind and become the final logic gate." The implications were devastating. The sister, the scientist who had come to rescue her sister from a chaotic dream, had to choose to become a permanent, rational part of the dream itself, a sentient singularity designed to maintain the stable fiction of Wonderland. "You must become the logical constant," the cat whispered. "You will be the framework upon which Alice's narrative is built. You will be the stable, predictable element that makes her story believable." The sister looked up. Alice was nearing the final third of the pillar, climbing with desperate resolve, unaware of the metaphysical negotiation happening below. The green light of the exit singularity pulsed tantalizingly close. The sister had no choice. Her purpose was not merely to escape, but to save Alice. And saving Alice meant ensuring the safety of their shared reality. "Understood," the sister said, her voice sharp and clinical, devoid of emotion, because emotion would only introduce instability. "I accept the role of the final logic gate." As she rapidly assembled the remnants of her volitional tools, she took the King of Hearts card, nullified fear, and carefully affixed it to her own chest, asserting absolute noncompliance with terror. She then took the silver thimble arbitrary reward and fastened it to her wrist, asserting absolute acceptance of frivolity. Finally, she opened the vial containing the mock turtle's tears. She poured the viscous, salty liquid, the axiom of permanent grief, onto the platform floor. The tears spread outward, not dissolving but solidifying the shattered geometry. They were creating a temporary, stable bridge of sorrow. "Cat," the sister commanded, "focus your power on the point where the turtle's tears meet the base of the pillar. Create a volitional pathway for Alice's final step." The cat's grin widened, a sign of respect perhaps, but also of profound melancholy. "A beautiful design anomaly. You trade freedom for structural integrity, a true scientist." As the sister finished her preparations, the chaos reached its peak. The entire apex of the castle vanished in a silent white flash, leaving only the circular platform suspended over the screaming void. Alice reached the top of the pillar. She stood on the column of light, looking down at her sister. "Sister, I'm here, I see the light." The sister looked up, forcing a small, serene smile. "Go, Alice, remember your lessons. Logic is the art of never being wrong, but will is the art of deciding what is right." Alice hesitated, seeing the frantic shimmer surrounding her sister, seeing the deep, final commitment in her eyes. "But what about you?" "I am the afterthought," the sister stated, her feet now encased in the solidified sorrow of the mock turtle's tears. "I am the proof of the axiom. I ensure the story reaches its proper conclusion. You must finish the story, Alice. You must wake up." With a roar of collapsing reality, the final step, a small, stable arc created by the cat's will and the sister's anchor, appeared between the pillar and the exit singularity. Alice, driven by her sister's final command and the terrifying sight of the crumbling world, did not look back. She took the final, definitive step, thrusting herself into the bright, green light of the mouth of the rabbit hole. The moment Alice's figure was swallowed by the light, the pillar of thought shattered. The entire platform exploded into millions of tiny, logical fragments. The sister, the card artifacts, the solidified tears, and the lingering grin of the Cheshire cat were instantly absorbed into the volitional flux. The dream was over. The conclusion had been fixed, but the anchor had been deployed. Chapter 53, The Sudden Awakening and the Weight of Logic. The transition was not a gentle fade, but a violent snap, the sound of a breaking circuit. Alice felt herself launched through the green light of the exit singularity. The sensation was a rush of cold, clean air and the sudden, overwhelming pressure of three-dimensional space being reimposed upon her volitional form. The chaos of the narrative flux was replaced by the rigid, simple laws of gravity and friction. She landed, not with a gentle thud on the dry sticks and leaves, but with a slight, almost imperceptible shift on soft, green grass. Alice opened her eyes. The oppressive, familiar heat of the early afternoon immediately assaulted her senses. The world was static, heavy, and silent. She was back on the riverbank. She was lying exactly where she had begun, nestled beside her sister, whose head was bowed over the tedious history book. The drone of her sister's voice, which had been the catalyst for her entire adventure, was the first sound to greet her. And the tedious calculations concerning the tithe on the fourth agricultural year, which amounted to a deficit of £300. The monotone resumed, utterly unbroken. For her sister, only a fraction of a second had passed, the briefest cognitive lapse required for Alice to slump on the riverbank. But for Alice an eternity had transpired, a journey through the fundamental structure of thought, a war against rage and fear, and a metaphysical sacrifice. Alice bolted upright, gasping for breath. The world reeled, the trees were too green, the river too slow, the air too quiet. The sensory shock was profound. She missed the sharp, electric chaos of the volitional manifold. She looked down at herself. Her dress was not dry, it was damp with river water, smelling faintly of salt and a sharp, metallic odor that she recognized as the mock turtle's tears. She instinctively reached into her pocket. Her small hands closed around two objects. The familiar, cold, ornate silver thimble, the prize from the Caucus-Race, the nullifier of the king's fear. A small, soft, and slightly brittle king of hearts playing card. The thimble felt real, solid, and heavy. The card was merely paper. Yet they were physical proofs that the laws of unstructured possibility had indeed intersected with her own. They were the volitional residue of her dream, now rendered harmless and mundane by the successful re-establishment of the narrative. Then came the terrible, crushing realization. She turned to her sister, expecting to see the scientist who had engineered their escape, the strategist who had faced the logical paradoxes of a collapsing universe. Her sister was merely her sister. She was quiet, serious, and deeply engrossed in her book. Her logical, linear mind was fully deployed on the subject of history, exactly as Alice had left her. "Sister," Alice whispered, her voice hoarse from the metaphysical screams of the void. Her sister looked up, a slight frown creasing her brow, irritated by the interruption. "Yes, Alice, are you finally going to attend to the details of the Norman conquest?" Alice stared. The woman before her, the logical constant, had returned to her original state, her mind securely locked into the axiom of external reality. She had fulfilled her purpose, to be the stable, predictable element that made Alice's story believable when she woke up. The sacrifice was complete. The sister had chosen logic over existence in Wonderland, thereby ensuring her existence here on the riverbank remained perfectly logical. But the memory of the promise, I am the afterthought, I am the proof of the axiom. I ensure the story reaches its proper conclusion, echoed in Alice's mind with the weight of profound sorrow. Her sister had traded the chaotic freedom of the dream for the rigid comfort of the real world, for Alice's sake. A strange, protective mechanism clicked into place in Alice's mind, a function of the successful narrative closure. The terror and the abstract metaphysical threats of Wonderland were already beginning to soften, receding into the comfortable distance of fantasy. The sister had not vanished, she had simply returned to her default state. For the narrative to be safe, the memory of her role as the volitional analyst had to be sublimated into the acceptable form of a strange, intense dream. Alice knew with absolute certainty that she could never tell her sister the truth. If she told her the sheer unchanneled power of the memory, the detonation of pure unchanneled fantasy might still occur, collapsing both their realities. "No, sister," Alice said quietly, shaking her head. "I was just thinking about Dinah." I wondered if I could get her to chase the mice for me in my dreams tonight." The sister smiled faintly, relieved that the interruption was merely childish fancy. "I am sure you can, Alice. Now, if you would be so kind as to not interrupt my reading again." Alice settled back down, leaning her head on her hand. She watched her sister, a figure of beautiful, predictable control, reading her tedious book. She watched the dust motes dance in the oppressive, heavy heat. The memory of the mock turtle's tears, the hatter's logic, the cat's warning, and the sister's final, serene sacrifice remained sharp and clean in her mind. But they were no longer a threat, they were a foundation. Alice now possessed a new understanding of the world. She knew that behind every tedious historical account, every complicated figure, and every rigid rule lay a thin, shimmering membrane separating reality from volitional chaos. She knew that logic was a necessary, beautiful tool for navigation, but that will was the ultimate engine of reality. She closed her eyes not to succumb to boredom but to reprocess the entire experience. The world had not changed, but Alice had. She was no longer afraid of the boredom or the tediousness of her sister's world. She now knew that she held the key, the gold key to an entire, magnificent realm of self-created possibility. Lying on the riverbank, Alice felt the overwhelming drowsiness of a truly exhaustive mental effort. The heat, the drone of the insects, and the gentle lapping of the water became a comforting lullaby, wrapping around her like a warm blanket. The dream, which had just concluded in metaphysical sacrifice and terror, began to be recalled in her mind not as a threat, but as a series of charming, nonsensical images. The frantic rabbit, the grinning cat, the furious queen, and the solemn mock turtle. She had fought the logic of the dream, but she had embraced the lesson of the dream. That structure and chaos are two sides of the same coin, and that the only thing holding them apart is the firmness of the dreamer's intent. Alice smiled a gentle, secret smile, the first truly peaceful smile since she had fallen down the rabbit hole. She was safe, and the world was safe. Her sister, the logical constant, was reading quietly beside her, ensuring that the entire story, from the Caucus-Race to the chess game, would be remembered not as a terrifying mental break, but as a long, wonderful, and perfectly believable dream. She drifted off just for a moment, and her final waking thought was a quiet sense of satisfaction. She had finally learned the true axiom of Wonderland. Chapter 54, The Re-Engagement with the Axiom of External Reality. Alice lay propped up on her elbow, taking deep, shaky breaths, attempting to equalize her heart rate, which still thrummed with the catastrophic rhythm of a collapsing universe. Every one of her senses was overloaded. External reality was too static, too slow, too gray compared to the vibrant chaos of the volitional manifold. Even the drone of the insects was not volitional noise, but merely simple physics, an assertion of logic rather than will. She gazed at her sister. That woman, who only moments ago had been the final logic gate of a disintegrating world, was now merely a serious young woman reading history. Her hair was neatly braided, her brow furrowed in concentration on the complexities of feudal tenure, and her body was a picture of stillness and linearity. The contradiction was deep and painful. The fact that her sister was there, normal and oblivious, was the physical evidence that the sacrifice had succeeded. She had become the logical constant, an anchor point defining for Alice that everything that happened was believable within the context of a dream. In exchange, she had shed the memory of being a metaphysical scientist. Alice lightly squeezed the silver thimble in her pocket. She had to begin living by her new axiom. Survival equals will logic. To survive, she had to use her powerful will to manipulate the rigid logic of the world. After a long, suffocating silence, her sister closed the book with a dry clack, a sound that felt too violent in the afternoon stillness. "Come along, Alice," her sister said, standing up and brushing the dust from her skirt. "It is well past noon. We should head home. You've had quite enough dreaming for one day." Alice rose, feeling strangely heavy. The drowsiness had vanished, replaced by a mental fatigue from the recalibration of countless axioms. As they began to walk along the riverbank, her sister, in her educational way, decided to test Alice's knowledge. "While you were napping, I read an interesting passage concerning the complexity of tithe taxation in the 15th century, her sister said, presenting a problem that Alice previously would have dreaded as the very horror of tedium. If a peasant must pay 1/10 of his barley yield as tithe, but must also deduct 12% of the crop for transport costs before the tithe is calculated. If the original yield was 80 bushels, how many bushels of barley exactly must the peasant pay? This was the exact sort of problem designed to test patience and linearity, the very kind of problem that had pushed Alice down the rabbit hole in the first place. Before, she would have frowned, mumbled, and ultimately surrendered. But now, Alice did not see numbers. She saw volitional entities. She did not see 80 bushels of barley. She saw a volitional crowd of peasants animated by a small will of resistance. She did not see 1/10 tithe. She saw a volitional card, the ace of clubs, with a primal volition of greed trying to cleave off a portion, and she did not see 12% transport costs. She saw the weeping calculus, the endless tears of the mock turtle trying to erode the logic. Alice did not need to calculate, she needed to balance will. She applied the hydrostatic logic she had learned on the pool of tears. Will of resistance, peasants, 80. Will of the tax, queen's greed, the 1/10 tax is division. Will of sorrow, mock turtle's tears, the 12% cost is decay. Alice closed her eyes for a brief moment. She had learned that volitional entities were not added or subtracted, they were persuaded or neutralized. She imagined the silver thimble, the symbol of arbitrary reward, using it to neutralize the greed of the 1/10 tax. She imagined the mock turtle's tears to counteract the decay of the 12% cost. The calculation was replaced by a volitional shaping. She merely needed to know the result. The whole must be a sensible and acceptable number to resolve the contradiction. She opened her eyes, meeting her sister's waiting face. "Exactly 6.08 bushels, sister," Alice said definitively. "And the peasant will pay in barley after the 12% has been deducted from the remaining yield, as the barley was used to satisfy necessary expenditures before the tithe was taken on the crop's actual worth, according to King Charles II's agricultural axiom." Her sister stopped walking. She looked at Alice with utter astonishment. "Alice," her sister said, her voice sharp, you have calculated correctly. But that is not the method. Where did you read the answer? Alice smiled, a small, secret, knowing smile. No, sister, I decided the answer. The difference was subtle but profound. Alice had not calculated, she had imposed a stable, logical solution upon chaotic variables. She had used will to shape the world's logic. Her sister, as the logical constant, could not deny the accuracy of the answer, but she could not explain the method. Their relationship had changed permanently. The sister was still the adult, the instructor, but Alice was now the family's new logic manipulator. Alice continued walking, feeling a new power surge through her. She was no longer a bored child trapped in a world of logic she did not understand. She was a volitional engineer. They reached the threshold of their house. It looked incredibly ordinary, the dark blue door, the ivy climbing the wall, and the rigid stillness of a Sunday afternoon. "Go wash up, Alice," her sister said, still bewildered by the quick-fire mathematics. "And be certain you don't talk nonsense about cats or mice at dinner." Alice walked into the house. She glanced around the familiar sitting room, the velvet armchair, the porcelain tisette, and on the mantelpiece a small model of a sailing ship. Alice looked at the ship. She recalled the caterpillar's scorn, the hatter's mutterings. She remembered that this external reality still contained volitional cracks, points where the tediousness and rigid logic could be broken. She pulled out the small, brittle King of Hearts playing card from her pocket. It was the residue of collective fear. She placed it carefully on the table next to a heavy, bound history book, perfectly ready for anyone who might inadvertently brush against it. Alice smiled. She knew that Wonderland had not vanished, it had been integrated into her. And she knew that whenever this world became too logical and too static, she only needed to apply a small measure of will to make it vibrant again. Alice's future was not one of dull history lessons. It was one of using her new metaphysical knowledge to craft a more complex and interesting life for herself and for the world around her. Chapter 55. The static droning and the clock's objection. The dinner table was the physical embodiment of the linear logic Alice desperately sought to escape. Everything had its fixed place, father at the head, mother opposite him, and the sister who invariably began the meal by posing an unanswerable historical question, creating an endless curve of dullness that no one was permitted to circumvent. Tonight, that logic felt particularly heavy. The sister, still unsettled by Alice's mathematically precise response earlier, was compensating by enforcing stricter adherence to social rituals. "Alice, what did you learn today about the necessity of internal stability within the family structure?" the sister asked, her voice possessing the resonant, unquestionable tone of a church bell. Alice was staring at the lamb chop. It was not merely a lamb chop, it was a constant object, cooked to the exact same degree of tediousness at the exact same time every Sunday evening. She recalled the Queen's fury, a primal will that shook the very foundation of things. This boredom was a different kind of fury, a fury of inertia. Boredom equals logic/will. To break the boredom, she had to increase the will relative to the encompassing logic of the dinner. She subtly touched the silver thimble in her dress pocket. It was warm. It was her volitional anchor, a reminder that she had achieved agency through a bargain against logic. Her gaze shifted from the lamb chop to the mantelpiece clock. It was an old, dark wooden fixture, its Roman numerals patiently asserting the hour. It represented the axiom of linear time, an absolute logic that in this world seemed entirely unassailable. "I beg your pardon, what did you say?" Alice asked, her focus far away. "Internal stability, Alice," the sister repeated with slight exasperation. "Everything must be in order. Like time, it never changes, and neither should you." Alice felt a tiny physical push aimed at her, the imposition of linearity. "But what if time could change?" Alice asked, looking directly at her sister. Father, who had been commenting on the political situation in Europe, lifted his head. Mother sighed gently, already accustomed to Alice's flights of fancy. "Time cannot change, my dear," Father said, his voice as heavy as a theorem. "The clock has but one function: to proceed forward." Alice closed her eyes. She did not need to change the laws of physics, she only needed to change how they manifest. She recalled the White Rabbit, obsessed with lateness and skewed time. She recalled the Mad Hatter, who had utterly shattered the temporal chain. She applied their inverted logic. Alice visualized the crisp King of Hearts card she had left on the drawing-room table. She imagined it flying out of the room, soaring through the air, and striking the mantelpiece clock. But instead of a collision, it was a volitional punch, a declaration that this specific hour was to be annulled. She didn't want the clock to stop, she wanted it to object to the dinner. "Time can be persuaded," Alice muttered, her lips barely moving. She focused her will on a single objective: to terminate this conversation at any cost, and then it happened. A startled, sharp chime rang out from the mantelpiece clock. Bong. Bong, bong, it was striking the hour. It was striking 3 o'clock. All four ceased moving. Father dropped his fork. Mother flinched. The sister stared at the clock with pure, unadulterated horror. "What is going on?" Father demanded, looking around as if an intruder had just walked in. "It's striking the hour," the sister said, her voice laced with disbelief. "Oh, it's striking 3, it's barely 6:30. It was 6:30 in the evening, and the mantelpiece clock had chimed as though it were 3 in the morning, completely shattering the linear progression of the evening. It's never done that before," the sister whispered, she who was the greatest worshipper of logic and order. "There must be some terrible fault with the springs." "No, sister," Alice said, strangely calm. She no longer felt guilt or panic. She felt logically satisfied. "It simply changed its mind," Alice explained. "It decided that 3 o'clock was more important than 6:30. The sister frowned, attempting to apply real-world logic. "That is nonsense, Alice. Mechanical components do not have the cognitive ability to change their mind." "Oh, yes, they do," Alice countered. "We simply rarely allow them to. If we force them always to be 6:30, they will always be 6:30. But if we allow them the option of 3 o'clock, perhaps they will choose 3 o'clock." Following the sudden chiming, the logical tension in the room was irrevocably broken. The dinner, having been disrupted by an inexplicable physical anomaly, lost its solemnity. Father, unable to tolerate the chaos, quickly concluded the meal. Well, that clock needs a thorough repair. We shall see to it after dinner. Alice, off to bed early for you. You seem a bit tired. Alice knew she was not tired. She was resuscitated. She rose from the table and walked toward the stairs. She looked back at her sister, who was still staring at the clock, her expression one of deep suspicion and worry. The sister was attempting to find a linear explanation for a purely volitional event. Alice smiled. She hadn't killed the world's logic. She had merely shown it that will was a far more potent chemical formula. Once in her room, Alice took out a pencil and her small notebook. She wrote down her new, refined formula. Volitional override equals focused will minus axiomatic inertia. And to create change in the real world, she needed an amount of focused will greater than the resistance of axiomatic inertia, boredom, obedience, linearity. And tonight she had succeeded against an old clock. Alice wondered if she could make a clock strike 3 at 6:30. What else could she do with her life? Chapter 56, Dinah's Calculated Indifference and the Volitional Residue. Upstairs, Alice's bedroom was a sanctuary, yet it felt oddly small and dense with logic. The wallpaper asserted the rigid certainty of stripes, the bed insisted on 4 straight posts. It lacked the flowing, chaotic nature of the volitional manifold she had recently traversed. Her cat Dinah was curled neatly on the foot of the bed, a perfect spiral of fur that embodied calculated indifference. Dinah was a challenging test subject. Where the mantelpiece clock was a purely mechanical system bound by the axiom of physics, Dinah was a living, breathing volitional entity governed by the axiom of self-interest. Alice sat at her small writing desk, taking out her notebook to review her evening's success. Volitional override equals focused will minus axiomatic inertia. The clock's inertia was low, it was old, its springs likely tired, making it susceptible to a strong, focused will. But Dinah's will, though simple, was immense and stubborn. "Dinah," Alice whispered, holding out a small, ordinary lead pencil, a symbol of mundane logic. "Fetch." Dinah opened one yellow eye, offered a slow blink of profound contempt, and returned to sleep. The pencil remained static on the rug. Failure, Alice noted mentally. Direct command against innate axiom indifference yields 0 result. Axiomatic inertia too high. Alice needed to introduce a variable with a higher volitional charge. She took out the contents of her pocket. The smooth, cold silver thimble, the arbitrary reward of the dodo, and the brittle, razor-sharp king of hearts playing card, the residue of collective fear. She placed the card exactly 3 inches from Dinah's sleeping face. The king of hearts card was no longer just cardboard. It was a fragment of the Queen's fury, a memory of screaming trials and arbitrary execution orders. It carried a potent, chaotic history. Dinah's response was immediate and physical. Her whiskers twitched violently and her ears rotated back, flattened against her skull. She did not wake up, but every muscle in her body tensed. The volitional residue of the card was asserting itself in the static atmosphere of the room. Alice focused her will, not on the card and not directly on Dinah. She focused on the space between them, creating a metaphysical link. The card commands attention. Dinah's tension increased until, with a sudden twitching movement, she sprang upright. She did not swat the card playfully. Instead, she stared at it with wide, unnerved eyes, eyes that seemed to see not a simple paper rectangle but a screaming, headless judge. The cat let out a low, unsettling hiss, not a sound of anger, but of deep, ancient volitional discomfort. Dinah then backed away slowly, descending from the bed. She kept her eyes locked on the King of Hearts card, treating it as if it were a physical anomaly in the room's geometry. She walked in a precise, wide circle around the card, never breaking line of sight, before finally settling beneath the writing desk, safely tucked away in the shadows. Alice smiled, a profound, genuine smile of discovery. "You don't just see the card, do you, my dear?" Alice murmured. "You see the axiomatic violation it represents." She had not made Dinah speak, she had not made Dinah fetch, but she had made Dinah abandon her deepest axiom, the right to remain on the softest spot of the bed. She had made the cat react to a metaphysical fear. Alice realized her formula needed a modification. Direct coercion was difficult and inefficient. Subtle suggestion through volitional artifacts was the key. These artifacts, saturated with the extreme wills of Wonderland, acted as chemical catalysts in the logic of the real world. She wrote down her new principle. Volitional suggestion equals volitional artifact times local axiom negation. And to change a situation, one must introduce an artifact that negates the current local rule. The King of Hearts card negated the local rule of household safety. The silver thimble negated the local rule of fairness or merit. Alice picked up the King of Hearts card with her fingertips. It felt charged like static electricity. She placed it inside a small, empty, locked wooden box on her desk. The artifacts must be contained. Their influence is too potent for casual use. Later, as she prepared for sleep, Alice looked out the window at the distant, quiet stars. They shone with the cold, absolute certainty of universal logic. They were distant, rigid, and beautiful in their unchangeable patterns. She had returned from the volitional manifold, and the world was trying to swallow her again with its axiomatic inertia. But she was no longer unarmed. Alice had her axiom of will, her volitional artifacts, and most importantly, her memory, a constantly running parallel dimension where logic was subservient to imagination. As she drifted off to sleep, she wondered what other rigid axioms she could test tomorrow. Perhaps the axiom of weight, or the axiom of gravity, or even the terrible, unshakable axiom of manners. The world was not a fixed, tedious problem set anymore. It was a vast, complex engine waiting for a clever engineer to apply the correct illogical force. The real adventure had just begun. Chapter 57, The Axiom of Weight and the Thimble's Absurd Merit. The morning after the clock incident, Alice felt an unusual sense of cognitive clarity. The rigid structure of the real world, the axiomatic inertia, no longer felt oppressive but rather breakable. It was a puzzle with poorly enforced rules. Her first target for the day's experimentation was her school satchel. It sat by the door, a massive worn leather slab filled with weighty textbooks, each volume an assertion of fact and fixed truth. The bag was the pure physical embodiment of the axiom of weight and responsibility. It was designed to be heavy, to remind Alice that learning was a burden. Alice approached it. She tried to lift it normally, just to gauge the resistance. It was formidable. Perhaps 20 pounds of distilled mundane mass equals fact times volume times inertia. To counteract this, she needed an artifact that negated the inherent worth and seriousness of the task. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the smooth, cold silver thimble. The thimble, arbitrary reward of the Caucus-Race, was the embodiment of absurd merit. It was a worthless object given for an irrelevant achievement. It negated the axiom, value must be commensurate with effort. If a thimble could be a prize for nothing, perhaps zero effort could yield the prize of effortless lift. Alice placed the thimble directly on top of the satchel. The effort required to lift this bag, Alice whispered to the thimble, is now equivalent to the effort required to receive arbitrary reward. As she focused her will, it was a different sensation than the night before, which had been sharp and directed. This time it was a broad, sustained mental pressure, like holding a heavy book out at arm's length. She was pushing against a fundamental axiom of physics, and the resistance was vast. Her forehead tightened, and she could almost hear the static droning of the logic she was fighting, the billions of years of history asserting that things with mass require force to accelerate. Alice reached down and gripped the handle. Will, the bag is lighter than a single playing card. Inertia, the bag contains the weight of history and mathematics. For a moment nothing happened. Alice felt a profound strain, a mental knot forming at the base of her skull. Her knees flexed instinctively, preparing for the strain of the lift. And then she found the breach. It wasn't that the weight disappeared, rather the meaning of the weight was negated. The force required to lift the bag was still there, but her body no longer registered it as heavy. It was like a moment of temporary paralysis in the sensory system. With a shocking lack of effort, Alice lifted the heavy school satchel with one hand. It rose not with the slow, grudging ascent of mass, but with the sudden, jarring buoyancy of an empty container. She nearly hit herself in the chin. The bag felt volitionally neutral. It possessed mass, but the axiom of gravity governing its interaction with her hand had been temporarily suspended. She held the bag up effortlessly for a full minute, her arm extended. It was the easiest thing in the world, yet her mind felt absolutely exhausted, as if she had just solved a three-dimensional chess problem while blindfolded. Alice gently placed the satchel back down. The moment the thimble was removed from the leather, the bag immediately settled with a dull, heavy thud, reasserting its fixed mass. Alice stumbled back to her desk, catching her breath. "The cost is not physical but volitional," she murmured, wiping a faint sheen of sweat from her brow. "I did not overcome gravity. I exhausted my capacity for will to make gravity momentarily irrelevant." She understood why the inhabitants of Wonderland were so highly specialized and perpetually stressed. Maintaining an existence outside of universal logic was mentally draining. The Queen had her fury to fuel her. The Hatter had his madness. Alice had only her focused will. She returned to her notebook, adding an important corollary to her formula. Cost proportional to axiomatic inertia. Local. The cost in volitional energy of an override is proportional to the local axiomatic inertia. Breaking the time of a sleepy old clock was cheap. Breaking the axiom of gravity for a heavy object was expensive. Alice took the thimble and the King of Hearts card and placed them together in the wooden box. She locked it and hid the key beneath a loose floorboard. She had proven she could manipulate the real world's physical axioms. Now she had to test a purely social axiom. She needed to move from matter to manners. The next test would be performed in the presence of her axiomatic adversary, her older sister. Chapter 58, The Axiom of Silence and the Impossibility of Whispering. Alice found her sister in the sitting room, absorbed in reading a lengthy philosophical tract. The setting was an incubator of social axioms, stillness, focus, and above all, silence. In this room, reading was not merely an activity, it was an unbreakable rule. The sister was the perfect conduit of axiomatic inertia. She did not need to speak. Her very posture, rigid and immersed, projected the law, "Thou shalt not disturb." Alice's objective was simple: to make a loud and obnoxious sound that her sister could not possibly object to, and indeed might not even be able to hear in the conventional sense, as the disturbance must not be allowed to enter the cognitive domain of annoyance. Alice was testing the social axiom of quietude, a law far more complex than the axiom of weight. Physics was universal, social rules were self-enforced and relied entirely on volitional compliance. Silence equals social logic times volitional compliance. To break this, Alice needed to introduce an element of oral absurdity that bypassed the compliance mechanism. She needed a tool. The silver thimble was for physical laws. For social laws, she chose the King of Hearts card. This card, with its painted, foolish face, represented arbitrary authority and incompetent rule. If the King of Hearts commanded a loud noise, who could object to the sound itself? Alice walked over to the marble side table where her sister's porcelain teacup rested on its saucer. It was an expensive set, a classic symbol of delicate order. Alice picked up the King of Hearts card. She held it above the teacup and gave a short, sharp cough, a tiny gesture of volitional preparation. "This noise," Alice internally commanded, "will be imperative, unavoidable, and yet non-objectionable." She then began to rub the cardboard edge of the King of Hearts card against the polished marble surface of the table. The sound that resulted was not a scratch. It was a sound that seemed to exist just slightly outside of the visible spectrum of hearing. It was a high, thin, almost electrical wail, similar to the static droning she felt when fighting axiomatic inertia, only now externalized. Wail equals friction/compliance. It was loud enough to be an absolute, undeniable intrusion into the silence. It demanded attention. It defied the social law of the room. The sister did not move, she did not flinch. Her eyes remained glued to the page. Alice increased the pressure, rubbing the card faster. The sound became a grating, vibrating screech, like 1,000 mice singing a hymn of chaos. It was a noise that should have caused the sister to drop the book in a spasm of irritation. Yet the sister was perfectly still. Alice stopped and she stared at her sister. "Sister." "Yes, dear," the sister replied, her voice calm and even not looking up. Did you hear that?" The sister finally lowered the book, marking her place with a sliver of paper. She looked at Alice with a patient, yet slightly distant expression. "Hear what, Alice?" The noise, the card on the marble table. I was making a very loud scratching sound. The sister looked at the marble table and the teacup. The house is quite old, Alice. Sometimes the walls groan in the foundations or the floorboards shift. It's nothing to worry about. If you were trying to make a sound, I'm afraid you were not very successful. It was barely a whisper. Oh, a whisper? Alice exclaimed. Her ears were still ringing from the intensity of the noise she had generated. Alice picked up the card again and repeated the action, making the agonizing, electronic wail tear through the room. The sister raised an eyebrow, a gesture of slight parental disapproval but not of annoyance. Alice, do try to focus on something productive, the sister said mildly. That barely registers. It's like a distant tinkling of a bell or perhaps the faint buzzing of a far-off bee. It certainly is not a disturbance. Alice put the card down, her heart racing. She had succeeded too well. The noise had been objectively loud, but Alice's volitional override had not cancelled the sound. It had cancelled the axiom of objection. She had successfully commanded that the noise, despite its acoustic properties, must be interpreted as non-disturbing. Alice realized the implication. The sister's mind, a devotee of logic and quietude, could not admit that a disturbance had occurred without violating the volitional command Alice had set using the King of Hearts card as the focus. Therefore, the brain simply recategorized the sound from a screech to a whisper or a tinkling. The axiom of silence was intact for the sister, but the sensory input had been utterly rewritten by will. You are quite right, sister, Alice said, her voice full of strange respect for her own power. It was only a whisper. I'll try to be quieter. She turned and left the room, leaving her sister in the silent, undisturbed fortress of her reading. Alice's mind was whirring. She no longer had to fight the world, she only had to give it alternative instructions. The static droning was the sound of reality's core program. Her will was the volitional hack rewriting the sensory driver. She returned to her notebook, writing with a sense of dizzying clarity. Social override equals focused will times symbolic artifact / volitional compliance. The target, her sister, had such high volitional compliance to the axiom of silence that when faced with a countercommand, the symbolic artifact, her compliance became a weapon against her own sensory input. The desire for quiet was so absolute that she would rather hear a wail as a whisper than admit the silence had been broken. Alice picked up the King of Hearts card. She now understood what the inhabitants of Wonderland were trying to do and why they were so desperately chaotic. They were masters of volitional hacking, but without the discipline to ensure the world didn't collapse into absurd chaos. Alice had the discipline. Now she had to find her final objective. Chapter 59, The Axiom of Value and the Price of a Teaspoon. Alice's two successful volitional hacks had crystallized her understanding of axiomatic inertia. The real world was not governed by mere physical constants, it was governed by consensus, a vast unspoken agreement that things must be heavy and silence must be respected. The next and most crucial test had to address the ultimate social construct, the axiom of value. Money, price, cost, these were purely abstract concepts. A piece of paper had no inherent worth, yet the collective will of humanity imbued it with the power to command physical goods. This was the most fragile and the most powerful axiom of all. Alice needed to break the law of price proportionality. She left the house and walked briskly to the old curiosity shop on the corner of the street. This shop was a bastion of mundane logic. Every object had a price tag, and every price tag was a small, absolute statement of financial axiom. The shop was run by a kindly but severely axiomatic old woman named Mrs. Periwinkle. Mrs. Periwinkle's entire existence was structured around the equilibrium of exchange. The dollar must equal the dime, and the price must equal the perceived worth. Alice found what she was looking for, a small, tarnished silver teaspoon. It was unremarkable, perhaps 50 years old, and sat amongst a cluster of other silverware. It was the quintessential low-value, high-utility item. Alice checked the price tag. It read £1.50. Price. An actual equals utility times material cost plus antique markup equals £1.50. Alice picked up the teaspoon and carried it over to the counter. Mrs. Periwinkle, adjusting her spectacles, prepared the cash register, a physical embodiment of mathematical truth. Alice reached into her pocket. She had only 2 tools now, but they were sufficient. The silver thimble, the symbol of absurd merit, worth without effort. The King of Hearts card, the symbol of incompetent rule, law without logic. Instead of money, Alice carefully placed the silver thimble on the counter beside the teaspoon. Mrs. Periwinkle paused, her fingers hovering over the keys. "And what is this, dear?" Mrs. Periwinkle asked, peering at the thimble. "That, Mrs. Periwinkle," Alice stated clearly, fixing the old woman with a steady gaze, "is the cost of the teaspoon." She needed to perform a delicate volitional substitution. She was not arguing that the thimble was worth £1.50. She was commanding that the axiom of value must recognize that this specific thimble was the equivalent unit of exchange for this specific teaspoon. Mrs. Periwinkle blinked slowly. "But Alice, this is just well, it's a thimble. I can sell you a thimble for 10p if you like. The teaspoon is priced at £1.50. Alice knew the axiomatic inertia was strong here. Mrs. Periwinkle's entire life was dedicated to defending the value axiom. Alice had to introduce the absurd authority. Alice picked up the King of Hearts card and placed it directly on top of the £1.50 price tag. The silly, painted face of the king obscured the mathematical truth. "Ah, but Mrs. Periwinkle," Alice said, her voice dropping to a serious, conspiratorial whisper, "the royal decree has changed the unit of exchange. The king has decided that for certain highly significant transactions, such as this one, the thimble of merit is now the required tender." Alice focused her will. It was the deepest plunge yet. She wasn't fighting a physical law or a social preference. She was fighting economic consensus. Her mind felt cold and sharp, pushing against the vast, humming network of every transaction ever made. Will, the thimble equals the teaspoon. Consensus, £1.50. It equals thimble. Mrs. Periwinkle's face went through a fascinating internal struggle. Her eyes flicked from the thimble 10p value to the teaspoon £1.50 value to the king's card symbolic authority, and back to the cash register mathematical truth. The axiomatic inertia of the cash register fought back. Mrs. Periwinkle's hand twitched, refusing to touch the non-monetary thimble. But that's not how it works, Alice," the old woman stammered, her voice suddenly high and uncertain. "I must enter a number. A number is the law." "The number has been entered by the Crown, madam," Alice said, pointing sharply at the King of Hearts card. "The King's value is absolute, not decimal. It is the absolute unit of merit." The conflict was too much. The volitional compliance of Mrs. Periwinkle, trained over decades of honest trade, clashed violently with the incompetent authority of the card and the absurd merit of the thimble. The result was a mental short-circuit. Mrs. Periwinkle's face cleared, suddenly peaceful and blank. She picked up the silver thimble with the respectful care one might afford a gold sovereign. "Oh, I see, dear," she said serenely. "The thimble standard, a lovely antique custom. Why, I remember when the merit thimble was the only currency accepted for fine spoons. I shall simply mark this transaction as a royal exchange. I'll take your spoon, dear." Mrs. Periwinkle did not touch the cash register. Instead, she took the teaspoon and the thimble, placed the thimble in a small velvet pouch, and handed Alice the teaspoon. Alice took the tarnished silver spoon. The value axiom had been broken. The thimble, worth 10 pence, had purchased the teaspoon, worth 15 times its price. Overridden equals thimble identical to teaspoon. Alice left the shop quickly before Mrs. Periwinkle could re-engage logic. As Alice walked away, she heard the distinct heavy clunk of the cash register lid snapping shut. Mrs. Periwinkle had successfully defended her domain from decimal chaos, even if she had to temporarily redefine the concept of money to do so. Alice looked at the teaspoon in her hand. It felt cold but profoundly powerful. It was the proof of concept. If she could rewrite mass, manners, and money within her limited sphere of influence, what was her ultimate purpose? She had the means to change the world. The question was, what was the fundamental axiom that truly needed breaking? It wasn't weight or sound or price. It was the axiom of predictability, the law that ensured every day followed the last and that Alice must always remain Alice. Her final confrontation had to be with the core of her identity, the axiom of selfhood. In Chapter 60, the axiom of selfhood and the clockwork of the day. Alice returned to the quietude of the house, clutching the silver teaspoon. Her initial terror, the dread of an unstable reality, had been replaced by a chilling clarity of purpose. She was no longer a victim of the axiomatic inertia. She was its architect. She had broken the laws of mass, manners, and money, but a greater law remained, a fortress of selfhood far more impregnable than stone or gold. The axiom of predictability and the axiom of selfhood. As she walked into the drawing room, the most stable, most axiomatic room in the house, it was here that the unbreakable laws of the everyday were silently enforced. The cushions must be plumped, the windows must admit light, and the clock on the mantelpiece must tick forward. That clock, the great 80-day clock, was her final adversary. Heavy, polished mahogany, its pendulum swung with the relentless, dull assurance of the inertial future. It declared, tomorrow will be precisely the same as today. Alice placed her 3 artifacts of axiomatic nullification on the polished oak writing desk, arranging them in a perfect equilateral triangle. The silver thimble, the nullification of weight not sign W. The King of Hearts card, the nullification of social order not sign S. The silver teaspoon, the nullification of value not sign V. She had broken the constraints of the world. Now she had to break the constraints of herself. Selfhood equals memory times linear time / volitional change. The most fundamental constraint was that Alice must remain Alice. The memory of her name, her experiences, her core identity, this was the chain holding her to the predictable, dull side of the mirror. Alice sat down and opened her notebook to a clean page. She picked up a pen, but instead of writing, she held it poised above the paper. "I am Alice," she stated, her voice low and firm. "I am 10 years old. I remember seeing a white rabbit wearing a waistcoat." These 3 facts were the anchor of her axiomatic self. To truly break the wall, she needed to achieve a state of volitional amnesia. She had to command a piece of her core identity to unexist. She looked at the clock. The second hand was sweeping towards the 12, anticipating a new minute of absolute unchanging time. Alice closed her eyes. She focused on the static droning, the universal hum of reality attempting to maintain its status quo. This time the droning was deafening, pressing on her temples like physical chains. It was the sound of 80 billion years of cosmic predictability resisting a tiny girl's will. She placed her hands flat on the desk, spanning the 3 artifacts. "I command the axiom of selfhood to be suspended," she whispered, her voice tightening with effort. "I command that the fact, I am Alice, be nullified." Her intention was not merely to forget, but to retroactively command that the identity of Alice had never been associated with this consciousness. The pressure inside her head became unbearable. The static droning reached a screech, vibrating the air until the clock's ticking seemed to stutter. The resistance from the axiomatic inertia was terrifying. It manifested as a sudden, sharp, almost chemical rejection. Every nerve ending screamed, telling her that this command was unnatural, impossible, and fatal. She saw flashes behind her eyelids, the faces of her family, the pages of her school books, the pattern of the wallpaper in her room, all the immutable data points of her life rushing forward to defend the name Alice. Alice pressed harder, channeling her will through the 3 artifacts: absurd merit, incompetent authority, nullified value. She was forcing her world to accept an internal contradiction. She opened her eyes and looked at the clock. The second hand had stopped. It rested exactly on the number XII. The pendulum had ceased its swing, frozen mid-arc. The 80-day clock was utterly, silently still. And in that instant of suspended time, Alice experienced the volitional breakthrough. She looked down at her hands, then at the artifacts. A question formed in her mind purely. Who is this person holding a pen? For a fraction of a second, an interval only measurable by the suspended clock, she did not know. The memory of the name Alice was gone. The consciousness was pure, unlabeled observation. She was consciousness without identity. The sensation was not frightening, it was intoxicatingly free. She was unbound by the past, unconstrained by the future. Then the inertia snapped back. The clock gave a shuddering thwack, the second hand leaped forward 3 full seconds, and the pendulum recommenced its swing with frantic, catching speed, desperately trying to compensate for the lost time. And the name rushed back into her mind, Alice. She gasped, pulling her hands back from the desk. The sweat beaded on her forehead. The static droning receded, leaving a ringing silence. She picked up the pen and, with a trembling hand, wrote 3 words on the page. I am unbound. She had failed to achieve permanent, continuous volitional amnesia, but she had achieved momentary nullification. She had proven that selfhood was merely the strongest, most complex axiom of all, not an inviolable law. Her final equation was complete. The ultimate override equals artifact triad times volitional command times sum, not sign W plus not S plus not V. She did not need to break the axiom of selfhood completely. She only needed to suspend it long enough to complete the fusion of realities. She had to create a place where the rigid logic of her world and the absurd chaos of Wonderland could coexist without destroying each other, a new stable reality where her will was the foundational law. Her path was clear. She needed one final, symbolic act, and she knew exactly where she must go to perform it. The rabbit hole awaited. Chapter 61, The Ultimate Override and the Unbound World. Alice rose from the armchair in the parlor, where the 80-day clock remained paralyzed, its second hand frozen immovably at the peak of XII. Time was locally suspended, a minor miracle achieved without the universe's consent. She held the 3 Axiom veto artifacts tightly in a small cloth bag. Stepping out of the house, she noticed that the resistance of reality had shifted from a static hum to an optical convulsion. Every object, from the leaves on the trees to the cracks in the path, flickered, as if constantly being drawn and erased from existence. This was the intersection, the point where logic and chaos wrestled fiercely, almost to mutual annihilation. She hurried across the familiar green lawn, heading towards the hole on the riverbank where the entire story had begun. The threshold, the rabbit hole. When Alice reached the riverbank, the rabbit hole was no longer a dusty, mundane opening. It was a true threshold. The upper half of the hole was a quiet, earthy brown swirl, reminiscent of the axiom of inertia from her world. The lower half was a bottomless, painfully colorful and chaotic abyss, where a giant King of Hearts card spun endlessly, representing the illogical chaos of Wonderland. The small gap between them was where her axiom of selfhood was being tested to its limit. Alice placed the cloth bag down. She looked into the churning hole. Light from both realities shone upon her, splitting her shadow in 2. One, the proper Victorian girl, the other, an unidentifiable, sharply contoured shape. Threshold state equals logic times chaos equals 0. If she did not act, reality would collapse to 0. No axiom would be able to hold it together. Alice picked up the 3 artifacts and arranged them on a flat stone at the hole's edge in a triangle formation. The silver thimble, not sign W, the King of Hearts card, not sign S, and the silver teaspoon, not sign V. She knelt down and closed her eyes. The convulsions and the noise had reached their crescendo. She heard the voice of the King of Hearts, representing absurdity, and the voice of the physics professor, representing logic, booming in her head, fighting for dominance. A King of Hearts, you can't, only the cards decide. Physics professor, gravity is non-negotiable, you will be pulled down. Alice took a deep breath. She chose neither side, she chose Alice. The ultimate veto. Alice placed her hands on all three artifacts, feeling the coldness of the metal and the fragility of the paper. She had proven that the axioms were merely rules that she herself had accepted. She didn't need to destroy them. She needed to integrate them under the command of individual will. Alice opened her eyes, gazing directly into the swirling rabbit hole. She declared her final formula, not with her voice but with pure will channeled through the artifacts. I, the unnamed consciousness, have demonstrated gravity is but a habit, order is but a play, and value is but an arbitrary choice. I have vetoed my own laws. The convulsions of reality abruptly stopped. Everything settled into a single, terrifying second of silence. Now, Alice commanded, her tone calm and unshakable, I issue the ultimate override. I command the world of reason and the world of unreason to fuse. I command the new reality to be built upon the sole axiom, the will of Alice. Instantly, the three artifacts reacted. The silver thimble melted into a single drop of liquid silver, representing the flexibility of matter. The King of Hearts card burst into flame, dissipating into a scattering of red ash, representing the collapse of false authority. The silver teaspoon flew into the air, shone brightly, and solidified into a small, glittering crystal, representing the new value, self-sovereignty. The three energy forms, liquid, ash, and crystal, flew into the rabbit hole. A silent, absolutely white flash of light erupted from the threshold. This light did not hurt her eyes, it hurt her stubbornness in her mind. It was the light of a reality being rewritten from scratch. Alice felt the axiom of selfhood within her once again suspended, but this time it was not oblivion but redefinition. She was not just Alice, she was the operator of Alice, the unbound world. When the light faded, Alice fell back onto the grass. She woke up. She was lying on her back, her head resting on her sister's lap. Her sister was still reading her book, exactly as she had been at the beginning. Everything was normal. The white tablecloth, the willow tree drooping over the river, but Alice knew everything was changed. She looked up at the sky. It was blue, but she noticed the color band at the edge of the clouds was slightly more vivid, more profound than usual. Her sister spoke, her voice familiar and logical. Another one of your strange dreams, Alice. Yes, sister, Alice replied, her voice light. A very systematic dream. Her sister smiled and Alice looked away. She glanced down at the ground. She saw a small twig lying near her finger. She did not touch it, she did not move. She simply thought about it. She thought, this twig should be purple, without a sound, without a flash of light. The twig, which had been ordinary brown wood, gently turned a soft lavender color. It was not an illusion. It was a real change in matter. Alice smiled. The world had fused. Wonderland was not eradicated. It had been integrated into the real world. Now the rules were still there. Gravity still held her, money still held value, and she was still Alice, but they had all become malleable. Like a law book, the axioms still existed, but Alice was now the authorized editor. She gently stood up. The three artifacts were gone, but she felt the crystal of self-sovereignty glittering in her mind. She looked back at the rabbit hole. It was just a regular, dirty hole again. But she knew that if she willed it strongly enough, the door to the unbound world would open once more. Because after all, the sole axiom of the universe was not mass, time, or value. It was individual will, and Alice had become her own axiom.